Introduction and dedication of Romance of California Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Romance of California Life by John Habberton. Introduction. Many of the sketches contained in Some Folks were written by me during the last 5 years, and some of them published by Mr. Leslie in his illustrated newspaper and his Chimney Corner, from which journals they have been collected by friends who believe that in these stories is displayed better workmanship than I have since done. For myself, I can claim for them only an unusual degree of that unliterary and unpopular quality called truthfulness. Although at present mildly tolerated in the East, I was brought up in the West, and have written largely from recollection of some folks I have known, veritable men and women, scenes and incidents, and otherwise through the memories of Western friends of good eyesight and hearing powers. Should anyone accuse me of having imitated Bret Harte's style, I shall accept the accusation as a compliment, for I know of no other American story writer so worthy to be taken as a teacher by men who acceptably tell the stories of new countries. For occasionally introducing characters and motives that would not be considered disgraceful in virtuous communities, I can only plead in excuse the fact that, even in the New West, some folks will occasionally be uniformly thoughtful, respectable, and honest, just as individuals sometimes are in the East. John Habberton, New York, July 1st, 1877. Dedication to Frank Leslie, who, while other publishers were advising the writer of these sketches to write, supplied the author with encouragement in the shape of a publishing medium and the lucre which all literary men despise but long for. This volume is respectfully dedicated by the author. End of introduction and dedication. Story 1 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 1, The School Teacher at Bottle Flat. It certainly was hard. What was the freedom of a country in which the voice of the original founders was spent in vain? Had not they, the 40 miners of Bottle Flat, really started the place? Hadn't they located claims there? Hadn't they contributed 3 ounces each, ostensibly to set up in business a brother miner who unfortunately lost an arm, but really that a saloon might be opened and the genuineness and stability of the camp be assured? Hadn't they promptly killed or scared away every Chinaman who had ever trailed his celestial pigtail into the flat? Hadn't they cut and beaten a trail to Placerville so that miners could take a run to that city when the flat became too quiet? Hadn't they framed the squarest betting code in the whole diggings? And when a Frisco man basely attempted to break up the camp by starting a gorgeous saloon a few miles up the creek, hadn't they gone up in a body and cleared him out, giving him only 10 minutes in which to leave the creek forever? All this they had done, actuated only by a stern sense of duty, and in the patient anticipation of the reward which traditionally crowns virtuous action. But now, oh, ingratitude of republics, a school-teacher was to be forced upon Bottle Flat in spite of all the protest which they, the oldest inhabitants, had made. Such had been their plaint for days, but the sad excitement had not been productive of any fights, for the few married men in the camp prudently absented themselves at night from the Nugget Saloon, where the matter was fiercely discussed every evening. There was, therefore, such an utter absence of diversity of opinion that the most quarrelsome searched in vain for provocation. On the afternoon of the day on which the opening events of this story occurred, the boys, by agreement, stopped work 2 hours earlier than usual, for the stage usually reached Bottle Flat about 2 hours before sundown, and the one of that day was to bring the hated teacher. The boys had well-nigh given up the idea of further resistance, Yet curiosity has a small place even in manly bosoms, and they could at least look hatred at the detested pedagogue. So, about 4 o'clock, they gathered at the Nugget so suddenly that several fathers, who were calmly drinking inside, had barely time to escape through the back windows. The boys drank several times before composing themselves into their accustomed seats and leaning places, but it was afterward asserted, and Southpaw, the one-armed barkeeper, cited as evidence that none of them took sugar in their liquor. They subjected their sorrow to homeopathic treatment by drinking only the most raw and rasping fluids that the bar afforded. The preliminary drinking over, they moodily whittled, chewed, and expectorated. A stranger would have imagined them a batch of miserable criminals awaiting transportation. The silence was finally broken by a decided-looking, red-haired man who had been neatly beveling the doorpost with his knife, and who spoke as if his words only by great difficulty escaped being bitten in two. "We can burn down the schoolhouse right before his face and eyes, and then maybe the State Board'll get our ideas about edication." "'Twon't be no use, Mose," said Judge Barber, whose legal title was honorary, and conferred because he had spent some time in a penitentiary in the East. "Them State Board fellers is wrong, but they've got grit, or they'd never have got the schoolhouse done after we rode the contractor out of the flat on one of his own boards. Besides, some of 'em might think we was robbing it in, and next thing you know they'd be building us a jail." "Can't we buy off these young'uns, folks?" queried an angular fellow from southern Illinois. "They're a miserable pack of shot, and I believe they'd all leave the camp for a few ounces." "Yes," drawled the judge dubiously, "but thar's the widow Jenny's. She'd pan out a pretty good schoolroom full with her 8 young'uns, and there ain't ounces enough in the diggin's to make her leave, while Tom Guinea's coffin's roosting under the rocks." "Then," said Mose, the first speaker, his words escaping with even more difficulty than before, "throw round keers to see who's to marry the widder, and boss her young'uns. The feller that gets the fust jack's to do the job." "Meaning no insult to this highly respectable crowd," said the judge in a very bland tone, and inviting it to walk up to the bar and specify its consolation, "I don't believe there's one of yer the widders have." The judge's eye glanced along the line at the bar, and he continued softly, but in decided accents, "Not a cussed one." "But," added the judge, passing his pouch to the barkeeper, "if anything's to be done, it must be done lively, for the stage is pretty nigh here. Tell you what's as good as anything, we'll crowd round the stage, first throwin' keards for who's to pull out his hoof to be accidentally trod on by the infernal teacher as he gets out. Then satisfaction must be took out of the teacher. It'll be a mean job, for these teachers haven't the spunk of a coyote, and 10 to 1 it won't have no shooting irons, so the job'll have to be done with fists." "Good," said Mose. "The crowd drinks with me to a square job, and no backin'. Chuck the pasteboard, Jedge, the dickens!" for Mose had got the first jack. "Square job and no backin'," said the judge with a grin. "There's the stage now. Hurry up, fellers." The stage drew up with a crash in front of the Nugget, and the passengers, outside and in, but none looking teacherish, hurried into the saloon. The boys scarcely knew whether to swear from disappointment or gratification, when a start from Mose drew their attention again to the stage. On the top step appeared a small shoe, above which was visible a small section of stocking, far whiter and smaller than is usual in the mines. In an instant a similar shoe appeared on the lower step, and the boys saw, successively, the edge of a dress, a waterproof cloak, a couple of small gloved hands, a bright muffler, and a pleasant face covered with brown hair, and a bonnet. Then they heard a cheerful voice say, "I'm the teacher, gentlemen. Can anyone show me the schoolhouse?" The miserable Mose looked ghastly and tottered. A suspicion of a wink graced the judge's eye, but he exclaimed in a stern, low tone, "Square job and no backin'," upon which Mose took to his heels and the Placerville trail. The judge had been a married man, so he promptly answered, "I'll take you thar, mum, as soon as I git your baggage." "Thank you," said the teacher. "That valise under the seat is all." The judge extracted a small valise marked Huldah Brown, offered his arm, and he and the teacher walked off before the astonished crowd as naturally as if the appearance of a modest-looking young lady was an ordinary occurrence at the flat. The stage refilled and rattled away from the dumb and staring crowd, and the judge returned. "Well, boys," said he, "you got to marry 2 women now to stop that school, and you'll find this un more particular than the widder. I just tell yer what it's about that school. It's a-goin' to go on, spite of any jackasses that wants it broke up, and any gentleman that's insulted can git satisfaction by—" "Who wants it broke up, you old fool?" demanded Toledo, a man who had been named after the city from which he had come, and who had been from the first one of the fiercest opponents of the school. "I move the appointment of a committee of 3 to wait on the teacher, see if the school wants anything money can buy, take up subscriptions to get it, and lay out any feller that don't come down with the dust when he's went fur." "Hooray, bully! Good! Sound! Them's the talk!" and other sympathetic expressions were heard from the members of the late anti-school party. The judge, who by virtue of age was the master of ceremonies and general moderator of the camp, very promptly appointed a committee consisting of Toledo and 2 minors, whose attire appeared the most respectable in the place, and instructed them to wait on the schoolmarm and tender her the cordial support of the minors. Early the next morning the committee called at the schoolhouse, attached to which were 2 small rooms in which teachers were expected to keep house. The committee found the teacher putting to rights the schoolroom. Her dress was tucked up, her sleeves rolled, her neck hidden by a bright handkerchief, and her hair "a-blowin' all to glory," as Toledo afterward expressed it. Between the exertion, the bracing air, and the excitement caused by the newness of everything, Miss Brown's pleasant face was almost handsome. "Mornin', marm," said Toledo, raising a most shocking hat, while the remaining committeemen expeditiously ranged themselves behind him, so that the teacher might by no chance look into their eyes. "Good morning, gentlemen," said Miss Brown, with a cheerful smile. "Please be seated. I suppose you wish to speak of your children." Toledo, who was a very young man, blushed, and the whole committee was as uneasy on its feet as if its boots had been soled by fly-blisters. Finally, Toledo answered, "Not much, marm, seein' we ain't got none. Me and these gentlemen's a committee from the boys." "From the boys?" echoed Miss Brown. She had heard so many wonderful things about the Golden State that now she soberly wondered whether bearded men called themselves boys and went to school. "From the miners, washin' along the crick, marm. They want to know what they can do for yer," continued Toledo. "I am very grateful," said Miss Brown, "but I suppose the local school committee—" "Don't count on them, marm," interrupted Toledo. "They're livin' 5 miles away, and they're only the preacher and doctor and a feller that's j'ined the church lately. None of 'em but the doctor ever shows themselves at the saloon, and he only comes when there's a difficulty, and he's called in to officiate. But the boys has got the dust, marm, and they've got the will. One of us'll be in often to see what can be done for yer. Good mornin', marm." Toledo raided his hat again, the other committeemen bowed profoundly to all the windows and seats, and then the whole retired, leaving Miss Brown to the wondering possession of an entirely new experience. "Well?" inquired the crowd, as the committee approached the creek. "Well," replied Toledo, "she's just 130-pound nugget, and no mistake, fellers?" "You bet!" promptly responded the remainder of the committee. "Good!" said the judge. "What does she want?" Toledo's countenance fell. "By thunder!" he replied, "we got out 'fore she had a chance to tell us." The judge stared sharply upon the young man, and hurriedly turned to hide a merry twitching of his lips. That afternoon the boys were considerably astonished and scared at seeing the schoolmistress walking quickly toward the creek. The chairman of the new committee was fully equal to the occasion. Mounting a rock, he roared, "You fellers without no shirts on, git! You with shoes off, put 'em on! Take your pants out of your boots! Hats off when the lady come! Hurry, now, no foolin'!" The shirtless ones took a lively double-quick towards some friendly bushes, the boys rolled down their sleeves and pantaloons, and one or two took the extra precaution to wash the mud off their boots. Meanwhile, Miss Brown approached, and Toledo stepped forward. "Anything wrong up at the schoolhouse?" said he. "Oh, no," replied Miss Brown, "but I have always had a great curiosity to see how gold was obtained. It seems as if it must be very easy to handle those little pans. Don't you suppose some miner would lend me his pan, and let me try just once?" "Certainly, marm. Every galoot of 'em would be glad of the chance. Here, you fellers, who got the cleanest pan?" Half a dozen men washed out their pans, and hurried off with them. Toledo selected one, put in dirt and water, and handed it to Miss Brown. "There you are, marm, but I'm feared you'll wet your dress." "Oh, that won't harm," cried Miss Brown, with a laugh which caused one enthusiastic miner to cut the pigeon wing. She got the miner's touch to a nicety, and in a moment had a spray of dirty water flying from the edge of the pan, while all the boys stood in a respectful semicircle and stared delightedly. The pan empty, Toledo refilled it several times, and finally, picking out some pebbles and hard pieces of earth, pointed to the dirty, shiny deposit in the bottom of the pan, and briefly remarked, "Thar 'tis, marm." "Oh!" screamed Miss Brown, with delight. "Is that really gold dust?" "That's it," said Toledo. "I'll just put it up for you, so you can carry it." "Oh, no," said Miss Brown, "I couldn't think of it. It isn't mine." "You washed it out, marm, and that makes it full title in these parts." All of the traditional honesty of New England came into Miss Brown's face in an instant, and although she, Yankee-like, estimated the value of the dust, and sighingly thought how much easier it was to win gold in that way than by forcing ideas into stupid little heads, she firmly declined the gold, and bade the crowd a smiling good day. "Did you see them little fingers of hern a-holdin' out that pan? Did you see her, fellers?" inquired an excited miner. "Yeah, and the way she made that dirt git, as though she was used ter washin' then wallopin'," said another. "Wallopin'!" echoed a staid miner. "I'd give my claim, and throw in my pile to boot, to be a young un and get walloped by them playthings of hern." "Jest see how she throwed dirt and water on them boots," said another, extending an enormous, ugly boot. "Them boots ain't for sale now them ain't." "Them be durned!" contemptuously exclaimed another. "She tramped right on my toes as she backed out of the crowd." Every one looked jealously at the last speaker, and a grim old fellow suggested that the aforesaid individual had obtained a trampled foot by fraud, and that each man in camp had, consequently, a right to demand satisfaction of him. But the judge decided that he of the trampled foot was right, and that any miner who wouldn't take such a chance, whether fraudulently or otherwise, hadn't the spirit of a man in him. Yankee Sam, the shortest man in camp, withdrew from the crowd, and paced the banks of the creek, lost in thought. Within half an hour Sam was owner of the only store in the place, had doubled the price of all articles of clothing contained therein, and increased at least sixfold the price of all the white shirts. Next day the sun rose on Bottle Flat in his usual conservative and impassive manner. Had he respected the dramatic proprieties, he would have appeared with astonished face and uplifted hands, for seldom had a whole community changed so completely in a single night. Uncle Hans, the only German in the camp, had spent the preceding afternoon in that patient investigation for which the Teutonic mind is so justly noted. The morning sun saw over Hans's door a sign in charcoal, which read, "Shavin' done here," and few men went to the creek that morning without submitting themselves to Hans's hands. Then several men, who had been absent from the saloon the night before, straggled into camp, with jaded mules and new attire. Carondelet Joe came in, clad in a pair of pants, on which slender saffron-hued serpents ascended gracefully gray Corinthian columns, while from under the collar of a new white shirt appeared a cravat, displaying most of the lines of the solar spectrum. Flush, the flat champion at poker, came in late in the afternoon with a huge watch chain and an overpowering bosom pin, and his horrid fingers sported at least one seal ring each. Several stovepipe hats were visible in camp, and even a pair of gloves were reported in the pocket of a miner. Yankee Sam had sold out his entire stock, and prevented bloodshed over his only bottle of hair oil by putting it up at a raffle at 40 chances at an ounce a chance. His stock of white shirts, 7 in number, were visible on manly forms. His pocket combs and glasses were all gone, and there had been a steady run on needles and thread. Most of the miners were smoking new white clay pipes, while a few thoughtful ones, hoping for a repetition of the events of the previous day, had scoured their pans to a dazzling brightness. As for the innocent cause of all this commotion, she was fully as excited as the miners themselves. She had never been outside of Middle Bethany until she started for California. Everything on the trip had been strange, and her stopping place and its people were stranger than all. The male population of Middle Bethany, as is usual with small New England villages, consisted almost entirely of very young boys and very old men. But here at Bottle Flat were hosts of middle-aged men, and such funny ones! She was wild to see more of them and hear them talk. Yet her wildness was no match for her prudence. She sighed to think how slightly Toledo had spoken of the minister on the local committee, and she piously admitted to herself that Toledo and his friends were undoubtedly on the brink of the bottomless pit. And yet they certainly were very kind. If she would only exert a good influence upon these men. But how? Suddenly she bethought herself of the grand social center of Middle Bethany, the singing school. Of course, she couldn't start a singing school at Bottle Flat, but if she were to say the children needed to be led in singing, would it be very hypocritical? She might invite such of the miners as were musically inclined to lead the school in singing in the morning, and thus she might, perhaps, remove some of the prejudice which, she had been informed, existed against the school. She broached the subject to Toledo, and that faithful official had nearly every miner in camp at the schoolhouse that same evening. The judge brought a fiddle, Uncle Hans came with a cornet, and Yellow Pete came grinning in with his darling banjo. There was a little disappointment all around when the boys declared their ignorance of Greenville and Bonnie Doon, which airs, Miss Brown decided, were most easy for the children to begin with. But when it was ascertained that the former was the air to Saw My Leg Off, and the latter was identical with the Three Black Crows, all friction was removed, and the melodious howling attracted the few remaining boys at the saloon, and brought them up in a body, led by the barkeeper himself. The exact connection between melody and adoration is yet an unsolved religio-psychological problem, but we all know that everywhere in the habitable globe the two intermingle and stimulate each other, whether the adoration be offered to heavenly or earthly objects. And so it came to pass that at the Bottle Flat singing school the boys looked straight at the teacher while they raised their tuneful voices, that they came ridiculously early so as to get front seats, and that they purposely sung out of tune once in a while so as to be personally addressed by the teacher. And she, pure, modest, prudent, and refined, saw it all and enjoyed it intensely. Of course, it could never go any further, for though there was in Middle Bethany no moneyed aristocracy, the best families scorned alliances with any who were undegenerate, and would not be unequally yoked with those who drank, swore, and gambled, let alone the fearful suspicion of murder which Miss Brown's imagination affixed to every man in the flat. But the boys themselves, considering the unspeakable contempt which had been manifested in the camp for the profession of teaching, and for all who practiced it, the boys exhibited a condescension truly Christian. They vied with each other in manifesting it, and though the means were not always the most appropriate, the honesty of the sentiment could not be doubted. One by one, the greater part of the boys, after adoring and hoping, saw for themselves that Miss Brown could never be expected to change her name at their solicitation. Sadder but better men, they retired from the contest, and solaced themselves by betting on the chances of those still on the track, as an ex-jockey tersely expressed the situation. There was no talk of false-hearted or fair temptress, such as men often hear in society, for not only had all the tenderness emanated from manly breasts alone, but it had never taken form of words. Soon the hopeful ones were reduced to half a dozen of these. Yankee Sam was the favorite among the betting men, for Sam, knowing the habits of New England damsels, went to Placerville one Friday, and returned next day with a horse and buggy. On Sunday he triumphantly drove Miss Brown to the nearest church. 10-1 was offered on Sam that Sunday afternoon, as the boys saw the demure and contented look on Miss Brown's face as she returned from church. But Samuel followed in the sad footsteps of many another great man, for so industriously did he drink to his own success that he speedily developed into a bad case of delirium tremens. Then Carondelet Joe, calmly confident in the influence of his wonderful pants, led all odds in betting. But one evening, when Joe had managed to get himself in the front row, and directly before the little teacher, that lady turned her head several times and showed signs of discomfort. When it finally struck the latter that the human breath might perhaps waft toward a lady perfumes more agreeable than those of mixed drinks, he abruptly quitted the school and the camp. Flush, the poker champion, carried with him to the singing school that astounding impudence which had long been the terror and admiration of the camp, but a quality which had always seemed exactly the thing when applied to poker seemed to the boys barely endurable when displayed toward Miss Brown. One afternoon, Flush indiscreetly indulged in some triumphant and rather slighting remarks about the little teacher. Within 15 minutes, Flush's final earthly home had been excavated, and an amateur undertaker was making his coffin. An untimely proposal by a good-looking young Mexican and his prompt rejection left the race between Toledo and a Frenchman named Lecomte. It also left Miss Brown considerably frightened, for until now she had imagined nothing more serious than the rude admiration which had so delighted her at first. But now, who knew but someone else would be ridiculous? Poor little Miss Brown suffered acutely at the thought of giving pain, and determined to be more demure than ever. But alas, even her agitation seemed to make her more charming to her two remaining lovers. Had the boys in the saloon comprehended in the least the cause of Miss Brown's uneasiness, they would have promptly put both Lecomte and Toledo out of the camp, or out of the world. But to their good-natured, conceited minds it meant only that she was confused and unable to decide, and unlimited betting was done, to be settled upon the retirement of either of the contestants. And while patriotic feelings influenced the odds rather in Toledo's favor, it was fairly admitted that the Frenchman was a formidable rival. To all the grace of manner and the knowledge of women that seems to run in Gallic blood, he was a man of tolerable education and excellent taste. Besides, Miss Brown was so totally different from French women that every development of her character afforded him an entirely new sensation, and doubled his devotion. Toledo stood his ground manfully, though the boys considered it a very bad sign when he stopped drinking, and spent hours in pacing the ground in front of his hut, with his hands behind him and his eyes fixed on the ground. Finally, when he was seen one day to throw away his faithful old pipe, heavy bettors hastened to hedge as well they might. Besides, as one of the boys truthfully observed, he couldn't begin to wag a jaw along with that Frenchman. But like many other young men, he could talk quite eloquently with his eyes, and as the language of the eyes is always direct and purely grammatical, Miss Brown understood everything they said, and to her great horror, once or twice, barely escaped talking back. The poor little teacher was about to make the whole matter a subject of special prayer, when a knock at the door startled her. She answered it, and beheld the homely features of the judge. "I just come in to talk a little matter that's been bothering me some time. You'll pardon me if I talk a little plain?" said he. "Certainly," replied the teacher, wondering if he, too, had joined her persecutors. "Thank ye," said the judge, looking relieved. "It's all right. I've got darters to hum as big as you be, and I want to talk to you as if you was one of them." The judge looked uncertain for a moment, and then proceeded. "That feller Toledo's dead in love with yer. Of course you know it, though ain't likely he's told yer. All I want to say about him is, drop him kindly. He's been took so bad since you come that he's stopped drinkin' and chewin' and smokin' and cussin', and he hasn't played a game at the Nugget since the first singin' school night. Maybe this all ain't much to you, but you've read about that woman that was spoke well of for doin' what she could. He's the first feller I've ever seen in the diggin's that went back on all the comforts of life, and I've just been a young man myself, and knowin' how big a claim it's been for him to work. I ain't got the heart to see him spiled now, but he will be if, when you have to drop him, you don't do it kindly. And just one thing more, the quicker he's out of his misery, the better." The old jailbird screwed up a tear out of his eye with a dirty knuckle, and departed abruptly, leaving the little teacher just about ready to cry herself. But before she was quite ready, another knock startled her. She opened the door, and let in Toledo himself. "Good evening, marm," said he, gravely. "I just come in to make my last official call, seeing I'm going away tomorrer. Is there anything the schoolhouse wants I can get and send from 'Frisco?" "Going away!" ejaculated the teacher, heedless of the remainder of Toledo's speech. "Yes, marm, going away for good. Fact is, I've been trying to behave myself lately, and I find I need more company at it than I get about the diggin's. I'm going some place where I can learn to be the gentleman I feel like being, to be decent and honest and useful, and there ain't anybody here that keers to help a feller that way. Nobody." The ancestor of the Browns of Middle Bethany was at Lexington on that memorable morning in '75, and all of his promptness and his courage, 10 times multiplied, swelled the heart of his trembling little descendant as she faltered out, "There's one." "Who?" asked Toledo, before he could raise his eyes. But though Miss Brown answered not a word, he did not repeat his question, for such a rare crimson came into the little teacher's face that he hid it away in his breast, and acted as if he would never let it out again. Another knock at the door. Toledo dropped into a chair, and Miss Brown, hastily smoothing back her hair, opened the door, and again saw the judge. "I just dropped back to say," commenced the judge, when his eye fell upon Toledo. He darted a quick glance at the teacher, comprehended the situation at once, and with a loud shout of "Out of his misery, by thunder!" started on a run to carry the news to the saloon. Miss Brown completed her term, and then the minister, who was on the local board, was called in to formally make her tutor for life to a larger pupil. Lecomte, with true French gallantry, insisted on being groomsman, and the judge gave away the bride. The groom, who gave a name very different from any ever heard at the flat, placed on his bride's finger a ring, inscribed within, "Made from gold washed by Huldah Brown." The little teacher has increased the number of her pupils by several, and her latest one calls her grandma. End of Story 1. Story 2 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 2, Jim Hockson's Revenge. 1. "You don't say." "I do, though." "Well, I never." "Neither did I, exactly." "Don't be provoking, Ephraim. What makes you talk in that devil way?" "Well, ma, the world ain't all squeezed into this yer little town of Crankit. I've been elsewhere some, and I've seed some funny things, and likewise some that wasn't so funny as they might be." "Perhaps you 'ave, but you needn't allers be a-setting other folks down. Maybe Crankit ain't the whole world, but it's seed that awful case of Molly Capin's, and the shipwreck of '34, when the awful nor'easter was, and—" Well, Ma, don't let's fight about it," said Ephraim, with a sigh, as he tenderly scraped down a new axe helve with a piece of glass, while his wife made the churn dasher hurry up and down, as if the innocent cream was Ephraim's back, and she was avenging thereupon Ephraim's insults to Crankit and its people. Deacon Ephraim Crankit was a descendant of the founder of the village, and although now a 60-year-old farmer, he had in his lifetime seen considerable of the world. He had been to the fishing banks a dozen times, been whaling twice, had carried a cargo of wheat up the Mediterranean, and had been second officer of a ship which had picked up a miscellaneous cargo at the heathen ports of Eastern Asia. He had picked up a great many ideas, too, wherever he had been, and his wife was immensely proud of him and them, whenever she could compare them with the men and ideas which existed at Crankit. But when Ephraim displayed his memories and knowledge to her alone, oh, that was a very different thing. "Anyhow," resumed Mrs. Crankit, raising the lid of the churn to see if there were any signs of butter, "it's an everlastin' shame. Jim Hockson's a young feller in good standin' in the church, and Millie Botane's an unbeliever. They say her father's a reg'lar infidel." "Easy, Ma, easy," gently remonstrated Ephraim. "When he seed you lookin' at his pet rosebush on your way to church last Sunday, didn't he hurry and pull 2 or 3 and hand 'em to you?" "Yes, and what did he have in t'other hand? A boasting paper, and not a Sunday one, nuther. Millicent ain't a Christian name. Nohow you can fix it. It amounts to just about much says she does, and that's nothin'. She's got a soft face and purty hair, ef it's all her own, which I powerfully doubt. And after that, thar's nothin' to her. She's never been to sewin' meetin', and she's off a boatin' with that New York chap every Saturday afternoon, instead of goin' to the young people's prayer meetin's. She's most supported Sam Ransom's wife and young ones since Sam Smack was lost," suggested Ephraim. "That's you, Deacon Crankit," replied his wife. "Always stick up for sinners. Perhaps you'd make better use of your time ef you'd examine your own evidences." "Wal, wife," said the deacon, "she's engaged to that New York feller as you call Mr. Brown, so there's no danger of Jim bein' unequally yoked with an unbeliever, and I wish her well from the bottom of my heart." "I don't," cried Mrs. Crankit, giving the dasher a vicious push, which sent the cream flying frantically up to the top of the churn. "I hope he'll turn out bad, and her pride'll be tucked down as—" The deacon had been long enough at sea to know the signs of a long storm, and to know that prudence suggested a prompt sailing out of the course of such a storm, when possible. So he started for the door, carrying the glass and axe helve with him. Suddenly the door opened, and a female figure ran so violently against the axe helve that the said figure was instantly tumbled to the floor, and seemed an irregular mass of faded pink calico and subdued plaid shawl. "Miss Pekin!" exclaimed Mrs. Crankit, dropping the churn dasher and opening her eyes. "Like to have not been," whined the figure, slowly arising and giving the offending axe helve a glance which would have set it on fire had it not been of green hickory. "But have you heard?" "What?" asked Mrs. Crankit, hastily setting a chair for the newcomer, while Ephraim, deacon and 60 though he was, paused in his almost completed exit. "He's gone!" exclaimed Miss Pekin. "Oh, I heerd Jim had gone to "Pshaw!" said Miss Pekin, contemptuously. "That was days ago. I mean Brown, the New York chap, Millie Botane's lover." "You don't!" "But I do. And what's more, he had to. There was men come after him in the night time, but he must have heard 'em, for they didn't find him in his room, and this morning they found that his sailboat has gone too. And what's more, there's a printed notice up about him, and he's a defaulter, and there's $5,000 for whoever catches him, and he stole 25, and he's all described in the notice as particular as if he was a full-blood Alderney cow." "Poor fellow!" sighed the deacon, for which interruption he received a withering glance from Miss Pekin. "They say Millie's a-goin' awful, and that she says she'll marry him now if he'll come back, but it ain't likely he'll be such a fool. Now he's got so much money he don't need hern. Reckon her and her father won't be so high and mighty and stuck up now. It's powerful discouragin' to the righteous to see the ungodly flourishin' so, and a-rollin' in their wealth, when their better has to be on needles all year for fear the next mackerel catch won't mount to much. The idea of her willin' to marry a defaulter! I can't understand it." "Poor girl!" sighed Mrs. Crankit, wiping one eye with the corner of her apron. "I'd do it myself, if I was her." The deacon dropped the axe helve and gave his wife a tender kiss on each eye. 2. Perhaps Mr. Darwin can tell inquirers why, out of very common origin, there occasionally spring beings who are very decided improvements on their progenitor, but we are only able to state that Jim Hockson was one of these superior beings, and was himself fully aware of the fact. Not that he was conceited at all, for he was not, but he could not help seeing what everyone else saw and acknowledged. Everyone liked him, for he was always kind in word and action, and everyone was glad to be Jim Hockson's friend, but somehow Jim seemed to consider himself his best company. His mackerel lines were worked briskly as any others when the fish were biting, but when the fish were gone he would lean idly on the rail and stare at the waves and clouds. He could work a cranberry bog so beautifully that the people for miles round came to look on and take lessons. Yet when the sun tried to hide in the evening behind a ragged row of trees on a ridge beyond Jim's cranberry patch, he would lean on his spade and gaze until everything about him seemed yellow. He read the Bible incessantly, yet offended alike the pious saints and critical sinners by never preaching or exhorting. And out of everything Jim Hockson seemed to extract what it contained of the ideal and the beautiful, and when he saw Millicent Botane, he straightway adored the first woman he had met who was alike beautiful, intelligent, and refined. Miss Millie, being human, was pleased by the admiration of the handsome, manly fellow, who seemed so far the superior of the men of his class. But when, in his honest simplicity, he told her that he loved her, she declined his further attentions in a manner which, though very delicate and kind, opened Jim's blue eyes to some sad things he had never seen before. He neither got drunk, nor threatened to kill himself, nor married the first silly girl he met, but he sensibly left the place where he had suffered so greatly, and in a sort of sad daze he hurried off to hide himself in the newly discovered gold fields of California. Perhaps he had suddenly learned certain properties of gold which were hitherto unknown to him. At any rate, it was soon understood at Spanish Steak, where he had located himself, that Jim Hockson got out more gold per week than any man in camp, and that it all went to San Francisco. "Kind of a mean cuss, I reckon," remarked a newcomer one day at the saloon, when Jim alone, of the crowd present, declined to drink with him. "Not any," replied Colonel Two, so called because he had two eyes, while another colonel in the camp had but one. "And it's good for you, stranger," continued the colonel, "that you ain't been long in camp, else some of the boys have put a hole through you for saying anything against Jim, for we all swear by him, we do. He don't carry shooting irons, but no feller in camp dares to tackle him. He don't cuss nobody, and everybody does just as he asks 'em to. As to drinkin', why, I'd swear off myself, if 'twould make me hold a candle to him. Went to old Bermuda t'other day, when he was ravin' tight and layin' for Butcher Pete with a shootin' iron, and he actually talked Bermuda into soaking his head and turnin' in. Everybody else was afeard to go nigh old Bermuda that day." The newcomer seemed gratified to learn that Jim was so peaceable a man. That was the natural supposition, at least, for he forthwith cultivated Jim with considerable assiduity, and being, it was evident, a man of considerable taste and experience, Jim soon found his companionship very agreeable, and he lavished upon his new acquaintance, who had been nicknamed Tarpaulin, the many kind and thoughtful attentions which had endeared Jim to the other miners. The two men lived in the same hut, staked claims adjoining each other, and Tarpaulin, who had been thin and nervous-looking when he first came to camp, began to grow peaceable and plump under Jim's influence. One night, as Jim and Tarpaulin lay chatting before a fire in their hut, they heard a thin, wiry voice in the next hut inquiring, "Anybody in this camp look like this?" Tarpaulin started. "That's a funny question," said he. "Let's see who and what the fellow is." And then Tarpaulin started for the next hut. Jim waited some time, and hearing low voices in earnest conversation, went next door himself. Tarpaulin was not there, but two small, thin, sharp-eyed men were there, displaying an old-fashioned daguerreotype of a handsome-looking young man, dressed in the latest New York style, and more than this Jim did not notice. "Don't know him, mister," said Colonel Two, who happened to be the owner of the hut. "Besides, if, as is most likely, he's growed long hair and a beard since he left the States, his own mother wouldn't know him from George Washington. Brother of yourn?" "No," said one of the thin men. Well, the fact is, we'll give $1,000 to anyone who'll find him for us in 24 hours. "Deputy sheriff?" asked the colonel, retiring somewhat hastily under his blankets. "About the same thing," said one of the thin men, with a sickly smile. "Git!" roared the colonel, suddenly springing from his bed and cocking his revolver. "I believe in the golden rule, I do." The detectives, with the fine instinct peculiar to their profession, rightly construed the colonel's action as a hint, and withdrew, and Jim retired to his own hut, and fell asleep while waiting for his partner. Morning came, but no Tarpaulin. Dinner time arrived, but Jim ate alone, and was rather blue. He loved a sociable chat, and of late Tarpaulin had been almost his sole companion. Evening came, but Tarpaulin came not. Jim couldn't abide the saloon for a whole evening, so he lit a candle in his own hut and attempted to read. Tarpaulin was a lover of newspapers. It seemed to Jim he received more papers than all the remaining miners put together. Jim thought he would read some of these same papers, and unrolled Tarpaulin's blankets to find them, when out fell a picture case, opening as it fell. Jim was about to close it again, when he suddenly started and exclaimed, "Millicent Botane!" He held it under the light and examined it closely. There could be no doubt as to identity. There were the same exquisite features which, a few months before, had opened to Jim Hockson a new world of beauty, and had then, with a sweet yet sad smile, knocked down all of his fair castles, and destroyed all his exquisite pictures. Strange that it should appear to him now, and so unexpectedly, but stranger did it seem to Jim that on the opposite side of the case should be a portrait which was a duplicate of the one shown by the detectives. "That rascal Brown!" exclaimed Jim. "So he succeeded in getting her, did he? But I shouldn't call him names. He had as much right to make love to her as I. God grant he may make her happy, and he is probably a very fine fellow. Must be, by his looks." Suddenly Jim started, as if shocked by an electric battery. Hiding all the hair and beard of the portrait, he stared at it a moment, and exclaimed, "Tarpaulin!" 3. "Both gone!" exclaimed Colonel Two, hurrying into the saloon at noon. "Both gone?" echoed two or three men. "Yes," said the colonel, "and the queerest thing is, they left everything behind. Every darned thing. I never did see such a stampede afore, I didn't. Nobody's got any idea of where they be, nor where it's about, either." "Don't be too sartin, colonel," piped Weasel, a self-contained mite of a fellow, who was still at work upon his glass, filled at the last general treat, although everyone else was finished so long ago that they were growing thirsty again. "Don't be too sartin. Them detectives bunked in my shanty last night." "The deuce they did!" cried the colonel. "Good, the rest of us didn't know it." "Well," said Weasel, moving his glass in graceful circles, to be sure that all the sugar dissolved, "I dunno. It's a respectable business, and I wanted to have a good look at 'em." "What's that got to do with Jim and Tarpaulin?" demanded the colonel fiercely. "Wait, and I'll tell you," replied Weasel, provokingly, taking a leisurely sip at his glass. "Jim come down to see him." "What?" cried the colonel. "And told him he knew their man, and would help find him," continued Weasel. "They offered him the $1,000. "Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord!" groaned the colonel. Who's a feller to trust in this world? The idea of Jim going back on a partner for 1,000. I wouldn't have believed he's done it for 1,000,000. And he told 'em he'd cram it down their throats if they mentioned it again. Bully! Hooray for Jim! Shouted the colonel. What do you take, fellers? Fill high. Here's to Jim, the feller that believes his friend's innocent. The colonel looked thoughtfully into his glass, and remarked, as if to his own reflection therein, "Ain't many such men here, nor nowhere else," after which he drank the toast himself. "But that don't explain what Tarpaulin went for," said the colonel suddenly. "Yes, it does," said the exasperating weasel, shutting his thin lips so tightly that it was hard to see where his mouth was. "What?" exclaimed the colonel. "Would take a 4-horse corkscrew to get anything out of you, you dried-up little scoundrel?" "Why," replied Weasel, greatly pleased by the colonel's compliment, "after what you said about hair and beard hiding a man, one of them fellers cut a card and held it over the picture so as to hide hair and chin. The forehead and face and nose and ears was Tarpaulin, and nobody else's." "Lightnin's blazes!" roared the colonel. "Ah! Why, Tarpaulin hisself came into my shanty and looked at the picture and talked to them about it. Trot out your glassware, barkeeper. Got to drink to a feller that's as cool as that." The boys drank with the colonel, but they were too severely astonished to enjoy the liquor particularly. In fact, old Bermuda, who had never taken anything but plain rye, drank 3 fingers of claret that day, and did not know of it until told. The colonel's mind was unusually excited. It seemed to him there were a number of probabilities upon which to hang bets. He walked outside, that his meditation might be undisturbed, but in an instant he was back, crying, "Lady comin'!" Shirt sleeves and trouser legs were hurriedly rolled down, shirt collars were buttoned, hats were dusted, and then each man went leisurely out with the air of having merely happened to leave the saloon, an air which imposed upon no disinterested observer. Coming up the trail beside the creek were a middle-aged gentleman and a young lady, both on horseback. The gentleman's dress and general style plainly indicated that he was not a miner, nor a storekeeper, nor a barkeeper, while it was equally evident that the lady was neither a washerwoman, a cook, nor a member of either of the very few professions which were open to ladies on the Pacific coast in those days. This much every miner quickly decided for himself, but after so deciding, each miner reached the uttermost extremity of his wits and devoted himself to staring. The couple reined in before the saloon, and the gentleman drew something small and black and square from his pocket. "Gentlemen," said he, "we are looking for an old friend of ours, and have traced him to this camp. We scarcely know whether it would be any use to give his name, but here is his picture. Can anyone remember having seen the person here?" Everyone looked toward Colonel Two, he being the man with the most practical tongue in camp. The colonel took the picture, and Weasel slipped up behind him and looked over his shoulder. The colonel looked at the picture, abruptly handed it back, looked at the young lady, and then gazed vacantly into space, and seemed very uncomfortable. "Been here, but gone," said the colonel at length. "Where did he go? Do you know?" asked the gentleman, while the lady's eyes dropped wearily. "Nobody knows. Only been gone a day or 2," replied the colonel. The colonel had a well-developed heart, and, relying on what he considered the correct idea of Jim Hockson's mission, ventured to say, "He'll be back in a day or 2. Left all his things." Suddenly Weasel raised his diminutive voice and said, The determined grip of the colonel's hand interrupted the communication which Weasel attempted to make, and the colonel hastily remarked, "There's a feller gone for him that's sure to fetch him back." Who is it?" asked the young lady, hesitatingly. "Well, ma'am," said the colonel, "as your father, I suppose leastways, said 'tain't much use to give names in this part of the world, but the name he's going by is Jim Hockson." The young lady screamed and fell. 4. "Whether to do it or not is what bothers me," soliloquized Mr. Weasel, pacing meditatively in front of the saloon. "The old man offers me 2,000 to get Tarpaulin away from them fellers, and let him know where to meet him and his daughter. 2,000's a pretty penny, the bein' picked out by so smart a lookin' man as an honor big enough to set off agin a few $100 more. But, on t'other hand, if they catch him, they'll come back here, and who knows but what they'll want the old man and girl as bad as they want a tarpaulin. A bird in the hand's worth two in the bush. Better keep near the ones I got, I reckon. Here they come now." As Mr. Weasel concluded his dialogue with himself, Mr. Botane and Millicent approached in company with the colonel. The colonel stopped just beyond the saloon, and said, "Now, here's your best pint. You can see the hill trail for better'n 5 miles, and the crick for 1.5 miles. I'll just have a shed knocked together to keep the lady from the sun. And keep a stiff upper lip, both of yer. Trust Jim Hockson. Nobody in the mines ever knowed him to fail." Millicent shivered at the mention of Jim's name, and the colonel, unhappily ignorant of the cause of her agitation, tried to divert her mind from the chances of harm to Tarpaulin by growing eloquent in praise of Jim Hockson. Suddenly the colonel himself started, and grew pale. He quickly recovered himself, however, and, with the delicacy of a gentleman, walked rapidly away, as Millicent and her father looked in the direction from which the colonel's surprise came. There, handcuffed, with beard and hair singed close, clothes torn, and face bleeding, walked Ethelbert Brown between the two detectives, while Jim Hockson, with head bowed and hands behind his back, followed a few yards behind. Someone gave the word at the saloon, and the boys hurried out, but the colonel pointed significantly toward the sorrowful couple, while with the other hand he pointed an ugly pistol, cocked, toward the saloon. Millicent hurried from her father's side and flung her arms about the sorry figure of her lover, and Jim Hockson, finding his pathway impeded, raised his eyes, and then blushed violently. "Sorry for you, sir," said one of the detectives, touching his hat to Mr. Botane, "but can't help being glad we got a day ahead of you." "What amount of money will buy your prisoner?" demanded the unhappy father. "Beg pardon, sir, very sorry, but we'd be compounding felony in that case, you know," replied one of the officers, gazing with genuine pity at the weeping girl. "Don't worry," whispered the colonel in Mr. Botane's ear. "We'll clean out them 2 fellers and let Tarpaulin loose again. Every feller come here for something, darn it," with which sympathizing expression the colonel again retired. "I'll give you as much as the bank offers," said Mr. Botane. "Very sorry, sir, but can't," replied the detective. "We'd be just as bad then in the eyes of the law as before. Reward 5,000, bank lose 25,000, 30,000 in odd figures is least we could take. Even that wouldn't be regular, but it would be a safe risk, seeing all the bank cares for is gets money back." Mr. Botane groaned. "We'll make it as pleasant as we can for you, sir," continued the detective. "If you and the lady'll go back on the ship with us, we'll give him the liberty of the ship as soon as we're well away from the land. We'd consider it our duty to watch him, of course, but we'd try to do it so as not to give offense. We've got hearts, though we are in this business. Hope you can buy him clear when you get home, sir." "I've sacrificed everything to get here. I can never clear him," sighed Mr. Botane. "I can!" exclaimed a clear, manly voice. Millicent raised her eyes, and for the first time saw Jim Hockson. She gave him a look in which astonishment, gratitude, and fear strove for the mastery, and he gave her a straightforward, honest, respectful look in return. The 2 detectives dropped their lower jaws alarmingly, and raised their eyebrows to their hat rims. "The bank at San Francisco has an agent here," said Jim. "Colonel, won't you fetch him?" The colonel took a lively double quick, and soon returned with a business-looking man. "Mr. Green," said Jim, "please tell me how much I have in your bank." The clerk looked over a small book he extracted from his pocket, and replied briefly, "Over 2,000 ounces." "Please give these gentlemen a check, made whatever way they like it, for the equivalent of $30,000. I'll sign it," said Jim. The clerk and one of the detectives retired to an adjacent hut, and soon called Jim. Jim joined them, and immediately he and the officer returned to the prisoner. "It's all right, Maxley," said the other. "Let him go." The officer removed the handcuffs, and Ethelbert Brown was free. His first motion was to seize Jim's hand. "Hockson, tell me why you helped those detectives," said he. "Revenge," replied Jim. "For what?" cried Brown, changing color. "Gaining Millie Botane's love," replied Jim. Brown looked at Millicent and read the story from her face. He turned toward Jim a wondering look, and asked slowly, "Then why did you free me?" "Because she loved you," said Jim, and then he walked quietly away. 5. "Why, Miss Pekin, it's a fact. Eben Javash, that went out better'n a year ago, has got back, and he was at the next diggin's and heerd all about it. Seems the officers catched Brown, and Jim Hockson gave him $30,000 to pay him, and the bank, too, and then they let him go. Might's well kept his money, though, seeing Brown washed overboard on the way back." "I ain't a bettin' man," said the deacon, "but I'd risk our white-faced cow that them $30,000 preached the greatest sermon ever heerd in Californy, in Cranket either." Miss Perkin threw a withering glance at the deacon. It was good he was not on trial for heresy, with Miss Pekin for judge and jury. She continued, "Eben says there was a feller named Weasel that hid close by, and heerd all 'twas said, and when he went to the rum shop and told the miners, they hoorayed for Jim as if they was mad, just like them crazy fellers. They ain't no idea when money's wasted." "The Lord waste all the money in the world that way," devoutly exclaimed the deacon. "And that feller Weasel," continued Miss Pekin, giving the deacon's pet cat a vicious kick, "though he'd always been economical, and never set a bad example before by persuadin' folk to be intemperate, actually drored a pistol and fit with a feller they call Colonel, too, fit for the chance of askin' the crowd to drink to Jim Hockson, and then went round to all the diggin's, tellin' about Jim, and wastin' his money treatin' folks to drink good luck to Jim. Disgraceful!" "It's what I'd call a powerful conversion," remarked the deacon. "But there's more," said Miss Pekin, with a sigh, and yet with an air of importance befitting the bearer of wonderful tidings. "What?" eagerly asked Mrs. Cranket. "Jim's back," said Miss Pekin. "Mercy on us!" cried Mrs. Cranket. "The Lord bless and prosper him!" earnestly exclaimed the deacon. "Well," said Miss Pekin, with a disgusted look, "I s'pose he will, from the looks of things, fur Eben says that when Weasel told the fellers how it all was, they went to work and put gold dust in a box for Jim till there was more than he give for Brown, and fellers from all round's been sendin' him dust ever since. He's mighty sight the richest man anywhere near this town." "Good! Bless the Lord!" cried the deacon, with delight. "You ain't heard all of it, though," continued Miss Perkins, with a funereal countenance. "They're goin' to be married." "Sakes alive!" gasped Mrs. Cranket. "It's so," said Miss Pekin, "and they say she went for him by way of the Isthmus, and he come back that way. Bad enough to marry him, when poor Brown ain't been dead 6 months, but to send for him was a real noble, big-hearted, womanly thing to do," declared Mrs. Cranket, snatching off her spectacles, "and I'd done it myself, if I'd been her." The deacon gave his old wife an enthusiastic hug, upon seeing which Miss Pekin hastily departed, with a severely shocked expression of countenance, and a nose aspiring heavenward. End of Story 2. Story 3 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 3, Making His Mark. Black Hat was, in 1851, about as peaceful and well-regulated a village as could be found in the United States. It was not on the road to any place, so it grew but little. The dirt paid steadily and well, so but few of the original settlers went away. The march of civilization, with its churches and circuses, had not yet reached Black Hat. Marriages never convulsed the settlement with the pet excitement of villagers generally, and the inhabitants were never arrayed at sword's point by either religion, politics, or newspapers. To be sure, the boys gambled every evening and all day Sunday, but a famous player who once passed that way on a prospecting trip declared that even a preacher would get sick of such playing, for as everybody knew everybody else's game, and as all men who played other than squarely had long since been required to leave, there was an utter absence of pistols at the table. Occasionally disagreements took place, to be sure. They have been taking place even among the best people since the days of Cain and Abel, but all difficulties at Black Hat, which did not succumb to force of jaw, were quietly locked in the bosoms of the disputants until the first Sunday. Sunday at Black Hat orthodoxically commenced at sunset on Saturday, and was piously extended through to working time on Monday morning, and during this period of 36 hours there was submitted to arbitrament by knife or pistol all unfinished rows of the week. On Sunday was also performed all of the hard drinking at Black Hat, but through the week the inhabitants worked as steadily and lived as peacefully as if surrounded by church steeples, courthouses, and jails. Whether owing to the inevitable visitations of the great disturber of affairs at the Garden of Eden, or only in the due course of that development which affects communities as well as species, we know not, but certain it is that suddenly the city fathers at Black Hat began to wear thoughtful faces and wrinkled brows, to indulge in unusual periods of silence, and to drink and smoke as if these consoling occupations were pursued more as a matter of habit than of enjoyment. The prime cause of the uneasiness of these good men was a red-faced, red-haired, red-whiskered fellow, who had been nicknamed Captain on account of the military cut of the whiskers mentioned above. The captain was quite a good fellow, but he was suffering severely from the last infirmity of noble minds, ambition. He had gone West to make a reputation, and so openly did he work for it that no one doubted his object, and so untiring and convincing was he, that in 2 short weeks he had persuaded the weaker of the brethren at Black Hat that things in general were considerably out of joint, and, as a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump, every man at Black Hat was soon discussing the captain's criticisms, and was neglecting the more peaceful matters of cards and drink, which had previously occupied their leisure hours. The captain was always fully charged with opinions on every subject, and his eloquent voice was heard at length on even the smallest matter that interested the camp. One day a disloyal miner remarked, "Captain's jaws is a regular air-drigger. Reckon he'll run the camp when Whitey leaves." Straightway a devout respecter of the powers that be carried the remark to Whitey, the chief of the camp. Now it happened that Whitey, an immense but very peaceable and sensible fellow, had just been discussing with some of his adherents the probable designs of the captain, and this new report seemed to arrive just in time, for Whitey instantly said, "Thar he goes agin, do you see, pokin' his shovel in all round. Now, ef the boys want me to leave, they can say so, and I'll go. 'Tain't the easiest claim in the world to work, runnin' this camp ain't, and I'll never hanker to be chief nowhar else. But seein' I've stuck to the boys, and seen 'em through from the fust, 'twouldn't be exactly gentlemanly, 'pears to me." And for a moment Whitey hid his emotions in a tin cup, from which escaped perfumes suggesting the rye fields of Kentucky. "Nobody wants you to go, Whitey," said Wolverine, one of the chief's most faithful supporters. "Didn't you kick that New Hampshire feller out of camp when he kept a-sayin' the saloon was the gates of hell?" "Well," said the chief, with a flush of modest pride, "I don't deny it, but I won't remind the boys of it ef they've forgot it." "And didn't you go to work," said another, "when all the fellers was a-askin' what was to be done with them Chinesers? Didn't you just order the boys to clean 'em out to onct?" "That ain't the best thing yer done, neither," exclaimed a third. "I wonder does any of them galoots forget how the saloon got afire when everybody was asleep? how the chief turned out the camp, and after the barkeeper got out the door, how the chief rushed in and rolled out all 3 of the barrels, and then went dead bent for the river with his clothes all a-blazin'. Where we'd been for a couple of weeks if it hadn't been for them barrels." The remembrance of this gallant act so affected Wolverine that he exclaimed, "Whitey, we'll stick to yer like tar and feather, and if Captain and his friends get troublesome, we'll just show 'em the trail, and suggest they big enough to get up a concern of their own instead of trying to steal somebody else's." The chief felt that he was still dear to the hearts of his subjects, and so many took pains that day to renew their allegiance that he grew magnanimous. In fact, when the chief that evening invited the boys to drink, he pushed his own particular bottle to the captain, an attention as delicate as that displayed by a clergyman when he invites into his pulpit the minister of a different creed. Still the captain labored. So often did the latter stand treat that the barkeeper suddenly ran short of liquor, and was compelled, for a week, to restrict general treats to 3 per diem until he could lay in a fresh stock. The captain could hit corks and $half in the air almost every time, but no opportunity occurred in which he could exercise his marksmanship for the benefit of the camp. He also told any number of good stories, at which the boys, Whitey included, laughed heartily. He sang jolly songs with a very fair tenor voice, and all the boys joined in the chorus, and he played a banjo in style, which always set the boys to capering as gracefully as a crowd of bachelor bears. But still Whitey remained in camp and in office, and the captain, who was as humane as he was ambitious, had no idea of attempting to remove the old chief by force. On Monday night the whole camp retired early and slept soundly. Monday had at all times a very short evening at Black Hat, for the boys were generally weary after the duties and excitements of Sunday. But on this particular Monday a slide had threatened on the hillside, and the boys had been hard at work cutting and carrying huge logs to make a break or barricade. So, soon after supper, they took a drink or two and sprinkled to their several huts, and Black Hat was at peace. There were no dogs or cats to make night hideous, no uneasy roosters to be sounding alarm at unearthly hours, no horrible policemen thumping the sidewalks with clubs, no fashionable or dissipated people rattling about in carriages. Excepting an occasional cough or sneeze or overloud snore, the most perfect peace reigned at Black Hat. Suddenly a low but heavy rumble and a trembling of the ground roused every man in camp, and rushing out of their huts, the miners saw a mass of stone and earth had been loosened far up the hillside, and were breaking over the barricade in one place and coming down in a perfect torrent. They were fortunately moving toward the river, on a line obstructed by no houses, though the hut of old Miller, who was very sick, was close to the rocky torrent. But while they stared, a young pine tree, perhaps a foot thick, which had been torn loose by the rocks and brought down by them, suddenly tumbled, root first, over a steep rock a few feet in front of old Miller's door. The leverage exerted by the lower portion of the stem threw the whole tree into a vertical position for an instant, then it caught the wind, tottered, and finally fell directly on the front of old Miller's hut, crushing in the gable and a portion of the front door, and threatening the hut and its unfortunate occupant with immediate destruction. A deep groan and many terrible oaths burst from the boys, and then, with one impulse, they rushed to the tree and attempted to move it, but it lay at an angle of about 45 degrees from the horizontal, its roots heavy with dirt, on the ground in front of the door, and its top high in the air. The boys could only lift the lower portion, but should they do so, then the hut would be entirely crushed by the full weight of the tree. There was no window through which they could get Miller out, and there was no knowing how long the frail hut could resist the weight of the tree. Suddenly a well-known voice was heard shouting, "Keep your head level, Miller, old chap. We'll have you out of that in no time. Hurry up, somebody, and borrow the barkeeper's ropes. While I'm cutting, throw a rope over the top, and when she commences to go, haul all together, and suddenly then 'twill clear the hut." In an instant later the boys saw, by the bright moonlight, the captain, bareheaded, barefooted, with open shirt, standing on the tree directly over the crushed gable, and chopping with frantic rapidity. "Hooray for Cap'n!" shouted someone. "Hooray!" replied the crowd, and a feeble hooray was heard from between the logs of old Miller's hut. 2 or 3 men came hurrying back with the ropes, and one of them was dexterously thrown across a branch of the tree. Then the boys distributed themselves along both ends of the rope. "Easy!" screamed the captain. "Plenty of time. I'll give the word. When I say 'now,' pull quick and together. I won't be long." And big chips flew in undiminished quantity, while a commendatory murmur ran along both lines of men, and Whitey, the chief, knelt with his lips to one of the chinks of the hut, and assured old Miller that he was perfectly safe. "Now!" shrieked the captain suddenly. In his excitement, he stepped toward the top instead of the root of the tree. In an instant, the top of the tree was snatched from the hut, but it tossed the unfortunate captain into the air as easily as a sling tosses a stone. Everyone rushed to the spot where he had fallen. They found him senseless, and carried him to the saloon, where the candles were already lighted. One of the miners, who had been a doctor, promptly examined his bruises, and exclaimed, "He's 2 or 3 broken ribs, that's all. It's a wonder he didn't break every bone in his body. He'll be around all right inside of a month." "Gentlemen," said Whitey, "I resign. All in favor of the captain will please say aye." "Aye," replied every one. "I don't put the nose," continued Whitey, "'cause I'm a peaceable man, and don't want to have to kick any man mean enough to vote no. Captain, you're boss of this camp, and I'm yourn obediently." The captain opened his eyes slowly, and replied, "I'm much obliged, boys, but I won't give Whitey the trouble. Doctor's mistaken. There's something broken inside, and I haven't got many minutes more to live." "Do your best, captain," said the barkeeper, encouragingly. "Promise me you'll stay alive, and I'll go straight down to Frisco and get you all the champagne you can drink." "You're very kind," replied the captain, faintly, "but I'm sent for, and I've got to go. I've left the East to make my mark, but I didn't expect to make it in real estate. Whitey, I was a fool for wanting to be chief of Black Hat, and you've forgiven me like a gentleman and a Christian. It's getting dark. I'm thirsty. I'm gone." The doctor felt the captain's wrist and said, "Fact, gentlemen, he's panned his last dirt." "Do the honors, boys," said the barkeeper, placing glasses along the bar. Each man filled his glass, and all looked at Whitey. "Boys," said Whitey solemnly, "if the captain had struck a nugget, good luck might have spiled him, and he'd have been chief of Black Hat or any other place. He might have got shot. But he's made his mark, so nobody begrudges him, and nobody can rub it out. So here's to the captain's mark, a dead sure thing. Bottoms up." The glasses were emptied in silence, and turned bottoms uppermost on the bar. The boys were slowly dispersing, when one, who was strongly suspected of having been a church member, remarked, "He was took of a sudden, so he shouldn't be stuck up." Whitey turned to him and replied with some asperity, "Young man, you'll be lucky if you're stuck up as high as the captain." And all the boys understood what Whitey meant. End of Story 3. Story 4 of A Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 4, Codago. 2:00 a.m. is supposed to be a popular sleeping hour the world over, and as Flatfoot Bar was a portion of the terrestrial sphere, it was but natural to expect its denizens to be in bed at that hour. Yet, on a certain morning 20 years ago, when there was neither sickness nor a fashionable entertainment to excuse irregular hours in camp, a bright light streamed from the only window of Chagres Charlie's residence at Flatfoot Bar, and inside of the walls of Chagres Charlie's domicile were half a dozen miners engaged in earnest conversation. Flatfoot Bar had never formally elected a town committee, for the half-dozen men aforesaid had long ago modestly assumed the duties and responsibilities of city fathers, and so judicious had been their conduct that no one had ever expressed a desire for a change in government. The 6 men, in half a dozen different positions, surrounded Chagres Charlie's fire and gazed into it as intently as if they were fire worshippers awaiting the utterances of a salamanderish oracle. But the doughty Puritans of Cromwell's time, while they trusted in God, carefully protected their powder from moisture, and the devout Mohammedan, to this day, ties up his camel at night before committing it to the keeping of the higher powers. So it was but natural that the anxious ones at Flatfoot Bar vigorously ventilated their own ideas while they longed for light and knowledge. "They ain't ornaments to camp, no way you can fix it, them greasers ain't," said a tall miner, bestowing an effective kick upon a stick of firewood which had departed a short distance from his neighbors. "Mississip's right, fellers," said the host. "They ain't got the slightest idea of the duties of citizens. They show themselves down to the saloon, to be sure, and I never seed one of 'em a-waterin' his liquor, but when you've said that, you've said everything." "Our distinguished friend speaks truthfully," remarked Nappy Boney, the only Frenchman in camp, and possessing a nickname playfully contracted from the name of the first emperor. La Gloire is nothing to them. Comprehends anyone that they know not even of France's most illustrious son, Le Petit Caporal? "That's bad, to be sure," said Texas, cutting an enormous chew of tobacco, and passing both plug and knife. "But that might be overlooked. Maybe the schools down in Mexico ain't up with the times. What I'm down on is they ain't got none of the edication that comes natural to a gentleman, even if he never seed the outside of a schoolhouse. Who ever heerd of one of 'em having a difficulty with any gentleman at the saloon or on the crick? They draw a good deal of blood, and it's allers from some of their own kind, and up there by 'emselves. If they had a grain of public spirit, not to say liberality, they'd do some of their amusements before the rest of us, instead of gouging the camp out of its constitutional amusements. Why, I've knowed the time when I've held in fur 6 hours on a stretch, till there could be fellers enough round to get a good deal of enjoyment out of it." "They wash out a sight of dust," growled Lynn Taps from the Massachusetts Shoe District, "but I never could get one of 'em to put up an ounce on the game. They just play by 'emselves, and keep all their washins to home. Blarst 'em all! Let's give 'em tickets of leave, and show 'em the trail," roared Bracelets, a stout Englishman, who had on each wrist a red scar, which had suggested his name and unpleasant situations. "I believe in fair play, but I daren't keep my eyes off of them sleepy-looking tops when their flippers is anywheres near their knives, you know." "Well, what's to be done to 'em?" demanded Lynn Taps. "All this jawing's well enough, but jaw never cleared out anybody, 'cept that time Samson tried, and then it come from an individual that wasn't related to any of this crowd." "Let 'em alone till next time they get into a muss, and then clean 'em out of camp," said Chagres Charlie. "Let's have it understood that while this camp cheerfully recognizes the right of a gentleman to shoot at sight and lay out his man, that it considers stabbing in the dark's the same thing as murder. Them's our principles, and folks might's well know them fust as last. Good Lord, what's that?" All the men started to their feet at the sound of a long, loud yell. "That's one of 'em now!" ejaculated Mississip, with a huge oath. "Nobody but a greaser can holler that way. Sounds like the last despairin' cry of a dyin' mule. There's only 8 or 9 of 'em, and each of us is good for 2 greasers apiece. Let's make 'em get this minute." And Mrs. Sipp dashed out of the door, followed by the other 5, revolvers in hand. The Mexicans lived together in a hut made of rawhides, one of which constituted the door. The devoted 6 reached the hut. Texas snatched aside the hide, and each man presented his pistol at full cock. But no one fired. On the contrary, each man slowly dropped his pistol and opened his eyes. There was no newly made corpse visible, nor did any greasers savagely wave a bloody stiletto. But on the ground, insensible, lay a Mexican woman, and about her stood 7 or 8 greasers, each looking even more dumb, incapable, and solemn than usual. The city fathers felt themselves in an awkward position, and Mrs. Sipp finally asked, in the meekest of tones, "What's the matter?" "She Codago's wife," softly replied the Mexican. "They fight in Chihuahua. He run away. She follow. She come here now. This minute. She fall on Codago. She say something we know not. He scream and run." "He's a low-lived scoundrel," said Jagger's Charlie, between his teeth. "If my wife thort enough of me to follow me to the diggin's, I wouldn't do much running away. He's a regular black-hearted, white-livered—" "Shh!" whispered Nappy, the Frenchman. "The lady is recovering, and she may have a heart." "Maria Madre Purissima!" low wailed the woman. Mi niño pertito." "What's she a-sayin'?" asked Lynn Taps in a whisper. "She talk about a little boy lost," said the Mexican. "And her husband gone, too, poor woman," said Jagger's Charlie, in the most sympathizing tones ever heard at Flatfoot Bar. "But a doctor be more good to her jest now than 40 sich husbands as hern. Where's the nearest doctor, fellas?" continued Jagger's Charlie. "Up to Dutch Hill," said Texas, "and I'll see he's fetched inside of 2 hours." Saying which, Texas dropped the rawhide door and hurried off. The remaining 5 strolled slowly back to Jagger's Charlie's hut. "Them greasers hain't never got nothin'," said Mrs. Sipp suddenly, "and that woman'll lay there on the bare ground all night 'fore they think of makin' her comfortable. Who's got an extra blanket?" "I," said each of the 4 others, and Nappy Boney expressed the feeling of the whole party by exclaiming, "The blue sky's enough good to cover man when woman needs blankets." Hastily Mrs. Sipp collected the 4 extra blankets, and both of his own, and as he sped toward the Mexican hut, he stopped several times by the way to dexterously snatch blankets from sleeping forms. "Here ye be," said he, suddenly entering the Mexican hut, and startling the inmates into crossing themselves violently. "Make the poor thing a decent bed, and we'll have a doctor here pretty soon." Mrs. Sipp had barely vanished when a light scratching was heard on the door. A Mexican opened it and saw Nappy Boney with extended hand and bottle. "It is the eau de vie of la belle France," he whispered. "Tenderly I have cherished, but it is at the lady's service." Jagger's Charlie, Lynn Taps, and Bracelets were composing their nerves with pipes about the fire they had surrounded early in the morning. Lynn Taps had just declared his disbelief of a soul inside of the Mexican frame, when the door was thrown open, and an excited Mexican appeared. "Her tongue come back!" he cried. "She say she come over mountain. She bring little boy. She no eat, it was long time. Soon she must die. Boy must die. What she do? She put round boy her cloak, and leave him by rock, and hurry to tell. Maybe coyote get him. What can do?" "What can we do?" echoed Lynn Taps. "Turn out every galoot in camp, and follow her tracks till we find it. Souls or no souls, don't make no difference. I'll tramp my legs off afore that child shall be left out in the snow in them mountains." Within 5 minutes every man in camp had been aroused. Each man swore frightfully at being prematurely turned out. Each man hated the greasers with all his heart and soul and strength. But each man, as he learned what was the matter, made all possible haste, and fluently cursed all who were slower than himself. In fact, 2 or 3 irrepressible spirits, consuming with delay, started alone on independent lines of search. Jagger's Charlie appeared promptly, and assumed command. "Boys," said he, "we'll sprinkle out into a line a couple of miles long, and march up the mountain till we reach the snow. When I think it's time, I'll fire 3 times, and then each feller face and tramp to the right, keepin' a keerful lookout for a woman's tracks p'intin' toward camp. There can be no mistaking 'em, for them senoritas has the littlest kind of feet. When any feller finds her tracks, he'll fire, and then we'll rally on him. I wish them other fellers, instead of going off half-cocked, had tracked Codago, the low-life skunk. To think of him running away from wife and young one, too. Forward, git!" "They hain't got no souls. That's what made him do it, Charley," said Lynn Taps, as the men deployed. Steadily the miners ascended the rugged slope. Rocks, trees, fallen trunks, and treacherous holes impeded their progress, but did not stop them. A steady wind cut them to the bone, and grew more keen and fierce as they neared the snow. Suddenly Chagres Charley fired, and the boys faced to the right. A moment later another shot rallied the party. Those nearest it found Nappy Boney in a high state of excitement, and leaning over a footprint. "Mon Dieu!" he cried, "they have not esprit, these Mexicans, but her footprints might have been made by the adorable feet of one of my countrywomen. It is so small." "Yes," said Mississip, "and one of them fellers that started ahead has found it first, for here's a man's track a-going up." Rapidly the excited miners followed the tracks through the snow, and found them gradually leading to the regular trail across the mountain, which trail few men ventured upon at that season. Suddenly the men in advance stopped. "Here 'tis, I reckon," cried Mississip, springing across a small cleft in the rocks, and running toward a dark object lying on the sheltered side of a small cliff. "Good God!" he continued, as he stooped down. "It's Codago, and he's froze stiff." "Serve him right, cuss him," growled Lynn Taps. "I almost wish he had a soul, so he could catch it good and hot, now he's gone." "He's got his pipe with him," shouted Mississip, "and hugging it as tight as if he could take it to wherever he's gone to." "No man with a soul could have been cool enough to pack up his traps after seeing that poor woman's face," argued Lynn Taps. Mississip tore off a piece of his trousers, struck fire with flint and steel, poured on whiskey, and blew it into flame. Rapidly the miners straggled up the trail and halted opposite Mississip. "Well, I'll be durned!" shouted the latter. "He ain't got no shirt on, and there's an ugly cut on his arm. Beats anything I ever seed." One by one the miners leaped the cleft and crowded about Mississip and stared. It was certainly Codago, and there was certainly his pack, made up in his poncho in the usual greaser manner, and held tightly in his arms. But while they stared, there was a sudden movement of the pack itself. Lynn Taps gave a mighty tug at it, extricated it from the dead man's grasp, and rapidly undid it. Suddenly, by the glare of a fresh light, the boys saw the face of a rather dirty, large-eyed, brown-skinned Mexican baby, and the baby, probably by way of recognition, raised high a voice such as the boys never heard before on that side of the Rocky Mountains. "Here's what that cut in his arms means," shouted a miner who had struck a light on the trail. "There's a finger mark done in blood on the snow by the side of the trail, and a pointin' right to that ledge. And here's a shirt a-flappin' on a stick stuck in a snow bank lookin' toward camp. There ain't no doubt about what the woman said to him, or what made him yell and git, boys," said Chagres Charley solemnly, as he took a blanket from his shoulders and spread it on the ground. Mississip took off his hat, and lifting the poor Mexican from the snow, laid him on the blanket. Lynn Taps hid the baby, rewrapped under his own blanket, and hurried down the mountain, while 4 men picked up Codago and followed. Lynn Taps scratched on the rawhide door. The doctor opened it. Lynn Taps unrolled the bundle, and its occupant again raised its voice. The woman, who was lying motionless and with closed eyes, sprang to her feet in an instant, and as Lynn Taps laid his burden on the blankets, the woman, her every dull feature softened and lighted with motherly tenderness, threw her arms about the astonished Yankee, and then fell sobbing at his feet. "You've brought her the only medicine that'll do her any good," said the doctor, giving the baby a gentle dig under the ribs as he picked up his saddle-bags. Lynn Taps made a hasty escape, and reached the saloon, which had been hurriedly opened as the crowd was heard approaching. The bearers of the body deposited it gently on the floor, and the crowd filed in quietly. Lynn Taps walked up to the bar and rapped upon it. "Walk up, boys," he said. "Fill high. Hats off. Here's Codago. Maybe he didn't have a soul, but if he didn't, souls ain't needed in this world. Bottoms up, every man." The toast was drunk, quietly and reverently, and when it was suggested that the greasers themselves should have participated, they were all summoned, and the same toast was drank again. The next day, as the body of Codago was being carried to a newly dug grave on the high ground overlooking the creek, and the Mexicans stood about, as if dumb, staring and incessant smoking were the only proprieties to be observed on such occasions. Lynn Taps thoughtfully offered his arm to the weeping widow, and so sorrowful was she throughout the performance of the sad rites, that Lynn Taps was heard to remark that however it might be with the men, there could be no doubt about Mexican women's possessing souls. As a few weeks later the widow became Mrs. Lynn Taps, there can be no doubt that her second husband's final convictions were genuine. End of Story 4. Story 5 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 5, The Last Pike at Jagger's Bend. Where they came from, no one knew. Among the farmers near the bend there was ample ability to conduct researches beset by far more difficulties than was that of the origin of the Pikes, but a charge of buckshot, which a good-natured Yankee received one evening, soon after putting questions to a venerable Pike, exerted a depressing influence upon the spirit of investigation. They were not bloodthirsty, these Pikes, but they had good reason to suspect all inquirers of being at least deputy sheriffs, if not worse, and a Pike's hatred of officers of the law is equaled in intensity only by his hatred for manual labor. But while there was doubt as to the fatherland of the little colony of Pikes at Jagger's Bend, their every neighbor would willingly make affidavit as to the cause of their locating and remaining at the bend. When humanitarians and optimists argued that it was because the water was good and convenient that the bend itself caught enough driftwood for fuel, and that the dirt would yield a little gold when manipulated by placer and pan, all farmers and stock owners would freely admit the validity of these reasons, but the admission was made with a countenance whose indignation and sorrow indicated that the greater causes were yet unnamed. With eyes speaking emotions which words could not express, they would point to sections of wheat fields minus the grain-bearing heads, to hides and hoofs of cattle unslaughtered by themselves, to mothers of promising calves whose tender bleating answered not the maternal call, to the places which had once known fine horses, but had been untenanted since certain Pikes had gone across the mountains for game. They would accuse no man wrongfully, but in a country where all farmers had wheat and cattle and horses, and where prowling Indians and Mexicans were not, how could these disappearances occur? But to people owning no property in the neighborhood, to tourists and artists, the Pike settlement at the Bend was as interesting and ugly as a Skye terrier. The architecture of the village was of original style, and no duplicate existed. Of the half-dozen residences, one was composed exclusively of sod, another of bark, yet another of poles, roofed with a wagon cover and plastered on the outside with mud. The fourth was of slabs, nicely split from logs which had drifted into the bend. The fifth was of hide stretched over a frame strictly Gothic from foundation to ridgepole, while the sixth, burrowed into the hillside, displayed only the barrel which formed its chimney. A more aristocratic community did not exist on the Pacific coast. Visit the Pikes when you would, you could never see anyone working. Of churches, schoolhouses, stores, and other plebeian institutions there were none, and no Pike demeaned himself by entering trade, or soiled his hands by agriculture. Yet unto this peaceful, contented neighborhood there found his way a visitor who had been everywhere in the world without once being made welcome. He came to the house built of slabs, and threatened the wife of Sam Trotwine, owner of the house, and Sam, after sunning himself uneasily for a day or two, mounted a pony and rode off for a doctor to drive the intruder away. When he returned, he found all the men in the camp seated on a log in front of his own door, and then he knew he must prepare for the worst. Only one of the great influences of the world could force every Pike from his own door at exactly the same time. There they sat, yellow-faced, bearded, long-backed, and bent, each looking like the other, find all like Sam, and as he dismounted they all looked at him. "How is she?" said Sam, tying his horse and the doctor's while the latter went in. "Well," said the oldest man with deliberation, "the women's all thar, if that's any sign." Each man on the log inclined his head slightly but positively to the left, thus manifesting belief that Sam had been correctly and sufficiently answered. Sam himself seemed to regard his information in about the same manner. Suddenly the rawhide which formed the door of Sam's house was pushed aside, and a woman came out and called Sam, and he disappeared from his log. As he entered his hut, all the women lifted sorrowful faces and retired. No one even lingered, for the Pike has not the common human interest in other people's business. He lacks that, as well as certain similar virtues of civilization. Sam dropped by the bedside, and was human. His heart was in the right place, and though heavily entrenched by years of laziness and whiskey and tobacco, it could be brought to the front, and it came now. The dying woman cast her eyes appealingly at the surgeon, and that worthy stepped outside the door. Then the yellow-faced woman said, "Sam, doctor says I ain't got much time left." "Mary," said Sam, "I wish to God I could die fur you. The children—" "It's them I want to talk about, Sam," replied his wife, "and I wish they could die with me rather'n have 'em live as I've had to. Not that you ain't been a kind husband to me, for you have. Whenever I wanted meat, you got it somehow, and when you been ugly drunk, you kep' away from the house. But I'm dying, Sam, and it's 'cause you've killed me." "Good God, Mary!" cried the astonished Sam, jumping up. "You're crazy. Here, doctor." "Doctor can't do no good, Sam. Keep still and listen, ef you love me like you once said you did, for I haven't got much breath left," gasped the woman. "Mary," said the aggrieved Sam, "I swore to God I dunno what you're driving at." "It's jest this, Sam," replied the woman. "You took me, tellin' me you'd love me, and honor me, and protect me. You mean to say now you done it? I'm a-dyin', Sam. I ain't got no favors to ask of nobody, and I'm tellin' the truth, not knowin' what word'll be my last." "Then tell a feller where the killin' came in, Mary, for heaven's sake," said the unhappy Sam. "It's come in all along, Sam," said the woman. "There is women in the States, so I've heerd, that married for a home, and bread and butter; but you promised more'n that, Sam, and I've waited, and it ain't come. And there's somethin' in me that's all starved and cut to pieces, and it's your fault, Sam. I took you for better or for worse, and I've never grumbled." "I know you ain't, Mary," whispered the conscience-stricken Pike, "and I know what you mean. Ef God'll only let yer be for a few years, I'll see ef the thing can't be helped. Don't cuss me, Mary. I've never knowed how I've been a-goin'. I wish there was somethin' I could do 'fore you go, to pay yer all I owe yer. I'd go back on everything that makes life worth havin'." "Pay it to the children, Sam," said the sick woman, raising herself in her miserable bed. "I'll forgive yer everything, if you'll do the right thing for them. Do everything," said the woman, throwing up her arms and falling backward. Her husband's arm caught her. His lips brought to her wan face a smile, which the grim visitor, who an instant later stole her breath, pityingly left in full possession of the rightful inheritance from which it had been so long excluded. Sam knelt for a moment with his face beside his wife. What he said or did the Lord only knew, but the doctor, who was of a speculative mind, afterwards said that when Sam appeared at the door he showed the first Pike face in which he had ever seen any signs of a soul. Sam went to the sod house where lived the oldest woman in the camp, and briefly announced the end of his wife. Then, after some consultation with the old woman, Sam rode to town on one of his horses, leading another. He came back with but one horse and a large bundle, and soon the women were making for Mrs. Trotwine her last earthly robe, and the first new one she had worn for years. The next day a wagon brought a coffin and a minister, and the whole camp silently and respectfully followed Mrs. Trotwine to a home with which she could find no fault. For 3 days all the male Pikes in the camp sat on the log in front of Sam's door and expressed their sympathy, as did the 3 friends of Job, that is, they held their peace. But on the 4th their tongues were unloosed. As a conversationalist, the Pike is not a success, but Sam's actions were so unusual and utterly unheard of that it seemed as if even the stones must have wondered and communed among themselves. "I never heerd of such a thing," said Brown Buck. "He's gone and bought new clothes for each of the 4 young uns." "Yes," said the patriarch of the camp, "and this morning when I went down to the bank to soak my head, 'cause last night's liquor didn't agree with it, I seed Sam with all his young uns, as they was a-washing their faces and hands with soap. They'll catch their death and be on the hill with their mother 'fore long, if he don't look out. Somebody ort to reason with him." "'Twon't do no good," sighed Limping Jim. "He's lost his head, and reason just goes into one ear and out t'other. When he was scraping round the front door t'other day, and I asked him what he was a-laying the ground all bare and desolate for, he said he was done keeping pig pen. Now everybody but him knows he never had a pig. His head's gone, just mark my words." On the morning of the 4th day, Sam's friends had just secured a full attendance on the log, and were at work upon their first pipes, when they were startled by seeing Sam harness his horse in the wagon, and put all his children into it. "Whar you bound for, Sam?" asked the patriarch. Sam blushed as near as a Pike could, but answered with only a little hesitation, "Goin' to take 'em to school to Maxfield. Goin' to do it every day." The incumbent of the log was too nearly paralyzed to remonstrate, but after a few moments of silence, the patriarch remarked, in tones of feeling, yet decision, "He's hed a tough time of it, but he's no business to ruin the settlement. I'm an old man myself, and I need peace of mind. So I'm goin' to pack up my traps and mosey. When the folks at Maxfield knows what he's doin', they'll make him a constable or a justice, and I'm too much of a man to live nigh any sich." And next day the patriarch wheeled his family and property to parts unknown. A few days later, Jim Merrick, a brisk farmer a few miles from the Bend, stood in front of his own house, and shaded his eyes in solemn wonder. It couldn't be. He'd never heard of such a thing before. And yet it was. There was no doubt of it. There was a Pike riding right toward him, in open daylight. He could swear that Pike had often visited him, that is, his wheat field and corral, after dark, but a daylight visit from a Pike was as unusual as a social call of a Samaritan upon a Jew. And when Sam, for it was he, approached Merrick and made his business known, the farmer was more astonished and confused than he had ever been in his life before. Sam wanted to know for how much money Merrick would plow and plant 160 acres of wheat for him, and whether he would take Sam's horse, a fine animal brought from the States, and for which Sam could show a bill of sale, as security for the amount until he could harvest and sell his crop. Merrick so well understood the Pike nature that he made a very liberal offer, and afterwards said he would have paid handsomely for the chance. A few days later, and the remaining Pikes at the Bend experienced the greatest scare that had ever visited their souls. A brisk man came into the bend with a tripod on his shoulder, and a wire chain, and some wire pins, and a queer machine under his arm, and before dark the Pikes understood that Sam had deliberately constituted himself a renegade by entering a quarter section of land. Next morning 2 more residences were empty, and the remaining fathers of the hamlet adorned not Sam's log, but wandered about with faces vacant of all expression save the agony of the patriot who sees his home invaded by corrupting influences too powerful for him to resist. Then Merrick sent up a gang plow and 8 horses, and the tender green of Sam's quarter section was rapidly changed to a dull brown color, which is odious unto the eye of the Pike. Day by day the brown spot grew larger, and one morning Sam arose to find all his neighbors departed, having wreaked their vengeance upon him by taking away his dogs. And in his delight at their disappearance, Sam freely forgave them all. Regularly the children were carried to and from school, and even to Sunday school. Regularly, every evening, Sam visited the grave on the hillside, and came back to lie by the hour looking at the sleeping darlings. Little by little, farmers began to realize that their property was undisturbed. Little by little, Sam's wheat grew and waxed golden, and then there came a day when a man from Frisco came and changed it into a heavier gold, more gold than Sam had ever seen before. And the farmers began to stop in to see Sam, and their children came to see his, and kind women were unusually kind to the orphans, and as day by day Sam took his solitary walk on the hillside, the load on his heart grew lighter, until he ceased to fear the day when he too would lie there. End of Story 5. Story 6 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 6, First Prayer at Hanney's. Hanney's diggings certainly needed a missionary, if any place ever did, but as one of the boys once remarked during a great lack of water, it had to keep it on a needin'. Zealous men came up by steamship via the isthmus, and seemed to consume with their fiery haste to get on board the vessel for China and Japan, and carry the glad tidings to the heathen. Self-sacrificing souls gave up home and friends, and hurried across, overland, to brave the Pacific and bury themselves among the Australasian savages. But though they all passed in sight of Hanney's, none of them paused to give any attention to the souls who had flocked there. Men came out from Frisco and the East to labor with the Chinese miners, who were the only peaceable and well-behaved people in the mines. But the white-faced, good-natured, hard-swearing, generous, heavy-drinking, enthusiastic, murderous Anglo-Saxons they let severely alone. Perhaps they thought that hearts in which the good seed had once been sown, but failed to come up into fruit, were barren soil. Perhaps they thought it preferable to be killed and eaten by cannibals than to be tumbled into a gulch by a revolver shot, while the shootist strolled calmly off in company with his approving conscience, never thinking to ascertain whether his bullet had completed the business, or whether a wounded man might not have to fight death and coyotes together. At any rate, the missionaries let Hanney's alone. If anyone with an unquenchable desire to carry the word where it is utterly unknown, a digestion without fear, and a full-proof article of common sense, these last 2 requisites are absolute, should be looking for an eligible location, Hanney's is just the place for him, and he need give himself no trouble for fear someone would step in before him. If he has several dozens of similarly constituted friends, they can all find similar locations by betaking themselves to any mining camp in the West. As Hanney's had no preacher, it will be readily imagined it had no church. With the first crowd who located there came an insolvent rum-seller from the East. He called himself Pentecost, which was as near his right name as is usual with miners. and the boys dubbed his shop Pentecost Chapel at once. The name somehow reached the East, for within a few months there reached the post office at Hanney's a document addressed to "Preacher in charge of Pentecost Chapel." The postmaster went up and down the brook in high spirits, and told the boys. They instantly dropped shovel and pan, formed line, and escorted the postmaster and document to the chapel. Pentecost acknowledged the joke and stood treat for the crowd, after which he solemnly tore the wrapper and disclosed the report of a certain missionary society. Modestly expressing his gratification at the honor, and his unworthiness of it, he moved that old Thompson, who had the loudest voice in the crowd, should read the report aloud, he, Pentecost, volunteering to furnish Thompson all necessary spirituous aid during the continuance of his task. Thompson promptly signified his acquiescence, cleared his throat with a glass of amber-colored liquid, and commenced, the boys meanwhile listening attentively and commenting critically. "Too much cussed heavenly twang," observed one disapprovingly, as one letter, largely composed of scriptural extracts, was read. "Why the deuce didn't he shoot?" indignantly demanded another, as a tale of escape from heathen pursuers was read. "Shot up women in a derned dark room. Well, I'll be derned," soliloquized a yellow-haired Missourian, as Thompson read an account of a Zenana. "Reckon they'd set an infernal sight higher by women if they was in a diggin' 6 months, fellers?" "You bet," emphatically responded a majority of those present. Before the boys became very restive, Thompson finished the pamphlet, including a few lines on the cover which stated that the society was greatly in need of funds, and that contributions might be sent to the society's financial agent in Boston. Thompson gracefully concluded his service by passing the hat, with the following net result: 2 revolvers, 1 double-barreled pistol, 3 knives, 1 watch, 2 rings, both homemade, valuable, and fearfully ugly, a pocket inkstand, a silver tobacco box, and 40 or 50 ounces of dust and nuggets. Boston Bill, who was notoriously absent-minded, dropped in a pocket-comb, but on being sternly called to order by old Thompson, cursed himself most fluently, and redeemed his disgraceful contribution with a gold double-eagle. The Webfoot, who was the most unlucky man in camp, had been so wrought upon by the tale of one missionary who had lost his all many times in succession, sympathetically contributed his only shovel, for which act he was enthusiastically cursed and liberally treated at the bar, while the shovel was promptly sold at auction to the highest bidder, who presented it with a staggering slap between the shoulders to its original owner. The remaining non-legal tenders were then converted into gold dust, and the whole dispatched by express, with a grim note from Pentecost to the society's treasurer at Boston. As the society was controlled by a denomination which does not understand how good can come out of evil, no detail of this contribution ever appeared in print. But a few months thereafter there did appear at Hanney's a thin-chested, large-headed youth with a heavily loaded mule, who announced himself as duly credited by the aforementioned society to preach the gospel among the miners. The boys received him cordially, and Pentecost offered him the nightly hospitality of curling up to sleep in front of the barroom fireplace. His mule's load proved to consist largely of tracts, which he vigorously distributed, and which the boys used to wrap up dust in. He nearly starved while trying to learn to cook his own food, so some of the boys took him in and fed him. He tried to persuade the boys to stop drinking, and they good-naturedly laughed, but when he attempted to break up the little game which was the only amusement of the camp, the only steady amusement, for fights were short and irregular, the camp rose in its wrath, and the young man hastily rose and went for his mule. But at the time of which this story treats, a missionary would have fared even worse, for the boys were wholly absorbed by a very unrighteous, but still very darling, pleasure. A pair of veteran knifeists, who had fought each other at sight, for almost 10 years, every time they met, had again found themselves in the same settlement, and Hanney's had the honor to be that particular settlement. Judge Briggs, one of the heroes, had many years before discussed with his neighbor, Billy Bent, the merits of 2 opposing brands of mining shovels. In the course of the chat they drank considerable villainous whiskey, and naturally resorted to knives as final arguments. The matter might have ended here, had either gained a decided advantage over the other, but both were skillful, each inflicted and received so near the same number of wounds that the wisest men in camp were unable to decide which whipped. Now, to average Californians in the mines, this is a most distressing state of affairs. The spectators and friends of the combatants waste a great deal of time, liquor, and blood on the subject, while the combatants themselves feel unspeakably uneasy at the neutral ground between victory and defeat. At Sonora, where Billy and the judge had their first encounter, there was no verdict, so the judge indignantly shook the dust from his feet and went elsewhere. Soon Billy happened in at the same place, and a set-to occurred at sight in which the average was so disarranged. Both men went about for a month or two in a patched-up condition, and then Billy roamed off, to be soon met by the judge with the usual result. Both men were known by reputation all through the gold regions, and the advent of either at any Gulch or Washin was the best advertisement the saloon-keepers could desire. In the East, hundreds of men would have tried to reason the men out of this feud, and some few would have forcibly separated them while fighting. But in the diggings, any interference in such matters was considered impertinent and deserving of punishment. Hanney's had been fairly excited for a week, for the judge had arrived the week before, and his points had been carefully scrutinized and weighed time and again by every man in the camp. There seemed nothing unusual about him. He was of middle size and long hair and beard, a not unpleasant expression, and very dirty clothes. He never jumped a claim, always took his whiskey straight, played as fair a game of poker as the average of the boys, and never stole a mule from anyone whiter than a Mexican. The boys had just about ascertained all this, and made their blind bets on the result of the next fight, when the whole camp was convulsed with the intelligence that Billy Bent had also arrived. Work immediately ceased, except in the immediate vicinity of the champions, and the boys stuck close to the chapel, that being the spot where the encounter should naturally take place. Miners thronged in from 50 miles around, and nothing but a special mule express saved the camp from the horror of Pentecost's bar being inadequate to the demand. Between straight bets and hedging, most of the gold dust in camp had been put up, for a bet is the only California backing of an opinion. As the men did not seem to seek each other, the boys had ample time to grind things down to a pint, as the camp concisely expressed it, and the matter had given excuse for a dozen minor fights, when order was suddenly restored one afternoon by the entrance of Billy and his neighbors, just as the judge and his neighbors were finishing a drink. The boys immediately and silently formed a ring, on the outer edge of which were amassed all the men who had been outside, and who came pouring in like flies before a shower. No one squatted or hugged the wall, for it was understood that these two men fought only with knives, so the spectators were in a state of abject safety. The judge, after settling for the drinks, turned and saw for the first time his enemy. "Hello, Billy," said he pleasantly. "Let's take a drink first." Billy, who was a red-haired man with a snapping turtle mouth, but not a vicious-looking man for all that, briefly replied, "All right," and these two determined enemies clinked their glasses with the unconcern of mere social drinkers. But after this they proceeded promptly to business. The judge, who was rather slow on his guard, was the owner of a badly cut arm within 3 minutes by the barkeeper's watch, but not until he had given Billy, who was parrying a thrust, an ugly gash in his left temple. There was a busy hum during the adjustment of bets on first blood, and the combatants very considerately refrained from doing serious injury during this temporary distraction. But within 5 minutes more they had exchanged chest wounds, but too slight to be dangerous. Betting became furious. Each man fought so splendidly that the boys were wild with delight and enthusiasm. Bets were roared back and forth, and when Pentecost, by virtue of his universally conceded authority, commanded silence, there was a great deal of finger telegraphy across the circle, and head-shaking in return. Such exquisite carving had never before been seen at Hanney's. That was freely admitted by all. Men pitied absent miners all over the state, and wondered why this delightful, lingering, long-drawn-out system of slaughter was not more popular than the brief and commonplace method of the revolver. The Webfoot rapturously and softly quoted the good doctor's Watts. "My willing soul would stay in such a place as this," and when suddenly his cup of bliss was clashed to the ground, for Billy, stumbling, fell upon his own knife, and received a severe cut in the abdomen. Wounds of this sort are generally fatal, and the boys had experience enough in such matters to know it. In an instant the men who had been calmly viewing a life-and-death conflict bestirred themselves to help the sufferer. Pentecost passed the bottle of brandy over the counter. Half a dozen men ran to the spring for cold water. Others hastily tore off coats and even shirts, with which to soften a bench for the wounded man. No one went for the doctor, for that worthy had been viewing the fight professionally from the first, and had knelt beside the wounded man at exactly the right moment. After a brief examination, he gave his opinion in the following professional style: "No go, Billy, you're done for." "Good God!" exclaimed the judge, who had watched the doctor with breathless interest. "Ain't there no chance?" "Nary," replied the doctor, decidedly. "I'm a ruined man I'm a used up cuss," said the judge, with a look of bitter anguish. "I'd wish I'd gone under, too." "Easy, old hoss," suggested one of the boys. "You didn't do him, you know." "That's what's the matter," roared the judge, savagely. "Nobody'll ever know which of us whipped." And the judge, sorrowful, took himself off, declining most resolutely to drink. Many hearts were full of sympathy for the judge, but the poor fellow on the bench seemed to need most just then. He had asked for someone who could write, and was dictating in whispers a letter to some person. Then he drank some brandy, and then some water. Then he freely acquitted the judge of having ever fought any way but fairly. But still his mind seemed burdened. Finally, in a very thin, weak voice, he stammered out: "I don't want to make it uncomfortable for any of you fellers, but is there a preacher in the camp?" The boys looked at each other inquiringly. Men from every calling used to go to the mines, and no one would have been surprised if a backsliding priest, or even bishop, had stepped to the front. But none appeared, and the wounded man, after looking despairingly from one to another, gave a smothered cry. "Oh, God, has a miserable wetch got to cut himself open, and then flicker out without anybody to say a prayer for him?" The boys looked sorrowful. If gold dust could have bought prayers, Billy would have had a first-class assortment in an instant. "There's a Deacon Adams over to Patton's," suggested a bystander, "and they do say he's a regular rip-roarin' at prayin', but 'twould take 4 hours to go and fetch him." "Too long," said the doctor. "Down in Mexico, at the cathedral," said another, "they pray for a feller after he's dead, when you pay 'em fur it, and they say it's just the thing. Sure pop. I'll give you my word, Billy, and no go back, that I'll see the job done up in style for yer, ef that's any comfort." "I want to hear it myself," groaned the sufferer. "I don't feel right. Can't nobody pray nobody in the crowd?" Again the boys looked inquiringly at each other, but this time it was a little shyly. If he had asked for some one to go out and steal a mule, or kill a bear, or gallop a buck-jumping mustang to 'Frisco, they would have fought for the chance. But praying was entirely out of their line. The silence became painful. Soon slouched hats were hauled down over moist eyes, and shirt sleeves and bare arms seemed to find something unusual to attend to in the boys' faces. Big Brooks commenced to blubber aloud, and was led out by old Thompson, who wanted a chance to get out of doors so he might break down in private. Finally matters were brought to a crisis by Mose. No one knew his other name. Mose uncovered a sandy head, face, and beard, and remarked, "I don't want to put on airs in this here crowd, but ef nobody else can say a word to the Lord about Billy Bent, I'm a-goin' to do it myself. It's a business I've never been in, but there's nothin' like tryin'. This meetin'll come to order to onct." "Hats off in church, gentlemen," commanded Pentecost. Off came every hat, and some of the boys knelt down, as Mose knelt beside the bench and said, "Oh, Lord, here's Billy Bent needs attendin' to. He's panned out his last dust, and he seems to have a purty clear idea that this is his last chance. He wants you to give him a lift, Lord, and it's the opinion of this house that he needs it. 'Tain't none of our business what he's done, and ef it was, you'd know more about it than we could tell yer, but it's mighty sartin that a cuss that's been in the diggin's for years needs a sight of mendin' up before he kicks the bucket." "That's so," responded two or three, very emphatically. "Billy's down, Lord, and no decent man believes that the Lord'd hit a man when he's down, so there's one or two things got to be done. Either he's got to be let alone, or he's got to be helped. Lettin' him alone won't do him or anybody else any good, so helpin's the holt, and as any one nigh us tough fellers would help if we knew how to, it's only fair to suppose that the Lord'll do a mighty sight quicker. Now, what Billy needs is to see the thing in that light, and you can make him do it a good deal better than we can. It's mighty little for the Lord to do, but it's meat and drink and clothes to Billy just now. When we was boys, some of us read some promises of yourn in the book that was writ a good spell ago by chaps in the old country, and though Sunday school teachers and preachers mixed the matter up in our minds and got us all tanglefoot, we know they're dar, and you'll know what we mean. Now, Lord, Billy's jest the boy. He's a hard case, so you can't find no better stuff to work on. He's in a bad fix that we can't do nothin' for, so it's just your chance. He ain't exactly the chap to make an A No. 1 angel, but he ain't the man to forget a friend, so he'll be a handy feller to have round." "Feel any better, Billy?" said Mose, stopping the prayer for a moment. "A little," said Billy, feebly, "but you want to tell the whole yarn. I'm sorry for all the wrong I've done." "He's sorry for all his deviltry, Lord." "And I ain't got nothin' agin the Judge," continued the sufferer. "And he don't bear no malice agin the Judge, which he shouldn't, seein' he generally gin as good as he took. And the long and short of it, Lord, is jest this: he's a dyin', and he wants a chance to die with his mind easy, and nobody else can make it so we leave the whole job in your hands, only puttin' in, fur Billy's comfort, that we recollect hearing how you're forgivin' a dyin' thief, and that it ain't likely you're a-goin' to do harder on a chap that's always paid for what he got. That's the whole story. Amen." Billy's hand, rapidly growing cold, reached for that of Mose, and he said with a considerable effort, "Mose, you come in as handy as a nugget in a gone-up claim. God bless yer, Mose. I feel better inside. If I get through the clouds, and have a livin' chance to say a word to them as is the chiefs dar, that word'll be for you, Mose. God bless yer, Mose, and ef my blessin' no account, it can cuss yer anyhow. This claim's washed out, fellers, and here goes the last shovelful to see ef there's any gold in it er not." And Billy departed this life, and the boys drank to the repose of his soul. End of Story 6. Story 7 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 7, The New Sheriff of Bunker County. He suited the natives exactly. What they would have done had he not been available, they shuddered to contemplate. The county was so new a one that but 3 men had occupied the sheriff's office before Charlie Mansell was elected. Of the 3, the first had not collected taxes with proper vigor, the second was so steadily drunk that aggrieved farmers had to take the law in their own hands regarding horse thieves. The third was, while a terrible man on the chase or in a fight, so good-natured and lazy at other times that the county came to be overrun with rascals. But Charlie Mansell fulfilled every duty of his office with promptness and thoroughness. He was not very well known, to be sure, but neither was anyone else among the 4,000 or 5,000 inhabitants of the new county. He had arrived about a year before Election Day, and established himself as repairer of clocks and watches, an occupation which was so unprofitable at Bunkerville, the county town, that Charlie had an immense amount of leisure time at his disposal. He never hung about the stores or liquor shop after dark. He never told doubtful stories, or displayed unusual ability with cards. Neither did he, on the other hand, identify himself with either of the Bunkerville churches, and yet every one liked him. Perhaps it was because, although short, he was straight and plump, whereas the other inhabitants were thin and bent from many discouraging tussles with ague. Perhaps it was because he was always the first to see the actual merits and demerits of any subject of conversation. Perhaps it was because he was more eloquent in defense of what he believed to be right than the village pastors were in defense of the holy truths to which they were committed. Perhaps it was because he argued Squire Backett out of foreclosing a mortgage on the widow Worth when everyone else feared to approach the squire on the subject. But no matter what the reason was, Charlie Mansell became everyone's favorite, and gave no one an excuse to call him enemy. He took no interest in politics, but one day when a brutal ruffian who had assaulted a lame native escaped because the easy-going sheriff was too slow in pursuing, Charlie was heard to exclaim, "Oh, if I were sheriff!" The man who heard him was both impressionable and practical. He said that Charlie's face when he made that remark looked like Christ's might have looked when he was angry, but the hearer also remembered that the sheriff incumbent's term of office had nearly expired, and he quietly gathered a few leading spirits of each political party, with the result that Charlie was nominated and elected on a fusion ticket. When elected, Charlie properly declined on the ground that he could not file security bonds, but within half an hour of the time the county clerk received the letter of declination, at least a dozen of the most solid citizens of the county waited upon the sheriff-elect and volunteered to go upon his bond, so Charlie became sheriff in spite of himself. And he acquitted himself nobly. He arrested a murderer the very day after his sureties were accepted, and although Charlie was by far the smaller and paler of the two, the murderer submitted tamely and dared not look into Charlie's eye. Instead of scolding the delinquent taxpayers, the new sheriff sympathized with them, and the county treasury filled rapidly. The self-appointed regulators caught a horse thief a week or 2 after Charlie's installment into office, and were about to quietly hang him, after the time-honored custom of Western regulators, when Charlie dashed into the crowd, pointed his pistol at the head of Deacon Bent, the leader of the enraged citizens, remarked that all sorts of murder were contrary to the law he had sworn to maintain, and then led the thief off to jail. The regulators were speechless with indignation for the space of 5 minutes. Then they hurried to the jail, and when Charlie Mansell, with pale face but set teeth, again presented his pistol, they astonished him with 3 roaring cheers, after which each man congratulated him on his courage. In short, Bunkerville became a quiet place. The new sheriff even went so far as to arrest the disturbers of camp meetings. Yet the village boys endorsed him heartily, and would, at his command, go to jail in squads of half a dozen, with no escort but the sheriff himself. Had it not been that Charlie occasionally went to prayer meetings and church, not a rowdy at Bunkerville could have found any fault with him. But not even in an out-of-the-way, malarious Missouri village could a model sheriff be forever the topic of conversation. Civilization moved forward in that part of the world in very queer conveyances sometimes, and with considerable friction. Gamblers, murderers, horse thieves, counterfeiters, and all sorts of swindlers were numerous in lands so near the border, and Bunkerville was not neglected by them. Neither greenbacks nor national banknotes were known at that time, and home productions in the financial direction being very unpopular, there was a decided preference exhibited for the notes of Eastern banks, and no sooner would the issues of any particular bank grow very popular in the neighborhood of Bunkerville than merchants began to carefully examine every note bearing the name of said bank, lest haply some counterfeiter had endeavored to assist in supplying the demand. At one particular time, the suspicions had numerous and well-founded grounds. Where they came from nobody knew, but the county was full of them, and full, too, of wretched people who held the doubtful notes. It was the usual habit of the Bunkerville merchants to put the occasional counterfeits which they received into the drawer with their good notes, and pass them when unconscious of the fact. But at the time referred to, the bad notes were all on the same bank, and it was not easy work to persuade the natives to accept even the genuine issues. The merchants sent for the sheriff, and the sheriff questioned hostlers, liquor sellers, ferry owners, toll-gate keepers, and other people in the habit of receiving money. But the questions were to no effect. These people had all suffered, but at the hands of respectable citizens, and no worse by one than by another. Suddenly the sheriff seemed to get some trace of the counterfeiters. An old negro, who saw money so seldom that he accurately remembered the history of all the currency in his possession, had received a bad note from an immigrant, in payment for some hams. A fortnight later he sold some feathers to a different immigrant, and got a note which neither the storekeeper or liquor seller would accept. The negro was sure the wagon and horses of the second immigrant were the same as those of the first. Then the sheriff mounted his horse and gave chase. He needed only to ask the natives along the road leading out of Bunkerville to show him any money they had received of late, to learn what route the wagon had taken on its second trip. About this time the natives of Bunkerville began to wonder whether the young sheriff was not more brave than prudent. He had started without associates, for he had never appointed a deputy. He might have a long chase, and into counties where he was unknown, and might be dangerously delayed. The final decision, or the only one of any consequence, was made by 4 of the regulators, who decided to mount and hurry after the sheriff and volunteer their aid. By taking turns in riding ahead of their own party, these volunteers learned, at the end of the first day, that Charlie could not be more than 10 miles in advance. They determined, therefore, to push on during the night, so long as they could be sure they were on the right track. An hour more of riding brought them to a cabin where they received startling intelligence. An immigrant wagon, drawn by very good horses, had driven by at a trot, which was a gait previously unheard of in the case of immigrant horses. Then a young man on horseback had passed at a lively gallop. A few moments later a shot had been heard in the direction of the road the wagon had taken. Why hadn't the owner of the house hurried up the road to see what was the matter? Because he minded his own business, and stayed in the house when he heard shooting, he said. "Come on, boys," shouted Bill Bramer, giving his panting horse a touch with his rawhide whip. "Perhaps the sheriff's needin' help this minute, and there's generally rewards when counterfeiters are captured. Maybe sheriff'll give us a share." The whole quartet galloped rapidly off. It was growing dark, but there was no danger of losing a road which was the only one in that part of the country. As they approached a clearing, a short distance in front of them, they saw a dark mass in the center of the road, its outline indicating an emigrant wagon of the usual type. "There they are!" shouted Bill Bramer. "But where's Sheriff? Good Lord! The shot must have hit him." "Reckon it did," said Pete Williamson, thrusting his head forward. "There's some kind of an animal hid behind that wagon, and it don't enjoy bein' led along, for it's kickin' mighty lively. Wouldn't wonder if 'twas Mansell's own pony." "Hoss thieves, too, then?" inquired Bramer. "Then maybe there'll be two rewards." "Yes," said Williamson's young brother, "and maybe we're leavin' poor Charley a dyin' along behind us in the bushes somewhere. Who'll go back and help hunt for him?" The quartet unconsciously slackened speed, and the members thereof gazed rather sheepishly at each other through the gathering twilight. At length the younger Williamson abruptly turned, dismounted, and walked slowly backward, peering in the bushes, and examining all indications in the road. The other three resumed their rapid gallop, Pete Williamson remarking, "That boy allus was the saint of the family. Look out for Longshot, boys, and if there's any money in this job, he's to have a fair share of it. That is Sheriff's horse sure as shootin'. He shall have half of what I make out of it. How'll we take 'em, boys? Bill right, Sam left, and me the rear. If I should get plugged, and there's any money for the crowd, I'll count on you two to see that Brother Jim gets my share. He's got more the mother in him than all four of us other brothers, and why don't they shoot, do you s'pose? Perhaps there ain't nobody but the driver, and he's got his hands full, making them hosses travel along that lively," suggested Bill Bramer. "Or maybe he ain't got time to load. Like enough he's captured the sheriff, and is a-taking him off. We got to be keerful how we shoot." The men gained steadily on the wagon, and finally Bill Bramer felt sure enough to shout, "Halt, or we'll fire!" The only response was a sudden flash at the rear of the wagon. At the same instant the challenger's horse fell dead. "Hang keerfulness about firin'!" exclaimed Bramer. "I'm a-goin' to blaze away." Another shot came from the wagon, and Williamson's horse uttered a genuine cry of anguish and stumbled. The indignant rider hastily dismounted and exclaimed, "It's mighty kind of 'em not to shoot us, but they know how to get away all the same." "They know too much about shootin' for me to foller 'em any more," remarked the third man, running rapidly out of the road and in the shadow caused by a tree. "They can't keep up that gait forever," said Bill Bramer. "I'm goin' to foller 'em on foot if it takes all night. I'll get even with 'em for that hoss they've done me out of." "I'm with you, Bill," remarked Pete Williamson, "and maybe we can snatch their horses just to show 'em how it feels." The third man lifted up his voice. "Allow I've had enough of this here kind of thing," said he, "and I'll get back to the settlement while there's anything for me to get there on. I reckon you'll make a haul, but I don't care. I'd rather be poor than spend a counterfeiter's money." And off he rode, just as the younger Williamson, with refreshed horse, dashed up, exclaiming, "No signs of him back yonder, but there's blood tracks beginning in the middle of the road, and leaning along this way. Come on!" And away he galloped, while his brother remarked to his companion, "If he should have luck and get the reward, you'll be sure to tell him all the good things I've said about him, won't you?" Jim Williamson rode rapidly in the direction of the wagon until, finding himself alone, and remembering what had befallen his companions, he dismounted, tied his horse to a tree, and pursued rapidly on foot. He soon saw the wagon looming up in front of him again, and was puzzled to know how to reach it and learn the truth, when the wagon turned abruptly off the road, and apparently into the forest. Following as closely as he could under cover of the timber, he found that after picking its way among the trees for a mile, it stopped before a small log cabin, of whose existence Jim had never known before. There were some groans plainly audible, as Jim saw one man get out of the wagon and half carry and half drag another man into the hut. A moment later, and a streak of light appeared under the door of the hut, and there seemed to be no windows in the structure. If there were, they were covered. Jim remained behind the sheltering tree for what seemed 2 hours, and then stealthily approached the wagon. No one was in it. Then he removed his boots and stole on tiptoe to the hut. At first he could find no chink or crevice through which to look, but finally on one side of the log chimney he spied a ray of light. Approaching the hole and applying his eye to it, Jim beheld a picture that startled him into utter dumbness. On the floor of the hut, which was entirely bare, lay a middle-aged man with one arm bandaged and bleeding. Seated on the floor, holding the head of the wounded man and raining kisses upon it, sat Bunker County Sheriff. Then Jim heard some conversation, which did not in the least allay his astonishment. "Don't cry, daughter," said the wounded man faintly. "I deserve to be shot by you. I haven't wronged anyone half so much as I have you." Again the wounded man received a shower of kisses, and hot tears fell rapidly upon his face. "Arrest me, take me back, send me to State's prison," continued the man. "Nobody has no good or right. Then I'll feel as if your mother was honestly avenged. I'll feel better if you'll promise to do it." "Father, dear," said the sheriff, "I might have suspected it was you. Oh, if I had have done! But I hoped I had got away from the roach of the cursed business forever. I've endured everything. I've nearly died of loneliness to avoid it, and then to think that I should have hurt my own father." "You're your mother's own daughter, Nellie," said the counterfeiter. "It takes all the pain away to know that I haven't ruined you, that some member of my wretched family is honest. I'd be happy in a prisoner's box if I could look at you and feel that you put me there." "You shan't be made happy in that way," said the sheriff. "I've got you again, and I'm going to keep you to myself. I'll nurse you here. You say that nobody ever found this hut, but the gang, and when you're better the wagon shall take us both to some place where we can live or starve together. The county can get another sheriff easy enough." "And they'll suspect you of being in league with counterfeiters," said the father. "They may suspect me of anything they like," exclaimed the sheriff, "so you love me, and be your own best self, and my good father. But this bare hut, not a comfort that you need, no food, nothing. Oh, if there was only someone who had a heart and could help us." "There is," whispered Jim Williamson with all his might. Both occupants started, and the wounded man's eyes glared like a wolf's. "Don't be frightened," whispered Jim. "I'm yours, body and soul. The devil himself would be if he'd been standing at this hole the last 5 minutes. I'm Jim Williamson. Let me help you, miss." Sheriff?" The sheriff blew out the light, opened the door, and called softly to Jim, led him into the hut, closed the door, relighted the candle, and blushed. Jim looked at the sheriff out of the top of his eyes, and then blushed himself. Then he looked at the wounded man. There was for a moment an awkward silence, which Jim broke by clearing his throat violently, after which he said, "Now, both of you make your minds easy. Nobody'll never find you here. I've hunted through all these woods, but never saw this cabin before. Arm broke?" "No," said the counterfeiter, but it runs in the family to shoot ugly." Again the sheriff kissed the man repeatedly. "Then you can move in 2 or 3 days," said Jim, "if you're taken care of rightly. Nobody'll suspect anything wrong about the sheriff, if he don't turn up again right away. I'll go back to town, throw everybody off the track, and bring out a few things to make you comfortable." Jim looked at the sheriff again, blushed again, and started for the door. The wounded man sprang to his feet, and hoarsely whispered, "Swear! Ask God to send you to hell if you play false. Swear by everything you love and respect and hope for, that you won't let my daughter be disgraced because she happened to have a rascal for her father." Jim hesitated for a moment, and then he seized the sheriff's hand. "I ain't used to swearing, except on something I can see," said he, "and the business is only done in one way." With this he kissed the little hand in his own, and dashed out of the cabin with a very red face. Within 10 minutes Jim met his brother and Bramer. "No use, boys," said he. "Might as well go back. There ain't no fears but what the sheriff will be smart enough to do 'em yet, if he's alive, and if he's dead, we can't help him anyway." "If he's dead," remarked Bill Bramer, "and there's any pay due him, I hope part of it'll come for these horses. Mine's dead, and Pete's might as well be." "Well," said Jim, "I'll go on to town. I want to be out early in the mornin', and see if I can't get a deer, and it's time I was in bed." And Jim galloped off. The horse and man, which might have been seen threading the woods at early daybreak on the following morning, might have set for a picture of one of Sherman's bummers. For a month afterward, Jim's mother bemoaned the unaccountable absence of a tin pail, a meal bag, 2 or 3 blankets, her only pair of scissors, and sundry other useful articles, while her sorrow was increased by the fact that she had to replenish her household stores sooner than she had expected. The sheriff examined so eagerly the articles which Jim deposited in rapid succession on the cabin floor, that Jim had nothing to do but look at the sheriff, which he did industriously, though not exactly to his heart's content. At last the sheriff looked up, and Jim saw 2 eyes full of tears, and a pair of lips which parted and trembled in a manner very unbecoming in a sheriff. "Don't, please," said Jim, appealingly. "I wish I could have done better for you, but somehow I couldn't think of nothing in the house that was fit for a woman, except the scissors." "Don't think about me at all," said the sheriff, quickly. "I care for nothing for myself. Forget that I'm alive." I can't," stammered Jim, looking as guilty as 40 counterfeiters rolled into one. The sheriff turned away quickly, while the father called Jim to his side. "Young man," said he, "you've been as good as an angel could have been, but if you suspect her a minute of being my accomplice, may Heaven blast you. I taught her engraving, villain that I was, but when she found out what the work really was, I thought she'd have died. She begged and begged that I'd give the business up, and I promised and promised, but it isn't easy to get out of a crowd of your own kind, particularly when you're not so much of a man as you should be. At last she got sick of waiting and ran away. Then I grew desperate, and worse than ever. I've been searching everywhere for her. You don't suppose a smart counterfeiter has to get rid of his money in the way I've been doing, do you? I traced her to this part of the state, and I've been going over the roads again and again trying to find her, but I never saw her until she put this hole through my arm last night." "I hadn't any idea who you were," interrupted the sheriff, with a face so full of mingled indignation, pain, and tenderness, that Jim couldn't for the life of him take his eyes from it. "Don't let any one suspect her, young man," continued the father. "I'll stay within reach. Deliver me up, if it should be necessary to clear her." "Trust to me," said Jim. "I know a man when I see him, even if he is a woman." 2 days later the sheriff rode into town, leading behind him the counterfeiter's horses, with the wagon and its contents, with thousands of dollars in counterfeit money. The counterfeiter had escaped, he said, and he had wounded him. Bunkerville ran wild with enthusiasm, and when the sheriff insisted upon paying out of his own pocket the value of Bramer's and Williamson's horses, men of all parties agreed that Charlie Mansell should be run for Congress on an independent ticket. But the sheriff declined the honor, and, declaring that he had heard of the serious illness of his father, insisted upon resigning and leaving the country. Like an affectionate son, he purchased some dress goods, which he said might please his mother, and then he departed, leaving the whole town in sorrow. There was one man in Bunkerville who did not suffer so severely as he might have done by the sheriff's departure, had not his mind been full of strange thoughts. Pete Williamson began to regard his brother with suspicion, and there seemed some ground for his feeling. Jim was unnaturally quiet and abstracted. He had been a great deal with the sheriff before that official's departure, and yet did not seem to be on as free and pleasant terms with him as before. So Pete slowly gathered a conviction that the sheriff was on the track of a large reward from the bank injured by the counterfeiter, that Jim was to have a share for his services on the eventful night, that there was some disagreement between them on the subject, and that Jim was trying the unbrotherly trick of keeping his luck a secret from the brother who had resolved to fraternally share anything he might have obtained by the chase. Finally, when Pete charged his brother with the unkindness alluded to, and Jim looked dreadfully confused, Pete's suspicions were fully confirmed. The next morning Jim and his horse were absent, ascertaining which fact, the irate Peter started in pursuit. For several days he traced his brother, and finally learned that he was at a hotel on the Iowa border. The landlord said he couldn't be seen. He and a handsome young fellow with a big trunk and a tall, thin man, and ex-Judge Bates, were busy together, and had left word they weren't to be disturbed for a couple of hours on any account. Could Pete hang about the door of the room, so as to see him as soon as possible? He was his brother. Well, yes, the landlord thought there wouldn't be any harm in that. The unscrupulous Peter put his eye to the keyhole. He saw the sheriff daintily dressed, and as pretty a lady as ever was, in spite of her short hair. He heard the judge say, "By virtue of the authority in me vested by the state of Iowa, I pronounce you man and wife." And then, with vacant countenance, he sneaked slowly away, murmuring, "That's the sort of reward he got, is it?" "And," continued Pete, after a moment which was apparently one of special inspiration, "I'll bet that's the kind of deer he said he was goin' fur in the mornin' after the chase." End of Story 7. Story 8 of A Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 8, Major Mart's Friend. East Patten was one of the quietest places in the world. The indisposition of a family horse or cow was cause for animated general conversation, and the displaying of a new poster or prospectus on the post office door was the signal for a spirited gathering of citizens. Why, therefore, Major Martt had spent the whole of 3 successive leaves of absence at East Patten, where he hadn't a relative and where no other soldier lived, no one could imagine. Even professional newsmakers never assigned any reason for it, for although their vigorous and experienced imaginations were fully capable of forming some plausible theory on the subject of the Major's fondness for East Patten, they shrank from making public the results of any such labors. It was perfectly safe to circulate some purely original story about any ordinary citizens, but there was no knowing how a military man might treat such a matter when it reached his ears, as it was morally sure to do. Live military men had not been seen in East Patten since the Revolutionary War, 3/4 of a century before the villagers first saw Major Martt, and such soldiers as had been revealed to East Patten through the medium of print were as dangerously touchy as the hair-triggers of their favorite weapons. So East Patten let the Major's private affairs alone, and was really glad to see the Major in person. There was a scarcity of men at East Patten, of interesting men, at least, for the undoubted sanctity of the old men lent no particular graces to their features or manners, while the young men were merely the residuum of an active immigration which had for some years been setting westward from East Patten. When, therefore, the tall, straight, broad-shouldered, clear-eyed, much-whiskered Major appeared on the street, looking, as he always did, as if he had just been shaved, brushed, and polished, the sight was an extremely pleasing one, except to certain young men who feared for the validity of their titles to their respective sweethearts should the Major chance to be affectionate. But the Major gave no cause for complaint. When he first came to the village, he bought Rose Cottage, opposite the splendid Wittleday property, and he spent most of his time his leave of absence always occurring in the summer season, in his garden, trimming his shrubs, nursing his flowering plants, growing magnificent roses, and in some ways acting utterly unlike a man of blood. Occasionally he played a game of chess with Parson Fisher, the jolly ex-clergyman, or smoked a pipe with the Sadler postmaster. He attended all the East Patten tea parties, too, but he made himself so uniformly agreeable to all the ladies that the mothers in Israel agreed with many sighs that the Major was not a marrying man. It may easily be imagined, then, that when one summer the Major reappeared at East Patten with a brother officer who was young and reasonably good-looking, the Major's popularity did not diminish. The young man was introduced as Lieutenant Doyson, who had once saved the Major's life by a lucky shot, as that chieftain with empty pistols was trying to escape from a well-mounted Indian. And all the young ladies in town declared they knew the lieutenant must have done something wonderful, he was so splendid. But with that fickleness which seems in many ways communicable from wicked cities to virtuous villages, East Patten suddenly ceased to exhibit unusual interest in the pair of warriors, for a new excitement had convulsed the village mind to its very center. It was whispered that Mrs. Whittleday, the sole and widowed owner of the great Whittleday property, had wearied of the mourning she wore for the husband she had buried 2 years previously, and that she would soon publicly announce the fact by laying aside her weeds and giving a great entertainment to which every one was to be invited. There was considerable high-toned deprecation of so early a cessation of Mrs. Whittleday's sorrowing, she being still young and handsome, and there was some fault found on the economic ground that the widow couldn't yet have half worn out her mourning garments. But as to the propriety of her giving an entertainment, the voices of East Patten were as one in the affirmative. Such of the villagers as had chanced to sit at meat with the late Scott Whittleday had reported that dishes with unremembered foreign names were as plenty as were the plainer viands on the tables of the old inhabitants. Such East Pattenites as had not been entertained at the Whittleday board rejoiced in a prospect of believing by sight as well as by faith. The report proved to have unusually good foundation. Within a fortnight, each respectable householder received a note intimating that Mrs. Whittleday would be pleased to see self and family on the evening of the following Thursday. The time was short, and the resources of the single store at East Patten were limited, but the natives did their best, and the eventful evening brought to Mrs. Whittleday's handsome parlors a few gentlemen and ladies, and a large number of good people, who, with all the heroism of a forlorn hope, were doing their best to appear at ease and happy. The Major and Lieutenant were there, of course, and both in uniform, by special request of the hostess. The Major, who had met Mrs. Whittleday in city society before her husband's death, and who had maintained a bowing acquaintance with her during her widowhood, gravely presented the Lieutenant to Mrs. Whittleday, made a gallant speech about the debt society owed to her for again condescending to smile upon it, and then presented his respects to the nearest of the several groups of ladies who were gazing invitingly at him. Then he summoned the lieutenant, whose reluctance to leave Mrs. Whittleday's side was rendered no less by a bright smile which that lady gave him as he departed, and made him acquainted with ladies of all ages and of greatly varying personal appearance. The young warrior went through the ordeal with only tolerable composure, and improved his first opportunity to escape and regain the society of the hostess. 2 or 3 moments later, just as Mrs. Whittleday turned aside to speak to stately old Judge Bray, the lieutenant found himself being led rapidly toward the veranda. The company had not yet found its way out of the parlors to any extent, so the Major locked the lieutenant's arm in his own, commenced a gentle promenade, and remarked, "Fred, my boy, you're making an ass of yourself." "Oh, nonsense, Major," answered the young man, with considerable impatience. "I don't want to know all these queer old-fashioned people. They're worse than a lot of plebes at West Point." "I don't mean that, Fred, though if you don't want to make talk, you must make yourself agreeable. But you're too attentive to Mrs. Wittleday." "By George!" responded the lieutenant eagerly. "How can I help it? She's divine." "A great many others think so, too, Fred. I do myself. But they don't make it so plagued evident on short acquaintance. Behave yourself now. Your eyesight is good. Sit down and play the agreeable to some old lady, and look at Mrs. Wittleday across the room as often as you like." The lieutenant was young. His face was not under good control, and he had no whiskers and very little mustache to hide it. So, although he obeyed the order of his superior, it was with a visage so mournful that the major imagined, when once or twice he caught Mrs. Wittleday's eye, that that handsome lady was suffering from restrained laughter. Humorous as the affair had seemed to the major before, he could not endure to have his preserver's sorrow the cause of merriment in any one else. So, deputing Parson Fisher to make their excuse to the hostess, when it became possible to penetrate the crowd which had slowly surrounded her, the major took his friend's arm and returned to the cottage. "Major!" exclaimed the subaltern, I half wish I'd let that Indian catch you. Then you wouldn't have spoiled the pleasantest evening I ever began to have, I should say." "You wouldn't have had an evening at East Patten, then, Fred," said the major with a laugh, as he passed the cigars, and lit one himself. "Seriously, my boy, you must be more careful. You came here to spend a pleasant 3 months with me, and the first time you're in society you act to a lady you never saw before, too, in such a way that if it had been any one but a lady of experience, she would have imagined you in love with her." "I am in love with her," declared the young man, with a look which was intended to be defiant, but which was noticeably shamefaced. "I'm going to tell her so, too. That is, I'm going to write her about it." "Steady, Fred, steady," urged the major kindly. "She'd be more provoked than pleased. Don't you suppose 50 men have worshipped her at first sight?" "They have, and she knows it, too, but it hasn't troubled her mind at all. Handsome women know they turn men's heads in that way, and they generally respect the men who are sensible enough to hold their tongues about it, at least until there's acquaintance enough between them to justify a little confidence." "Major," said poor Fred, very meekly, almost piteously, don't you suppose I could make her care something for me?" The major looked thoughtfully, and then tenderly, at the cigar he held between his fingers, and finally he said very gently, "My dear boy, perhaps you could. Would it be fair, though? Love in earnest means marriage. Would you torment a poor woman who's lost one husband into wondering 3/4 of the time whether the scalp of another isn't in the hands of some villainous Apache?" The unhappy lieutenant hid his face in heavy clouds of tobacco smoke. "Well," said he, springing to his feet and pacing the floor like a caged animal, "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll write her, and throw my heart at her feet. Of course, she won't care. It's just as you say. Why should she? But I'll do it, and then I'll go back to the regiment. I hate to spoil your fun, Major, if it's any fun to you to have such a fool in your quarters. But the fact is, the enemy's too much for me. I wouldn't feel worse if I was facing a division. I'll write her tomorrow. I'd rather be refused by her than loved by any other woman." "Put it off a fortnight, Fred," suggested the major. "It's the polite thing to call within a week after this party. You'll have a chance then to become better acquainted with her. She's delightful company, I'm told. Perhaps you'll make up your mind it's better to enjoy her society during our leave than to throw away everything in a forlorn hope. Wait a fortnight, that's a sensible youth." "I can't, Major," cried the excited boy. "Hang it, you're an old soldier. Don't you know how infernally uncomfortable it is to stand still and be shot at?" "I do, my boy," said the major, with considerable emphasis, and a far-away look, nothing in particular. "Well, that'll be my fix as long as I stay here and keep quiet," replied the lieutenant. "Wait a week, then," persisted the Major. "You don't want to be guilty of conduct unbecoming an officer and a gentleman, eh? Don't spoil her first remembrance of the first freedom she's known for a couple of years." "Well, call it a week, then," moodily replied the love-sick brave, lighting a candle and moving towards his room. "I suppose it will take me a week anyway to make up a letter fit to send to such an angel." The Major sighed, put on an easy coat and slippers, and stepped into his garden. "Poor Fred," he muttered to himself, as he paced the walk in front of the piazza. "Can't wait a fortnight, huh? Wonder what he would say if he knew I'd been waiting for 7 or 8 years, if he knew I fell in love with her as easily as he did, and that I've never recovered myself. Wonder what he'd do if some one were to marry her almost before his very eyes, as poor Wittleday did while I was longing for her acquaintance. Wonder what sort of fool he'd call me if he knew that I came to East Patten time after time just for a chance of looking at her, that I bought Rose Cottage merely to be near her, that I kept it all to myself, and for a couple of years had felt younger at the thought that I might, perchance, win her after all. Poor Fred! And yet, why shouldn't she marry him? Women have done stranger things, and he's a great deal more attractive looking than an old campaigner like myself. Well, God bless 'em both, and have mercy on an old coward." The Major looked toward the Wittleday mansion. The door was open, the last guests were evidently departing, and their beautiful entertainer was standing in the doorway, a flood of light throwing into perfect relief her graceful and tastefully dressed figure. She said something laughingly to the departing guests. It seemed exquisite music to the Major. Then the door closed, and the Major, with a groan, retired within his own door, and sorrowfully consumed many cigars. The week that followed was a very dismal one to the Major. He petted his garden as usual, and whistled softly to himself, as was his constant habit, but he insanely pinched the buds off the flowering plants, and his whistling, sometimes plaintive, sometimes hopeless, sometimes wrathful, sometimes vindictive in expression, was restricted to the execution of dead marches alone. He jeopardized his queen so often at chess that Parson Fisher deemed it only honorable to call the Major's attention to his misplays, and to allow him to correct them. The Sadler postmaster noticed that the Major, usually a most accomplished smoker, now consumed a great many matches in relighting each pipe that he filled. Only once during the week did he chance to meet Mrs. Wittleday, and then the look which accompanied his bow and raised hat was so solemn that his fair neighbor was unusually sober herself for a few moments, while she wondered whether she could in any way have given the Major offense. As for the lieutenant, he sat at the Major's desk for many sorrowful hours each day, the general result being a large number of closely written and finely torn scraps in the waste-basket. Then, coatless, collarless, with open vest and hair disarranged in the manner traditional among love-sick youths, he would pour mournful airs from a flute. The Major complained, rather frequently for a man who had spent years on the plains, of draughts from the front windows, which windows he finally kept closed most of the time, thus saving Mrs. Wittleday the annoyance which would certainly have resulted from the noise made by the earnest but unskilled amateur. For the Major himself, however, neither windows nor doors could afford relief, and when, one day, the sergeant accidentally overturned a heavy table, which fell upon the flute and crushed it, the Major enjoyed the only happy moments that were his during the week. The week drew very near its close. The Major had, with a heavy but desperate heart, told stories, sung songs, brought up tactical points for discussion. He even waxed enthusiastic in favor of a run through Europe, he, of course, to bear all the expenses, but the subaltern remained faithful and obdurate. Finally, the morning of the last day arrived, and the lieutenant, to the Major's surprise and delight, appeared at the table with a very resigned air. "Major," said he, "I wouldn't mention it under any other circumstance, but I saved your life once." "You did, my boy. God bless you," responded the Major promptly. "Well, now I want to ask a favor on the strength of that act. I'll never ask another. It's no use for me to try to write to her. The harder I try, the more contemptible my words appear. Now, what I ask is this: you write me a rough draft of what's fit to send to such an incomparable being, and I'll copy it and send it over. I don't expect any answer. All I want to do is to throw myself away on her, but I want to do it handsomely, and, hang it, I don't know how. Write just as if you were doing it for yourself. Will you do it?" The Major tried to wash his heart out of his throat with a sip of coffee, and succeeded but partially. Yet the appealing look of his favorite, added to the unconscious pathos of his tone, restored to him his self-command, and he replied, "I'll do it, Fred, right away." "Don't spoil your breakfast for it. Any time this morning will do," said the lieutenant, as the Major rose from the table. But the veteran needed an excuse for leaving his breakfast untouched, and he rather abruptly stepped upon the piazza and indulged in a thoughtful promenade. "Write just as if you were doing it for yourself." The young man's words rang constantly in his ears, and before the Major had thought many moments, he determined to do exactly what he was asked to do. This silly performance of the lieutenant's would, of course, put an end to the acquaintanceship of the Major and Mrs. Wittleday, unless that lady were most unusually gracious. Why should he not say to her, over the subaltern's name, all that he had for years been hoping for an opportunity to say? No matter that she would not imagine who was the real author of the letter, it would still be an unspeakable comfort to write the words and know that her eyes would read them, that her heart would perhaps, probably, in fact, pity the writer. The Major seated himself, wrote, erased, interlined, rewrote, and finally handed to the lieutenant a sheet of letter paper, of which nearly a page was covered with the Major's very characteristic chirography. "By gracious, Major!" exclaimed the lieutenant, his face having lightened perceptibly during the perusal of the letter, "that's magnificent! I declare it puts hope into me, and yet, confound it, it's plaguey, like marching under someone else's colors. Never mind, my boy, copy it, sign it, and send it over, and don't hope too much." The romantic young brave copied the letter carefully, line for line. He spoilt several envelopes in addressing one to suit him, and then dispatched the missive by the Major's servant, laying the rough draft away for future, and probably sorrowful, perusal. The morning hours lagged dreadfully. Both warriors smoked innumerable cigars, but only to find fault with the flavor thereof. The lieutenant tried to keep his heart up by relating 2 or 3 stories, at the points of each of which the Major forced a boisterous laugh, but the mirth upon both sides was visibly hollow. Dinner was set at noon, the usual military dinner hour, but little was consumed except a bottle of claret, which the Major, who seldom drank, seemed to consider it advisable to produce. The after-dinner cigar lasted only until 1 o'clock. Newspapers by the noonday mail occupied their time for but a scant hour more, and an attempted game of cribbage speedily dropped by unspoken but mutual consent. Suddenly the garden gate creaked. The lieutenant sprang to his feet, looked out of the window, and exclaimed, "It's her darky! He's got an answer! Oh, Major!" "Steady, boy, steady," said the Major, arising hastily, and laying his hand on the young man's shoulder, as that excited person was hastening to the door. "Officer and gentleman, you know. Let Sam open the door." The bell rang, the door was opened, a word or two passed between the 2 servants, and Mrs. Wittleday's coachman appeared in the dining-room holding the letter. The lieutenant eagerly reached for it, but the sable carrier grinned politely, said, "It's for the Major, sir. Was told to give it right into his hands and nobody else," fulfilled his instructions, and departed with many bows and smiles, while the 2 soldiers dropped into their respective chairs. "Hurry up, Major, do, please," whispered the lieutenant, but the veteran seemed an interminably long time in opening the dainty envelope in his hand. Official communications he opened with a dexterity suggesting sleight of hand, but now he took a penknife from his pocket, opened its smallest, brightest blade, and carefully cut Mrs. Wittleday's envelope. As he opened the letter, his lower jaw fell, and his eyes opened wide. He read the letter through, and reread it, his countenance indicating considerable satisfaction, which presently was lost in an expression of puzzled wonder. "Fred," said he to the miserable lieutenant, who started to his feet as a prisoner expecting a severe sentence might do, "what in creation did you write Mrs. Wittleday?" "Just what you gave me to write," replied the young man, evidently astonished. "Let me see my draft of it," said the major. The lieutenant opened a drawer in the major's desk, took out a sheet of paper, looked at it, and cried, "I sent her your draft. This is my letter." "And she imagined I wrote it, and has accepted me!" gasped the major. The wretched Frederick turned pale, and tottered toward a chair. The major went over to him, and spoke to him sympathizingly, but, despite his genial sorrow for the poor boy, the major's heart was so full that he did not dare to show his face for a moment. So he stood behind the lieutenant, and looked across his own shoulder out of the window. "Oh, Major!" exclaimed Fred, "isn't it possible that you're mistaken?" "Here's her letter, my boy," said the major. "Judge for yourself." The young man took the letter in a mechanical sort of way, and read as follows: July 23rd, 1850. Dear Major, I duly received your note of this morning, and you may thank womanly curiosity for my knowing from whom the missive, which you omitted to sign, came. I was accidentally looking out of my window, and recognized the messenger. I have made it an inflexible rule to laugh at declarations of love at first sight, but when I remembered how long ago it was when first we met, the steadfastness of your regard proved to me by a new fancy, which I pray you not to crush, that your astonishing fondness for East Patten was partly on my account, forbade my indulging in any lighter sentiment than that of honest gratitude. You may call this evening for your answer, which I suppose you, with the ready conceit of your sex and profession, will have already anticipated. Yours very truly, Helen Wittleday. The lieutenant groaned. "It's all up, Major. You'll have to marry her. 'Twould be awfully ungentlemanly to let her know there was any mistake." "Do you think so, Fred?" asked the major, with a perceptible twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Certainly I do," replied the sorrowful lover, "and I'm sure you can learn to love her. She is simply an angel, a goddess. Confound it, you can't help loving her." "You really believe so, do you, my boy?" asked the major, with fatherly gravity. "But how would you feel about it?" "As if no one else on earth was good enough for her. As if she was the luckiest woman alive," quickly answered the young man, with a great deal of his natural spirit. "'Twould heal my wound entirely." "Very well, my boy," said the major. "I'll put you out of your misery as soon as possible." Never had the major known an evening whose twilight was of such interminable duration. When, however, the darkness was sufficient to conceal his face, he walked quickly across the street and to the door of the Wittleday mansion. That his answer was what he supposed it would be is evinced by the fact that, a few months later, his resignation was accepted by the department, and Mrs. Wittleday became Mrs. Martt. In so strategic a manner that she never suspected the truth, the major told his fiancée the story of the lieutenant's unfortunate love, and so great was the fair widow's sympathy that she set herself the task of seeing the young man happily engaged. This done, she offered him the position of engineer of some mining work on her husband's estate, and the major promised him Rose Cottage for a permanent residence as soon as he would find a mistress for it. Naturally, the young man succumbed to the influences exerted against him, and after Mr. and Mrs. Doyson were fairly settled, the major told his own wife, to her intense amusement, the history of the letter which induced her to change her name. End of Story 8. Story 9 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 9, Buffle. How he came by his name no one could tell. In the early days of the gold fever there came to California a great many men who did not volunteer their names, and as those about them had been equally reticent on their own advent, they asked few questions of newcomers. The hotels of the mining regions never kept registers for the accommodation of guests. They were considered well-appointed hotels if they kept watertight roofs and well-stocked bars. Newcomers were usually designated at first by some peculiarity of physiognomy or dress, and were known by such names as Broken Nose, Pink Shirt, Crossbars, Gone Ears, and etc. If afterward any man developed some peculiarity of character, an observing and original miner would coin and apply a new name, which would afterward be accepted as irrevocably as a name conferred by the holy rite of baptism. No one wondered that Buffle never divulged his real name or talked of his past life, for in the mines he had such an unhappy faculty of winning at cards, getting new horses without visible bills of sale, taking drinks beyond ordinary power of computation, stabbing and shooting, that it was only reasonable to suppose that he had acquired these abilities at the sacrifice of the peace of some other community. He was not vicious. Even a strict theologian could hardly have accused him of malice, yet wherever he went he was promptly acknowledged chief of that peculiar class which renders law and sheriffs necessary evils. He was not exactly a beauty, miners seldom are, yet a connoisseur in manliness could have justly wished there were a dash of the Buffle blood in the well-regulated veins of many irreproachable characters in quieter neighborhoods than Fat Pocket Gulch, where the scene of this story was located. He was tall, active, prompt, and generous, and only those who have these qualities superadded to their own virtues are worthy to throw stones at his memory. He was brave, too. His bravery had been frequently recorded in lead in the mining regions, and such records were transmitted from place to place with an alacrity which put official zeal to the deepest blush. At the fashionable hour of 2 o'clock at night, Mr. Buffle was entertaining some friends at his residence, or, to use the language of the mines, there was a game up at Buffle's. In a shanty of the composite order of architecture, it having a foundation of stone, succeeded by logs, a gable of coffin misfits and cracker boxes, and a roof of bark and canvas, Buffle and 3 other miners were playing old sledge. The table was an empty pork barrel, the seats were respectively a block of wood, a stone, and a raisin box, with a well-stuffed knapsack for the tallest man. On one side of the shanty was a low platform of hewn logs, which constituted the proprietor's couch when he slept. On another was the door. On the third were confusedly piled Buffle's culinary utensils, and on the fourth was a fireplace, whose defective draught had been the agent of the fine frescoing of soot perceptible on the ceiling. A single candle hung on a wire over the barrel, and afforded light auxiliary to that thrown out by the fireplace. The game had been going largely in Buffle's favor, as was usually the case, when one of the opposition injudiciously placed an ace which was clearly from another pack of cards, inasmuch as Buffle, who had dealt, had the rightful ace in his own hand. As it was the ace of trumps, Buffle's indignation arose, and so did his person and pistol. "Hang yer," said he savagely, "you don't come to that game on me. I've got that ace myself." An ordinary man would have drawn pistol also, but Buffle's antagonist knew his only safety lay in keeping quiet, so he only stared vacantly at the muzzle of the revolver that was so precisely aimed at his own head. The 2 other players had risen to their feet, and were mentally composing epitaphs for the victim, when there was heard a decided knock on the door. "Come in!" roared Buffle's partner, who was naturally the least excited of the 4. "Come in, hang yer, if your life's insured." The door opened slowly, and a woman entered. Now, while there were but few women in the camp, the sight of a single woman was not at all unusual. Yet, as she raised her veil, Buffle's revolver fell from his hands, and the other players laid down their cards, the partner of the guilty man being so overcome as to lay down his hand face upward. Then they all stared, but not one of them spoke. They wanted to, but none knew how to do it. It was not usually difficult for any of them to address such specimens of the gentler sex as found their way to Fat Pocket Gulch, but they all understood at once that this was a different sort of woman. They looked reprovingly and beseechingly at each other, but the woman at last broke the silence by saying, "I am sorry to disturb you, gentlemen, but I was told I could probably find Mr. Buffle here." "Here he is, ma'am, and yours truly," said Buffle, removing his hat. He could afford to. She was not beautiful, but she seemed to be in trouble, and a troubled woman can command to the death even worse men than free and easy miners. She had a refined, pure face, out of which two great brown eyes looked so tenderly and anxiously that these men forgot themselves at once. She seemed young, not more than 23 or 4. She was slightly built, and dressed in a suit of plain black. "Mr. Buffle," said she, "I was going through by stage to San Francisco, when I overheard the driver say to a man seated by him that you knew more miners than any man in California, that you had been through the whole mining country." "Well, mum," said Buffle, with a delighted but sheepish look, which would have become a missionary, complimented on the number of converts he had made, "I've been around a good deal, that's a fact. I reckon I've staked a claim pretty much everywhar in the diggin's." "So I inferred from what the driver said," she replied, "and I came down here to ask you a question." Here she looked uneasily at the other players. The man who stole the ace translated it at once, and said, "We'll get out, if you say so, mum, but you needn't be afraid to say anything before us. We know a lady when we see her, and maybe some of us can give yer a lift. If we can't, I've only got to say that if yer let out any secrets, grizzlies couldn't tear 'em out of any man in this crowd. Eh, fellers?" "You bet," was the firm response of the remaining two, and Buffle quickly passed a demijohn to the ace thief as a sign of forgiveness and approbation. "Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you," said the woman, earnestly. "My story is soon told. I am looking for my husband, and I must find him. His name is Allan Barron." Buffle gazed thoughtfully in the fire, and remarked, "Names ain't much good in this country, mum. No man carries visitin' cards, and mighty few gets letters. Besides, lots come here 'cause they're wanted elsewhere, and they take names that ain't much like what their mothers give 'em. Maybe you could tell us something else to put us on the trail of him?" "Has he got both of his eyes and ears, mum?" inquired one of the men. "Of course he has, you fool," replied Buffle savagely. "The lady's husband's a gentleman, and 'tain't likely he's been chawed or gouged." "I asked parding, mum," said the offender, in the most abject manner. "Well, he is of medium height, slightly built, has brown hair and eyes, and wears a plain gold ring on the third finger of his left hand," continued Mrs. Barron. "Got all his front teeth, mum?" asked the man Buffle had rebuked. Then he turned quickly to Buffle, who was frowning suspiciously, and said appeasingly, "You know, Buffle, that bein' a gentleman don't keep a feller from losin' his teeth in the nat'ral course of things." "He had all his front teeth a few months ago," replied Mrs. Barron. "I do not know how to describe him further. He had no scars, moles, or other peculiarities which might identify him, except," she continued with a slight blush, a wife's blush, which strongly tempted Buffle to kneel and kiss the ground she stood on, "except a locket I once gave him with my portrait, and which he always wore over his heart. I can't believe he would take it off," said she, with a sob that was followed by a flood of tears. The men twisted on their seats, and showed every sign of uneasiness. One stepped outside to cough, another suddenly attacked the fire and poked it savagely. Buffle impolitely turned his back to the company, while the fourth man lost himself in the contemplation of the king of spades, which card ever afterward showed in its center a blotch which seemed the result of a drop of water. Finally, Buffle broke the silence by saying, "I'd give my last ounce and my shooting iron besides, Mum, if I could put you on his trail, but I can't remember no such man. Can you, fellas?" 3 melancholy nods replied in the negative. "I am very much obliged to you, gentlemen," said Mrs. Barron. "I will go back to the crossing and take the next stage. Perhaps, Mr. Buffle, if I send you my address when I reach San Francisco, you will let me know if you ever find any traces of him." "Depend upon all of us for that, Mum," replied Buffle. "Thank you," said she, and departed as suddenly as she had entered, leaving the men staring stupidly at each other. "Wonder how she got here from the crossing," finally remarked one. "If she came alone, she's got a black ride back," said another. "It's 9 to 14 miles to that crossing." "And she aren't to be traveling at all," said little Muggy, the smallest man of the party. "I'm a family man, or I was once, and I tell you she ought to be where she can keep quiet and wait for what's coming soon." The men glanced at each other significantly, but without any of the levity which usually follows such an announcement in more cultured circles. "This game's up, boys," said Buffle, rising suddenly. "The stage don't reach the crossing till noon, and she's going to have this shanty to stay in till daylight, anyhow. You fellers had better get right away." Saying which, Buffle hurried out to look for Mrs. Barron. He soon overtook her and awkwardly said, "Mum." She stopped. "You don't need to start till after daylight to reach that stage, Mum, and you better come back and rest yourself in my shanty till morning." "I'm very much obliged, sir," she replied, "but—" "Don't be afeard, Mum," said Buffle hastily. "We're rough, but a lady's as safe here as she be among her family. You'll have the cabin all to yourself, and I'll leave a revolver with you to make you feel better." "You are very kind, sir, but it will take me some time to get back." "Horse lame, perhaps?" "No, sir. The truth is, I walked." "Good God!" ejaculated Buffle. "I'll kill any scoundrel of a station agent that let a woman take such a walk as this. I'll take you back on a good horse before noon tomorrow, and I'll put a hole through that rascal right before your eyes, Mum." Mrs. Barron shuddered, at sight of which Buffle mentally consigned his eyes to a locality boasting a superheated atmosphere for talking so roughly to a lady. "Don't harm him, Mr. Buffle," said she. "He knew nothing about it. I asked him the road to Fat Pocket Gulch, and he pointed it out. He did not know but what I had a horse or a carriage. Unfortunately, the stage was robbed the day before yesterday, and all my money was taken, or I should not have walked here, I assure you. My passage is paid to San Francisco, and the driver told me that if I wished to come down here, the next stage would take me through to San Francisco. When I got there, I can soon obtain money from the East." "Madam," said Buffle, unconsciously taking off his hat, "any lady that'll make that walk by dark is clear gold all the way down to bedrock. If your husband's in California, I'll find him for you, in spite of man or devil. I will, and I'll be on the trail in half an hour. And you'd better stay here till I come back, or send your word. I don't want to brag, but there ain't a man in the Gulch that'll dare molest anything round my shanty, and as there's plenty of pervisions thar, plain but good, you can't suffer. The spring is close by, and you'll always find firewood by the door, and if you want help about anything, ask the first man you see, and say I told you to." Mrs. Barron looked earnestly into his face for a moment, and then trusted him. "Mr. Buffle," she said, "he is the best man that ever lived, but we were both proud, and we quarreled, and he left me in anger. I accidentally heard he was in California through an acquaintance who saw him leave New York on the California steamer. If you see him, tell him I was wrong, and that I will die if he does not come back. Tell him that." "Never mind, Mum," said Buffle, leading her hastily toward the shanty, and talking with unusual rapidity. "I'll bring him back all right if I find him, and find him I will if he's on top of the ground." They entered the cabin, and Buffle was rather astonished at the appearance of his own home. The men were gone, but on the bare logs, where Buffle usually reposed, they had spread their coats neatly and covered them with a blanket, which little Muggy usually wore. The cards had disappeared, and in their place lay a very small fragment of looking-glass. The demijohn stood in its accustomed place, but against it leaned a large chip, on which was scrawled in charcoal the word "Worter." "Good," said Buffle, approvingly. "Now, mum, keep up your heart. I tell yer I'll fetch him, and any man at the Gulch can tell yer that lyin' ain't my gait." Buffle slammed the door, called at 2 or 3 other shanties, and gave orders in a style befitting a feudal lord, and in 10 minutes was on horseback, galloping furiously out on the trail to Green Flat. The Green Flatites wondered at finding the great man among them, and treated him with the most painful civility. As he neither hung about the saloon, got up a game, nor provoked a horse trade, it was immediately surmised that he was looking for someone, and each man searchingly questioned his trembling memory whether he had ever done Buffle an injury. All preserved a respectful silence as Buffle walked from claim to claim, carefully scrutinizing many, and all breathed freer as they saw him and his horse disappear over the hill on the Sonora trail. At Sonora, he considered it wise to stay over Sunday, not to enjoy religious privileges, but because on Sunday sinners from all parts of the country round flocked into Sonora to commune with the spirits, infernal rather than celestial, gathered there. He made the tour of all the saloons, dashed eagerly at 2 or 3 men with plain gold rings on left forefingers, disgustedly found them the wrong men beyond doubt, cursed them, and invited them to drink. Then he closely catechized all the barkeepers, who were the only reliable directories in that country. They were anxious to oblige him, but none could remember such a man. So Buffle took his horse and sought his man elsewhere. Meanwhile, Mrs. Barron remained in camp, where she was cared for in a manner which called out her astonishment equally with her gratitude. Buffle was hardly well out of the Gulch when Mrs. Barron heard a knock at the door. She opened it, and a man handed her a frying-pan with the remark, "Buffle is cracked," and hastily disappeared. In the morning she was awakened by a crash outside the door, and, on looking out, discovered a quantity of firewood ready cut. Each morning thereafter found in the same place a fresh supply, which was usually decorated with offerings of different degrees of appropriateness, pieces of fresh meat, strings of dried ditto, blankets enough for a large hotel, little packages of gold dust, case knives and forks, cans of salt butter, and all sorts of provisions in quantity. Each man in camp fondly believed his own particular revolver was better than any other, and, as a natural consequence, the camp became almost peaceful, by reason of the number of pistols that were left in front of Mrs. Barron's door. But she carefully left them alone, and when this was discovered, the boys sorrowfully removed them. Then old Griff, living up the Gulch with a horrible bulldog for companion, brought his darling animal down late one dark night, and tied him near the lady's residence, where he discoursed sweet sounds for 2 hours, until, to Mrs. Barron's delight, he broke his chain and returned to his old home. Then Sandy Top, the ace thief, suddenly left camp. Many were the surmises and bets on the subject, and on the 3rd day, when 2 men, one of whom believed he had gone to steal a mule, and the other believed he had rolled into the creek while drunk, were about to refer the whole matter to pistols, they were surprised at seeing Sandy Top stagger into camp under a large, unsightly bundle. The next day Mrs. Barron ate from crockery instead of tin, and had a china washbowl and pitcher. Little Muggy, who sold out his claim the day after Buffle left, went to San Francisco, but reappeared in camp in a few days with a large bundle, a handsaw, and a plane. Some light was thrown on the contents of the bundle by sundry scraps of linen, cotton, and very soft flannel that the wind occasionally blew from the direction of Mrs. Barron's abode. But why Muggy suddenly needed a very large window in the only boarded side of his house, why he never staked another claim and went to washin', why his door always had to be unlocked from the inside before anyone could get in, instead of being ajar, as was the usual custom with doors at Fat Pocket Gulch, why visitors always found the floor strewn with shavings and blocks, but were told to mind their business if they asked what he was making, and why Upper Crust, an aristocratic young reprobate who had been a doctor in the States, had suddenly taken up his abode with Muggy, were mysteries unsolvable by the united intellects of Fat Pocket Gulch. It was finally suggested by someone that, as Muggy had often and fluently cursed the rockers used to wash out dirt along the gulch, it was likely enough he was inventing a new one, and the ex-doctor, who of course knew something about chemistry, was helping him to work an amalgamator into it. A careful comparison of bets showed this to be a fairly accepted opinion, and so the matter rested. Meanwhile, Buffle had been untiring in his search, as his horse, could he have spoken, would have testified. Men wondered what Baron had done to Buffle, and odds of 10 to 1 that some undertaker would soon have reason to bless Buffle were freely offered, but seldom taken. One night Buffle's horse galloped into Deadlock Ridge, and the rider, hailing the first man he met, inquired the way to the saloon. "I don't know," replied the man. "Come, no foolin' thar," said Buffle indignantly. "I don't know, I tell you. I don't drink." "Hang yer!" roared Buffle in honest fury at what seemed to him the most stupendous lie ever told by a miner. "I'll teach her to lie to me," and out came Buffle's pistol. The man saw his danger, and, springing at Buffle with the agility of a cat, snatched the pistol and threw it on the ground. In an instant, Buffle's hand had firmly grasped the man by his shirt collar, and the horse taking fright, Buffle, a second later, found in his hand a torn piece of red flannel, a chain, and a locket, while the man lay on the ground. "Blast!" exclaimed Buffle, convinced that he had found his man, but his emotions were quickly cooled by the man on the road, who, jumping from the ground, picked up Buffle's pistol, cocked and aimed it, and spoke in a grating voice as if through set teeth. "Give back that locket this second, or, as God lives, I'll take it out of a dead man's hand." The rapidity of human thought is never so beautifully illustrated as when the owner of a human mind is serving involuntarily as a target. "My friend," said Buffle, "if I've got anything of yourn, yer can have it on proven property. We'll go to whar that first light is up above. I'll walk the horse slow, and yer can keep me covered with the pistol. Ain't that fair?" "Be quick, then," said the man excitedly. "Start." The trip was not more than 2 minutes in length, but it seemed a good hour to Buffle, whose acquaintanceship, the delicacy of the trigger of his beloved pistol, caused his past life to pass in retrospect before him several times before they reached the light. The light proved to be in the saloon whose locality had provoked the quarrel. The saloon was full, the door was open, and there was a buzz of astonishment, which culminated in a volley of ejaculations in which strength predominated over elegance, as a large man, followed closely by a small man with a cocked pistol, marched up to the bar. "Gentlemen," said Buffle, "this feller says I've got some of his property, and he's come here to prove it. Now, feller, what's your claim?" "A chain and a locket," said the man. "Hang you, I see them in your hand now." "Anybody can see a chain and locket in my hand," said Buffle, "but that don't make it yourn. The locket contains the portrait of a lady, and the inscription, 'Francis to Allen.' Look quick, or I'll shoot," said the little man, savagely. Buffle opened it, and saw Mrs. Barron's portrait. "Mister, you're right," said he. "Here's your property, and I'll apologize, or drink, or fight, or apologize and drink and fight, whichever is your style. First, however, if you'll drop that pistol, I'll drink myself, considerin' well, never mind. Denominate your pison, gentlemen," said he, as the audience crowded to the bar. "Buffle," whispered the barkeeper, who knew the great man by sight, "he's a littler man than you." "Know it, boss," replied Buffle most brazenly. "He says he don't drink." "Never saw him here before." "There, he's going out now," said the barkeeper. Buffle turned and dashed through the crowd. All who held glasses quickly laid them down and followed. "Stand back, the whole crowd of you," said Buffle.
this ain't no fight. Me and the gentleman got private business." And laying his hand on Baron's shoulder, he said, "What are you doing here when you know a lady like that?" "Suffering hell for abusing heaven," replied Baron passionately. "Then why don't you go back?" inquired Buffle. "Because I've got no money. All luck has failed me ever since I left home. Shipwreck, hunger, poverty." "Come back a minute," interrupted Buffle. "I forgot to come down with the dust for the drinks. Now, I tell you what, I want you to go back to my camp. Got plenty of gold, and it's no good to me, only for gambling and drinking. You're welcome to enough of it to get yourself home, and get on your feet when you're getting there." Baron looked doubtingly at him as they entered the saloon. "Perhaps somebody here can tell this gentleman my name," said Buffle. "Buffle," said several voices in chorus. "Bully. Now perhaps you same fellows can tell him if I'm a man of my word." "You bet," responded the same chorus. "And now perhaps some of you will sell me a good horse, providing you don't want him stole mighty sudden." Several men invited attention to their respective animals, tied near the door. Promptly selecting one, paying for it, and settling with the barkeeper, and mounting his own horse while Baron mounted the new one, the two men galloped away, leaving the bystanders lost in astonishment, from which they only recovered after almost superhuman industry on the part of the barkeeper. One evening, when the daily labors and household cares of the fat pocket Gulchites had ended, the residents of that quiet village were congregated, as usual, at the saloon. It was too early for gambling and fighting, and the boys chatted peacefully, pausing only a few times to drink. "Here's her," which had become the standard toast of the Gulch. Conversation turned on Muggy's invention, and a few bets were exchanged, which showed the boys were not quite sure it was a rocker after all. Suddenly Sandytop, who had been leaning against the door-frame and looking in the direction of Buffle's old cabin, ejaculated, "'Tis a rocker, boys, it's a rocker, but not that kind." The boys poured out the door and saw an unusual procession approaching Mrs. Baron's cabin. First came Uppercrust, the young ex-doctor, then an Irish woman from a neighboring settlement, and then Muggy, bearing a baby's cradle, neatly made of pine boards. The doctor and woman went in, and Muggy, dropping the cradle, ran at full speed to the saloon and up to the bar, the crowd following. Muggy looked along the line, saw all the glasses were filled and in hand, and then, raising his own, exclaimed, "Here's her, boys!" then went into a fully developed boo-hoo. He was not alone. For once, the boys watered their liquor, and pure water God never made. It was some moments before shirt-sleeves ceased to officiate as handkerchiefs, but just as the boys commenced to look savagely at each other, as if threatening cold lead if anyone suspected undue tenderness, Sandytop, who had returned to his post at the door to give ease to the stream which his sleeve could not staunch, again startled the crowd by staring earnestly toward the hill over which led the trail, and exclaiming, "Good God!" There was another rush to the door, and there, galloping down the trail, was Buffle and another man. The boys stared at each other, but said nothing. Their gift of swearing was not equal to the occasion. Steadily they stared at the two men, till Buffle, reining back a little, pointed his pistol threateningly. They took the hint, and after they were all inside, Sandytop closed the door and the shutters of the unglazed windows. "There's my shanty," said Buffle, as they neared it from one side. "That one with 2 marbles for a chimney. You just go right in. I'll be there as soon as I put up the horses." As they reached the front, both men started at the sight of the cradle. "Why, I didn't know you were a married man, Buffle," said his companion. Well, I don't tell everything," stammered Buffle, and catching the bridle of Baron's horse the moment his rider had dismounted, Buffle dashed off to the saloon and took numerous solitary drinks, at which no one took offense. Then he turned, nodded significantly toward the old shanty, and asked, "How long since?" "Not quite yet. You got him here in time, Buffle," said Muggy. "Thank the Lord, said Buffle. His lips were very familiar with the name of the Lord, but they had never before used it in this sense. Then, while several men were getting ready to ask Buffle where he found his man, Californians never ask questions in a hurry, there came from the direction of Buffle's shanty the sound of a subdued cry. Gentlemen, said the barkeeper, there's no more drinking at this bar tonight until I say so. No one murmured, no one swore, no one suggested a game. An old enemy of Buffle's happened in, but that worthy, instead of feeling for his pistol, quietly left the leaning post and bowed his enemy into it. The boys stood and sat about, studied the cracks in the floor, the pattern of the shutters, contemplated the insides of their hats, and chewed tobacco as if their lives depended on it. Buffle made frequent trips to the door and looked out. Suddenly he closed the door and had barely time to whisper, "No noise now. Shoot," when the doctor walked in. The crowd rose. "It's all right, gentlemen," said the doctor. "As fine a boy as I ever saw." "My treat for the rest of the evening, boys," said the barkeeper, hurriedly crowding glasses and bottles on the bar. Him, Junior, Buffle, Doc, and old Rankershaw, as some happily inspired miner dubbed Little Muggy, were drunk successively. The door opened again, and in walked Alan Barron. Glancing quickly about, he soon distinguished Buffle. He grasped his hand, looked at him steadily in the eye, and exclaimed, "Buffle, you—" He was a Harvard graduate, and a fine talker was Alan Barron, but when he had spoken 2 words, he somehow forgot the remainder of the speech he had made up on his way over. His silence for 2 or 3 seconds seemed of hours to every man who looked on his face, so that it was a relief to all when he gave Buffle a mighty hug, and then precipitately retreated. Buffle looked sheepish and shook himself. "That feller can out-hug a grizzly," said he. "Boys," he continued, "that chap's been bucking agin luck since he's been in the diggin's, and is clean busted. But his luck began to turn this evening, and here's what goes for keeping the ball a-rolling. Here's my ante." Saying which, he laid his old hat on the bar, took out his buckskin bag of gold dust, and emptied it into the hat. Bags came out of pockets all around, and were either entirely emptied, or had their contents largely diminished by knife blades, which scooped out the precious dust and dropped it into the hat. "There," said Buffle, looking into the hat, "I reckon that'll carry 'em back to their folks." For a fortnight the saloon was as quiet as a well-ordered prayer meeting, and it was solemnly decided that no fight with pistols should take place nearer than the Bend, which was at least a mile from where the new resident's cradle was located. One pleasant, quiet evening, Buffle, who frequently passed an hour with Barron on the latter's woodpile, was seen approaching the saloon with a very small bundle, which, nevertheless, occupied both his arms and all his attention. "It, by thunder!" said one. So it was. A wee, pink-faced, blue-eyed, fuzzy-topped little thing, with one hand frantically clutching 3 hairs of Buffle's beard. "See the little thing pull," said one. "Is that all the nose they have at first?" asked another seriously. "Can't you take them pipes out of your mouths when a baby's around?" indignantly demanded another. Little Muggy edged his way through the crowd, threw away his quid of tobacco, took the baby from Buffle, and kissed it 12 times. "I'm going home, fellers," said Muggy finally. "I'm wanted by the lawyers for cutting a man that sassed me while I was shoemaking, but I'm a-going to see my young'uns, even if all creation wants me." "And I'm a-going too," said Buffle. "I'm wanted pretty bad by some that's east, but I reckon I'm well enough hid by the bar that's growed since I was a boy, and dug out from old varmint. I've had a new taste of decency lately, and I'm going to see if I can't stand it for a steady diet. That chap over to the shanty says he can get me something to do, and anything's better'n gambling and drinking and fighting." "It's agin the law to carry shooting irons there, Buffle," suggested one. "Yes, and they got a new kind of a law there to keep a man from taking his bitters," said another. "Yes," said Buffle, "all that's mighty tough, but if a feller's bound for bedrock, he might as well get that all of a sudden if he can." Buffle started toward the door, stopped as if he had something else to say, started again, hesitated, feigned indignation at the baby, flushed the least bit, opened the door, partly closed it again, squeezed himself out, and displaying only the tip of his nose, roared, "This baby's name is Allen Buffle Barron. Allen Buffle Barron," and then rushed at full speed to leave the baby at home, while the boys clinked glasses melodiously. At the end of another fortnight, there was a procession formed at Fat Pocket Gulch. 2 horses, one wearing a side saddle, were brought to the door of Buffle's old house, and Mrs. Barron and her husband mounted them. They were soon joined by Buffle and Muggy. For months after, there was mourning far and wide among owners of mules and horses, for each Gulchite had been out stealing, that he might ride with the escort which was to see the Barrons safely to the crossing. An advance guard was sent ahead, and the party were about to start, when Buffle suddenly dismounted and entered his old cabin. When he reappeared, a cloud of smoke followed him. "Thar," said he, a moment later, as flames were seen bursting through the roof, "no galoot of a miner don't live in that shanty after that. Git!" Away galloped the party, the baby in the arms of its father. The crossing was safely reached, and the stage had room for the whole party, and after a hearty handshaking all around, the stage started. Sandytop threw one of his only 2 shoes after it for luck. As the stage was disappearing around a bend, a little way from the crossing, the back curtain was suddenly thrown up, a baby, backed by a white hat and yellow beard, was seen, and a familiar voice was heard to roar, "Allen Buffle Barron." End of Story 9. Story 10 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, Matalette's Section. "Nice place? I guess it is. There ain't no such farm in this part of Illinois, nor anywhere else that I knows on. 2-story house, and painted instead of being whitewashed, blinds on the winders, no $30 horses in the barn, and no old unpainted wagons round. No deadened trees standing around in the corn lot or the wheat field, not a one. Good cribs to hold his corn instead of leaving it on the stalk, or tugging it away in holler sycamore logs. Good pump to hist his drinking water with, good help to keep up with the work. Why, there ain't a man on Matalette's whole place that don't look smart enough to run a farm all alone by himself. And money, well, he don't ask no credit of any man. He just hauls out his money and pays up, as if he enjoyed getting rid of it. There's nobody like him in these parts, you can just bet your life." The speaker was a Southern Illinoisan of 25 years ago, and his only auditor was a brother farmer. Both worked hard, and shook often with ague between the seed time and harvest, but neither had succeeded in amassing such comfortable results as had seemed to reward the efforts of their neighbor Matalette. For the listener had not heard half the story of Matalette's advantages. He was as good-natured, smart, and hospitable as he was lucky. He indulged in the unusual extravagance of a hired cook, and the neighbors, though they, on principle, disapproved of such expenditure, never failed to appreciate the results of the said cook's labors. Matalette had a sideboard, too, and the contents smelled and tasted very unlike the liquor which was sold at the only store in Bonpas Bottoms. When young Lacour, who was making a gallant fight against a stumpy quarters section, had his only horse lie down and die just as the second corn-plowing season came on, it was Matalette who supplied the money which bought the new horse. When the inhabitants of the Bottoms wondered and talked and argued about the advisability of trying some new seed wheat, which had the reputation of being very heavy, Matalette settled the whole question by ordering a large lot and distributing it with his compliments. Lastly, though the statement has not strictly speaking any agricultural bearing, Matalette had a daughter.
There were plenty of daughters among the families in Bonpas Bottoms, and many of them were very estimable girls, but Helen Matalette was very different from any of them. "Always knows just what to say and do," remarked Sile Conover one day at the store, where the male gossips of the neighborhood met to exchange views. "A fellow goes up to see Matalette, goes in his shirt sleeves, not expecting to see any women around, when who comes to the door but her? For a moment a fellow wishes he could fly or sink. Next minute he feels as if he'd been acquainted with her for a year. Hanged if I understand it, but she's the kind of gal I go in for." The latter clause of Sile's speech fitly expressed the sentiments of all the young men in Bonpas Bottoms, as well as of many gentlemen not so young. Old men, farmers with daughters of their own, would cheerfully forego the delights of either a prayer meeting or a circus, and suddenly find some business to transact with Matalette whenever there seemed a reasonable chance of seeing Helen; and some of them, as had sons of a marriageable age, would express to those young men their entire willingness to be promoted to the rank of fathers-in-law. There was just one unpleasant thing about the Matalettes, both father and daughter, and that was the ease with which one could startle them. It was rather chilling, until one knew Matalette well, to see him tremble and start violently on being merely slapped on the shoulder by some one whose approach he had not noticed. It was equally unpleasant for a newcomer, on suddenly confronting Helen, to see her turn pale and look quickly and furtively about, as if preparing to run. The editor of the Bonpas Cornblade, in a sonnet addressed to H.M., compared this action to that of a startled fawn, but the public wondered whether Helen's father could possibly be excused in like manner, and whether the comparison could, with propriety, be extended so as to include the 3 hired men, who, curiously enough, were equally timorous at first acquaintance. But this single fault of the Matalettes and their adherents was soon forgotten, for it did not require a long residence in Bonpas Bottoms to make the acquaintance of every person living in that favored section, and strangers, except such strangers as occasionally strolled ashore while the steamboat landed supplies for the store, or shipped the grain which Matalette was continually buying and sending to New Orleans, seldom found their way to Bonpas Bottoms. The Matalettes sat at supper one evening, when there was heard a knock on the door. There was in an instant an unusual commotion about the table, at which sat the 3 hired men with the host and his daughter, a commotion most extraordinary for a land in which neither Indians nor burglars were known. Each of the hired men hastily clicked something under the table, while Helen turned pale, but quickly drew a small stiletto from a fold of her dress. "Ready?" said Matalette in a low tone, as he took a candle from the table and placed his unoccupied hand in his pocket. "Yes," whispered each of the men, while Helen nodded. "Who's there?" shouted Matalette, approaching the outer door. "I, Asbury Croon, the new circuit preacher," replied a voice. "I'm wet and cold and hungry. Can you give me shelter in the name of my master?" "Certainly," cried Matalette, hastening to open the door, while the 3 hired men rapidly repocketed their pistols, and Helen gave vent to a sigh of relief. They heard a heavy pack thrown on the floor, a hearty greeting from Matalette, and then they saw in the doorway a tall, straight young man, whose blue eyes, heavy, closely curling yellow hair, and finely cut features made him extremely handsome, despite a solemn, puritanical look which not even a driving rain and a cold wind had been able to banish from his face. There were many worthy young men in the Bonpas Bottoms, but none of them were at all so fine-looking as Asbury Croon. So, at least, Helen seemed to think, for she looked at him steadily, except when he was looking at her. Of course, Croon, being a preacher, took none but a spiritual interest in young ladies, but where a person's face seemed to show forth the owner's whole soul, as was the case with Helen Matalette's, a minister of the gospel is certainly justifiable in looking oft and long at it. nay, is even grossly culpable if he does not regard it with a lively and tender interest. Such seemed to be the young divine's train of reasoning, and his consequent conclusion, for from the time he exchanged his dripping clothing for a suit of Matalette's own, he addressed his conversation almost entirely to Helen. And Helen, who very seldom met in the Bonpas Bottoms gentlemen of taste and intelligence, seemed to be spending an unusually agreeable evening, if her radiant and expressive countenance might be trusted to tell the truth. When the young preacher, according to the custom of his class and denomination, at that day finally turned the course of conversation toward the one reputed object of his life, it was with a sigh which indicated, perhaps, how earnestly he regretted that the dominion of Satan in the world compelled him to withdraw his soul from such pure and unusual delights as had been his during that evening. And when, after offering a prayer with the family, Fewne followed Matalette to a chamber to rest, Helen bade him good night with a bright smile which mixed itself up inextricably with his private devotions, his thoughts, and his plans for forthcoming sermons, and seriously curtailed his night's rest in addition. In the morning it was found that his clothing was still wet, so, as it was absolutely necessary that he should go to fulfill an appointment, it was arranged that he should retain Matalette's clothing and return within a few days for his own. Then Matalette, learning that the young man was traveling his circuit on foot, insisted on lending him a horse and on giving him money with which to purchase one. It was a great sum of money, more than his salary for a year amounted to, and the young man's feelings almost overcame him as he tried to utter his thanks. But just then Helen made her first appearance during the morning, and from the instant she greeted Fewne, all thoughts of gratitude seemed to escape his mind, unless indeed he suddenly determined to express his thanks through a third party. Such a supposition would have been fully warranted by the expressive looks he cast upon Helen's handsome face. Had any member of the flock at Mount Pisgah station seen these two young people during the moment or two which followed Helen's appearance, he would have sorrowfully but promptly dismissed from his mind any expectation of hearing the sermon which Fewne had promised to preach at Mount Pisgah that morning. But the young preacher was of no ordinary human pattern. With sorrow, yet determination, he bade Helen good-bye, and though, as he rode away, he frequently turned his head, he never stopped his horse. Down the road, through the dense forest, he went, trying, by reading his Bible as he rode, to get his mind in proper condition for a mighty effort at Mount Pisgah. He wasn't conscious of doing such a thing. He could honestly lay his hand on his heart and say he hadn't the slightest intention of doing anything of the kind, yet somehow his Bible opened at the Song of Solomon. For a moment he read, but for a moment only. Then he shut his lips tightly and deliberately commenced reading the book of Psalms. He had fairly restored his mind to working shape, and was just whispering fervent thanks to the Lord, when a couple of horsemen galloped up to him. As he turned his head to see who they might be, he observed that each of them held a pistol in a very threatening manner. As he looked, however, the pistols dropped, and one of the riders indulged in a profane expression of disappointment. "It's Matalette's clothes and horse, Jim," he said to his companion, "but it's the preacher's face." "And you have been providentially deferred from committing a great crime," exclaimed Fewne, with a reproving look. "Mr. Matalette took me in last night, wet, cold, and footsore. This morning I departed, refreshed, clothed, and mounted, to rob a man who is so lavish of—" "Beg your pardon, parson," interrupted one of the men, "but you haven't got the right pig by the ear. We're not highwaymen. I'm the sheriff of this county, and Jim's a constable. And as for Matalette, he's a counterfeiter, and we're after him." Fewne dropped his bridle rein and his lower jaw as he exclaimed, "Impossible!" "'Tis, eh?" said the sheriff. "Well, we've examined several lots of money he's paid out lately, and there isn't a good bill among 'em." Fewne mechanically put his hands in his pocket and drew forth the money Matalette had given him to buy a horse with. The sheriff snatched it.
"That's some of his stock?" said he, looking it rapidly over. "That seems good enough." "What will become of his poor daughter?" ejaculated the young preacher, with a vacant look. "What, Helen?" queried the sheriff. "She's the best engraver of counterfeits there is in the whole West." "Dreadful! Dreadful!" exclaimed the young preacher, putting his hand over his eyes. "Fact," replied the sheriff. "You parsons have got a big job to do 'fore this world's in the right shape, and sheriffs and constables ain't needed."
"Wish you good luck at it, though 'twill be bad for trade. You'll keep mum about this case, of course?"
"We'll catch 'em in the act finally. Then there won't be any danger about not getting a conviction, and our reward that's offered by the banks." The sheriff and his assistant galloped on to the village they had been approaching when they overtook Crewne, but the young minister did not accompany them, although the village toward which they rode was the one in which he was to preach that morning. Perhaps he needed more time and quietness in which to compose his sermon. If this supposition is correct, it may account for the fact that the members of the Mount Pisgah congregation pronounced his sermon that day from the text, "All is vanity," one of his most powerful efforts. In fact, old Mrs. Reitz, who had for time immemorial entertained the probable angels who appeared at Mount Pisgah in ministerial guise, remarked that preacher seemed all tuckered out by that talk, tuck his critter and left town 'fore the puddin' was done. That same evening the sheriff and his deputy, with several special assistants, rode from Mount Pisgah toward Matalette's section. The night was dark, rainy, and cloudy. The horses stumbled over roots and logs in the imperfectly made road. The low-hanging branches spitefully cut the faces of the riders, and brought several hats to grief, and snatched the sheriff's pipe out of his mouth. And yet the sheriff seemed in excellent spirits. To be sure, he softly whistled the air of "Jordan is a hard road to travel," which was the popular air 25 years ago, but there was a merry tone to his whistle. He stopped whistling suddenly, and remarked to the constable, "Got notice today of another new counterfeit. 500 offered for arrest and conviction on that. Hope we can prove that on Matalette's gang. We can go out of politics and run handsome farms of our own, if things go all right tonight. Don't know but I give my whole share, though, to whoever would arrest Helen. It's a dog's life, anyhow, this being a sheriff. I won't complain, however, if we get that gang tonight." The party rode on until they were within a mile of Matalette's section, when they reined their horses into the wood, dismounted, left a man on watch, and approached the dwelling on foot. Reaching the fence, the party halted, whispered together for a moment, and silently surrounded the house in different directions. The sheriff removed his boots, walked noiselessly toward the house, saw that he had a man at each door and window, and posted one at the cellar door. Then the sheriff put on his boots, approached the front door, and knocked loudly. There was no response. The light was streaming brightly from one of the windows, and the sheriff tried to look in, but the thick curtain prevented him. He knocked again, and louder, but still there was no response. Then he became uneasy. He was a brave man when he knew what was to be met, but now all sorts of uncomfortable suspicions crossed his mind. The rascals might be upstairs waiting for a quiet opportunity to shoot down at him, or they might be under the small stoop on which he stood, and preparing to fire up at him. They might be quietly burning their spurious money upstairs, so as to destroy the evidence against them. They might be in the cellar burying the plates. The sheriff could endure the suspense no longer. Signaling to him 2 of his men, he, with a blow of a stick of wood, broke in the window sash. As immediately afterward he tore aside the curtain, he and his assistants presented pistols and shouted, "Surrender!" No one was visible, and the sheriff only concealed his sheepish feelings by jumping into the room. His assistants followed him, and they searched the entire house without finding anyone. They searched the cellar, the outhouses, and the barn, but encountered only the inquiring glances of the horses and cattle. Then they searched the house anew, hoping to find proof of the guilt of Matalette and his family, but, excepting holes in the floor of a vacant room,
They found nothing which might not be expected in a comfortable home. Suddenly someone thought of the boats which Matalette kept at the mouth of the creek, and a detachment, headed by the sheriff, went hastily down to examine them. The boats were gone. Not even the tiniest canoe or most dilapidated skiff remained. It is grievous to relate, but truth is truth, that the sheriff, who was on Sundays a Sabbath school superintendent, now lost his temper and swore frightfully. But no boats were conjured up by the sheriff's language, nor did his assistants succeed in finding any up the creek. So the party returned to the house and resorted to the illegal measure of helping themselves liberally to the contents of Matalette's sideboard. Meanwhile, a black mass, floating down the Wabash, about a dozen miles below the Bonpas's mouth, seemed the cause of some mysterious plunging and splashing in the river. Finally, an aperture appeared in the black mass, and the light streamed out. Then the figure of a man appeared in the aperture, and all was dark again. As the figure disappeared within the mass, 3 bearded men, dressed like immigrants, looked up furtively. One yellow-haired man stared vacantly and sadly into the fire which illumined the cabin of the little trading boat, while Helen Matalette sprang forward and threw her arms about the figure's neck. "It's all gone, Nell," said the man. "Presses and plates are where nobody will be likely to find 'em. The Wabash won't tell secrets." "I'm so glad, oh, so glad!" cried the girl. "It's a fortune thrown away," said one of the men moodily. "Yes, and a bad name, too," said she, with flashing eyes. "We're beggars for life, anyhow," growled another of the men. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Matalette. "Nell's right. If we're not tracked and caught, I'll never be sorry that we sunk the accursed business forever. And considering our narrow escape, and how it happened, I don't think we're very gentlemanly to sit here bemoaning our luck. Mr. Croon," continued Matalette, crossing to the yellow-haired figure in front of the fire, "you saved me. What can I give you?" The young preacher recovered himself, and replied briefly, "Your soul." Matalette winced, and in a weak voice asked, "Anything else?" Croon looked toward Helen. Helen blushed, and looked a little frightened. Croon blushed too, and seemed to be clearing his throat. Then, with a mighty effort, he said, "Yes, Helen." The counterfeiter looked at his daughter for an instant, and then failed to see her, partly because something marred the clearness of his vision just then, and partly because Croon, interpreting the father's silence as consent, took possession of the reward he had named, and almost hid her from her father's view. Matalette's section was finally sold for taxes, and was never reclaimed, but the excitement relating to its former occupants was for years so great that the purchasers of the estate found it worldly wisdom to dispense refreshments on the ground. As for Croon, a few months after the occurrences mentioned above, there appeared, in the wilds of Missouri, a young preacher with unusual zeal and a handsome wife, and about the same time 4 men entered a quarter section of prairie land near the young preacher's station, and appeared then and evermore to be the most ardent and faithful of the young man's admirers. End of Story 10. Story 11 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 11, A Story of 10 Mile Gulch. 1. The horse which Mr. Tom Ruger rode kept the path, steep and rugged though it was, without any guidance from him, and its mate followed demurely. They were accustomed to it, and many a mile had they traversed in this way, taking turns at carrying their owner and master. Indeed, the trio seemed inseparable, and as happy as Tom Ruger and his horses was a phrase that was very often heard at every mining camp and settlement. As for Mr. Tom Ruger himself, very little was known of him, save what had been learned during the 2 years that he had sojourned among them. Where he came from never was known, nor asked but once by the same person. All that could be said of him might be summed up in the following statement: "The finest looking, the best dressed, and the best mannered man on the Pacific coast, and the best horseman." These were the words of mine host at the 10 Mile House, and as he was a gentleman whose word was as good as his paper, we will accept them as truth. As Mr. Ruger rode down the mountainside that beautiful autumn day, dressed in the finest of broadcloth, with linen of the most immaculate whiteness, smoking what appeared to be a very good cigar, and humming to himself a fragment of some old song, he looked strangely out of place. So thought Miss Fanny Borlan, as she looked out of the stage window, and caught her first glimpse of him just where his path intersected the stage road, and she would have asked the driver about him had he not been so near. Mr. Ruger caught sight of her face about that time, and tossing away the cigar, he lifted his hat to her in the most approved style. She acknowledged the salute by a bow, and when he rode up to the side of the stage and made some casual remark about the fine weather, she did not choose to consider it out of the way to receive this advance toward a traveling acquaintance with seeming cordiality. "Have you traveled far?" he asked. "From the Atlantic coast, sir." "The same journey that I intend to take some of these days, only that I hope to substitute the word Pacific at its termination. I hope you are near the end of your journey in this direction." "My destination is 10 Mile Gulch, I believe, but you have such horrid names out here." "I presume they do appear somewhat queer to a stranger, but they nearly all have the merit of being appropriate. You stop at the settlement?" "I do not know. My brother wrote to me to come to 10 Mile Gulch. Is it the name of a town?" "Both of a village and a mining district, from which the village takes its name. Is your brother a miner?" "Yes, sir." "I presume he intended to meet you at the settlement. You will, no doubt, find him at the tavern. If not, I will tell him of your arrival, for my way leads through the mines." "Thank you, sir. My brother's name is John Borlan." "I am somewhat acquainted with him," said Mr. Ruger, "though in this region of strange names we call him Jack. My name is Thomas Ruger." "Tom, in California style?" she asked, with a merry twinkle in her eye. "Yes, Miss Borlan," he said, also smiling. "Tom Ruger is well known where Thomas Ruger never was heard of. And now I will bid you good day, Miss Borlan, for I am in something of a hurry to reach the settlement. If I do not find Jack there, I will go on to the mines and tell him." "Ah, miss, you don't have such men as Tom Ruger out where you come from," said the driver, as Tom disappeared up the road, "and them nags of his can't be beat this side of the mountains. He makes a heap of money with 'em." "What, a horse jockey?" exclaimed Miss Borlan. "We don't call him that, miss. Some says he's a sportin' man, which ain't nothin' agin him, for the country's new, you see. He's got heaps of money anyway, and there ain't a camp nor a town on the coast that don't know Tom Ruger." "Ah, you don't have such men as Tommy. He'd be at home in a palace now, wouldn't he? And it's jest the same in a miner's shanty. You don't have such men as he. If he takes a likin' to anybody, he sticks to 'em through thick and thin. But if he gets agin you once, he's the very deuce. Ah, you don't have no such man out where you come from." She did not care to dispute this point. In fact, after what she had seen and heard, she was inclined to believe that there was no such men as Tom Ruger out where she had come from, so she made no reply, and the driver, following out his train of thought, rattled on about Tom Ruger until they came in sight of 10 Mile Gulch, winding up his narrative with the sage but rather unexpected remark that there weren't no such men as Tom Ruger out where she had come from. 2. The bar-room at the miner's home might have been more crowded at some former period of its existence, but to have duplicated the 24 faces and forms of the 24 10-milers who were congregated there that beautiful autumn afternoon would have been a hopeless task. 10 Mile Gulch had turned out en masse, and those same 10-milers were distinguished neither for their good looks, nor taste in dress, nor softness of heart or language, nor elegance of manners. Further than that we do not care to go at present. But there was one face and one form absent. No more would the genial atmosphere of that bar-room respond to the heavings of his broad chest. No more would the dignified concocter of rare and villainous drinks pass him the whiskey straight. Alas, Bill Foster had passed in his checks and gone the way of all 10-milers. And it was this fact that brought these diligent delvers after hidden treasure from their work, for Bill had not gone in the ordinary way. At night he was in the full enjoyment of health and a game of poker. In the morning they found him just outside the domicile of Jack Borlan, with a small puncture near the heart to tell how it was done. Such was life at 10-Mile Gulch. Who made the puncture? Circumstances pointed to Jack Borlan, and they escorted him down to the settlement. He stood by the bar, conversing with the dispenser of liquid lightning. 2 very calm 10-milers were within easy reach of Mr. Borlan, 2 more at the door, which was left temptingly open, 2 more at each window, and the remainder scattered about the room to suit themselves. Mr. Bob Watson was the only one calm enough to enjoy a seat, and he was whittling away at the pine bench with such energy that a stranger might have concluded that whittling was his best hold. Not so, however. He whittled until he found a nail with the edge of his knife, and then varied his diversion by grasping the point of the blade between the thumb and first finger of his right hand, and throwing it at the left eye of a very flattering representation of Yankee Sullivan which graced the wall. By a slight miscalculation of distance and elevation, the eye was unharmed, but the well-developed nose was more effectually ruined than its original ever was by the most scientific pugilist. "Well, gentlemen, what shall we do with the prisoner?" asked Watson. "We're waiting for you," said a tall 10-miler who had been a pleased witness of the knife-throwing and its results. "Well, you need not," retorted Mr. Watson, as he made a fling at Yankee's other eye, and with very good success. "You know my sentiments, gentlemen. I was opposed to bringing the prisoner here. We might have fixed up the matter all at one time, and saved a heap of digging." "It might have done," said the tall miler doubtfully, "but I wouldn't like to see the two together. It would spoil all my enjoyment of the occasion." "Bet you're 10 to 1 you don't swing him," cried Watson, springing to his feet with sudden inspiration, and mounting the bench he had been whittling. 20 to 1, Jack Borlan don't choke this heat. Who takes me? Who? No one seemed disposed to take him. "Bosh! You 10-milers are all babies. Now, if this had happened up at Quitclaim, Borlan would have had a beautiful tombstone over him long ago. What do you say, Borlan?" The prisoner, thus addressed, cut short some remark he was making, and turned to Watson. "There have been cases where the prisoner had the benefit of a trial, Mr. Watson." "Which is so, Mr. Borlan. Obliged to you for reminding me. Let's have one, gentlemen. I'll be prosecuting attorney, if no one objects. Now, who'll defend the prisoner at the bar?" "I'll make a feeble attempt that way," was the reply that came from the doorway. All eyes turned and recognized Tom Ruger. "This is betwixt us 10-milers," said Watson. "Borlan is guilty, and we're bound to hang him before sundown, but we want to do the fair thing and give him the benefit of a trial. Who of you 10-milers will defend him?" "I told you I would defend Mr. Borlan," said Tom Ruger, as he removed his silk hat and wiped his broad forehead with the finest of silk handkerchiefs. "I tell you, we won't have any outsiders in this game," said Watson. "I really dislike to contradict you, Mr. Watson," replied Tom Ruger, as he very carefully readjusted his hat. "Very sorry, Mr. Watson, and I do hope you'll pardon me when I repeat that I will defend Mr. Borlan with my life." This remark surprised no one more than Jack Borlan. He had never spoken to Mr. Ruger a dozen times in his life, and he could not account for such disinterestedness. However, there was not much time for conjecture, for Mr. Watson had taken offense. "With your death, Tom Ruger, if you interfere," cried Watson, jumping down from his elevation.
It did look that way, but Mr. Ruger had not strolled up and down the auriferous coast without acquiring some knowledge of the usual means of defense in that sunny clime, as well as some practice. It was quite warm for a moment, then Mr. Borland, believing it to be his duty, as client, to aid his counsel in the defense, went in gladly. Still, it was quite warm, also somewhat smoky from the powder that had been burned, likewise noisy. Not so noisy, however, that Mr. Borland could not hear his counsel say, "Clear yourself, Borland, my horses are down at the ford." Mr. Borland followed the advice of his counsel, and Mr. Ruger followed Mr. Borland. The 10-milers, some of them, followed both counsel and client. It was neck and heels until the horses were reached. After that, the pursuers were left at a great disadvantage. "I'll have his heart," ejaculated Watson, which heart he meant we have no means of knowing. "Give me a horse, quick." They brought a mule. "Wait here, every man of you," Watson shouted back over the shaved tail of his substitute for a horse. "I'll bring him back, dead or alive, or my name ain't Watson." And over the way the stage had stopped, and Fanny Borland had reached 10-Mile Gulch at last. 3. A little after sunrise the next morning, Mr. Tom Ruger might have been seen leisurely riding along the bridle path between the mines and the settlement of 10-Mile Gulch. He was headed toward the village, and was 9 3/4 miles nearer to it than the mines. He had found another good cigar somewhere, and was humming the self-same tune as on the previous afternoon, but the riderless horse was not with him. As Mr. Ruger rode into the only street in the village, his approach was heralded, and the 10-milers, who were waiting for Watson's return, filed out of the miner's home and took stations in the street. Mr. Ruger took note of this demonstration, and with a very businesslike air examined the contents of his holsters. He also noticed that patched noses and heads and canes and crutches were the predominating features in the group of 10-milers, with an occasional closed eye and a bandaged hand to vary the monotony. Miss Fanny Borland, from her window at the 10-Mile House, also noticed the dilapidated looks of the frequenters of the miner's home, and wondered if they kept a hospital there. Then she saw Mr. Ruger, and bowed and smiled as he drew up at her window. "So you arrived all safe, Miss Borland? How do you like the place?" "Better than the inhabitants," she answered, with a glance over the way. "Than those, I mean. Is it a hospital?" "For the present, I believe it is, and will be for some time to come, if they all stay till they're cured. But have you seen Jack?" "Yes, last evening. He was very sorry that he could not wait for you, but it may be as well, however. He has gone down to San Francisco, and he will wait for you there. The stage leaves here in about 2 hours, and I advise you to take passage in it if you are not too much fatigued." "Oh, I'm not tired a bit, Mr. Ruger. I will go back. Thank you for the trouble you have taken." "No trouble, Miss Borland. Give my respects to Jack, and tell him I will be down in a week or two. Good morning." While talking, Mr. Ruger had about evenly divided his glances between the very beautiful face of Fanny Borland and the somewhat expressive countenances of the 10-milers. Not that he found anything to admire in their damaged physiognomies, but he never wholly ignored the presence of any one. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said, as he rode up in front of them. "Not to you, Tom Ruger," spoke a tall 10-miler, the only one, by the way, who had come out of the previous day's trial unscathed. "Not to you, Tom Ruger. Where's Borland?" "He's gone down the coast on business," said Ruger, "and may not be back for several months." "We'll not wait for him," was the miner's reply. At the same time he drew a revolver. "You had better wait," said Ruger, also producing a revolver. The 10-miler paused, and looked around at his companions. They did not present a formidable array of fighting stock. In fact, they were the sorest-looking men that 10-Mile Gulch ever saw, and as the unscathed surveyed them, he seemed to think he had better wait. "You'll wait for Mr. Borland?" queried Ruger. "I reckon we'd better," answered the unscathed. And while you are waiting, you had better take a cursory glance at Mr. Watson, suggested Ruger. At the present time he is reposing in the shade of an acacia bush just back of the late lamented William Foster's rural habitation. Good morning, gentlemen, and don't get impatient. If Mr. Ruger had any fear of treachery, he did not exhibit it, for he never turned his head as he rode off toward the valley. Nor was there any danger, for beneath his suggestion about Mr. Watson, the unscathed had detected a thing or two. "I'm glad we waited," he said. "I began to see a thing or two. Them as is able will follow me up the Gulch." About half a score went with him. Mr. Watson was still enjoying the shade of the acacia bush. In fact, he couldn't get away, which Mr. Ruger well knew. "It's all up with me, Gulchers," whispered Watson. "Ruger was too many for me, and I ought to have known it. You'll find Bill Foster's dust in a flour sack in my cabin. My respects to Borland when you see him, and tell him I beg his pardon for discommoding him. Give what dust is honestly mine to him. It's all I can do now. Good-bye, boys, and just played out, but take my advice and never buck against Tom Ruger. He's too many for any dozen chaps on the coast. I knew 'twas all up with me the minute Tom came in, for he can look right through a feller's heart. But never mind, it's too late to help it now. I staked everything I had against Foster's pile, and I'm beat. These were the last words Mr. Bob Watson ever spoke, as many a surviving 10-miler will tell you, and they buried him in the spot where he died, without any beautiful stone to mark the place. 4. Miss Fanny Borland found Jack awaiting her in San Francisco. "What made you run away?" "Why, Fanny, didn't Tom tell you about it?" queried Jack. "Tom? Oh, you mean Mr. Ruger. He only sent me down here." "Just like him, Fan. Very few words he ever wastes. Ah, sister, we don't have such men out east." "So the stage driver told me," said Fanny demurely. "There, Fan, you're poking fun now. Wait till I get through. Only for Tom, you would have found me at 10-Mile Gulch, hanging by the neck to the limb of that tree just in front of the home." "Hanging, Jack?" "Hanging, Fan. Lynched for a murder I never committed. Tom came along just in the nick of time, and, well, Fan, perhaps you saw some of the 10-milers before you came away." "Yes, Jack, and there was only one whole nose in the lot, and I do believe that was out of joint. But, oh, Jack, if they had taken your life!" "Never mind now, sis. Tom was too many for 'em, and here I am safe. We'll wait here till Tom comes down, for I've got one of his horses, which he thinks more of than he does of himself. Then for home, sis." Mr. Tom Ruger went down, as he said he would, and remained with them several days. On the morning that they were to sail, Fanny said to Tom, "I wish you were going with us, Mr. Ruger. We shall miss you very much. Won't you go?" Mr. Ruger was talking with Jack at the time, but he heard Fanny. He always heard what she said. He did not reply at once, however, but said to Jack in a low tone, "Jack, you know what I have been. Can I ever become worthy of her?" And Jack answered promptly, "God bless you, Tom. You are worthy now." "Thank you, Jack, if you believe." Then he went over to Fanny. "I will go," was all he said. It was a great wonder to both Jack and his sister how Tom could have got ready for the journey on so short a notice, but one day, more than a year afterward, Tom said to Jack, "Old friend, I'm not what I was, I hope. Ever since I first saw Fanny on the road to 10-Mile Gulch, I have tried to live differently. I hope I am better, for she said last night that she would take me for better or worse." And Jack wondered no more. End of Story 11. Story 12 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 12, Captain Sam's Change. Well, there's nothing to do but to have faith and keep a-trying. The speaker was old Mrs. Simmons, boarding-house keeper, and resident of a certain town on the Ohio River.
The prime cause of her remark was Captain Sam Topi, of the steamship Queen Anne. Captain Sam had stopped with Mrs. Simmons every time the Queen Anne laid up for repairs, and he was so genial, frank, and manly that he had found a warm spot in the good old lady's heart. But one thing marred the otherwise perfect happiness of Mrs. Simmons when in Captain Sam's society, and that was what she styled his lost condition. For Mrs. Simmons was a consistent, conscientious Methodist, while Captain Sam was, well, he was a Western steamboat captain. This useful class of gentlemen are in high repute among shippers and barkeepers, and receive many handsome compliments from the daily papers along the line of the western rivers, but somehow the religious press is entirely silent about them, nor have we ever seen of any special mission having been sent to them. Captain Sam was a good specimen of the fraternity, good-looking, good-natured, quick-witted, prompt and faithful, as well as quick-tempered, profane, and perpetually thirsty. To carry a full load, put his boat through in time, and always drink up to his peg, were his cardinal principles, and he faithfully lived up to them. Of the fair sex he was a most devoted admirer, and if he had not possessed a great deal of modesty, for a steamboat captain, he could have named 2 or 3 score of young women who thought almost as much of him as the worthy boarding-house keeper did. Good Mrs. Simmons had, to use her own language, carried him before the Lord and wrastled for him, but it was very evident from Sam's walk and conversation that his case had not yet been adjudicated according to Mrs. Simmons' liking. He still had occasional difficulties with the hat-stand and stairway after coming home late at night. His breath, though generally odorous, seemed to grieve Mrs. Simmons' olfactories, and his conversation, as heard through his open door in summer, was thickly seasoned with expressions far more scriptural than reverential. One Christmas the old lady presented to the captain a handsome Bible, with his name stamped in large gilt letters on the cover. He was so delighted and so proud of his present that he straightway wrapped it in many folds of paper to prevent its being soiled, and then stowed it neatly away in the Queen Anne's safe for secure keeping. When he told Mrs. Simmons what he had done, she sighed deeply, but fully alive to the importance of the case, promised him a common one, not too good to read daily. Daily? Bless you, Mrs. Simmons, why, I hardly have time to look at the paper, and see who's gone up and who's gone down, and who's been beat. But your better part, Captain, pleaded the old lady. I don't know, my good woman, hard to find it, I guess. The whole lot averages pretty low. But, Captain, she continued, don't you feel you need of a change? Not from the Queen Anne, ma'am. She only needs bigger engines. Change of heart, I mean, Captain, interrupted Mrs. Simmons. Don't you feel your need of religion? Ah, roared Captain Sam, the idea of a steamboat captain with religion. Why, bless your dear, innocent old soul, the first time he wanted to wood up in a hurry, his religion would git, quicker'n lightnin'. The only steamboatman I ever knowed in the meetin'-house line went up for 7 year for setting fire to his own boat to get the insurance. Mrs. Simmons could not recall at the moment the remembrance of any pious captain, so she ceased laboring with Captain Sam. But when he went out, she placed on his table a tract entitled "The Furnace 7 Times Heated," which tract the captain considerately handed to his engineer, supposing it to be a circular on intensified caloric. Year after year the captain laid up for repairs, and put up with Mrs. Simmons. Year after year he was jolly, genial, chivalrous, generous, but not what good Mrs. Simmons earnestly wanted him to be. He would buy tickets to all the church fairs, give free passages to all preachers recommended by Mrs. Simmons, and on Sunday morning he would respectfully escort the old lady as far as the church door. On one occasion, when Mrs. Simmons' church building was struck by lightning, a deacon dropped in with a subscription paper while the captain was in. the generous steamboatman immediately put himself down for $50, and although he improved the occasion to condemn severely the meanness of certain holy people, and though his language seemed to create an atmosphere which must certainly melt the money, for those were specie days, Mrs. Simmons declared to herself that he couldn't be fur from the kingdom when his heart was so little set on mammon as that. "He's too good for Satan. The Lord must have him," thought the good old lady. Once again the Queen Anne needed repairing, and again the captain found himself at his old boarding-place. Good Mrs. Simmons surveyed him tenderly through her glasses, and instantly saw there had something unusual happened. Could it be? Oh, if it only could be! That he had put off the old man, which is sin? She longed to ask him, yet with a woman's natural delicacy she determined to find out without direct questioning. "Good season, Captain?" she inquired. "Number 1, ma'am. Positively first class," replied the captain. "Head good health? No ager?" she continued. "Never was better, my good woman. Healthy right up to the top knot," he answered. "It must be," said good Mrs. Simmons to herself. "It can't be nothing else. Bless the Lord!" This pious sentiment she followed up by a hymn, whose irregularities of time and tune were fully atoned for by the spirit with which she sung. A knock at the door interrupted her. "Come in," she cried. Captain Sam entered, and laid a good-sized flat flask on the table, saying, "I've just been unpacking, and I found this. Perhaps you can use it for cooking. It's no use to me. I've sworn off drinking." And before the astonished lady could say a word, he was gone. But the good soul could endure the suspense no longer. She hurried to the door and cried, "Cap'n!" "That's me," answered Captain Sam, returning. "Cap'n," said Mrs. Simmons, in a voice in which solemnity and excitement struggled for the mastery, "has the Lord sent his angel unto you?" "He has," replied the captain, in a very decided tone, and abruptly turned and hurried to his own room. "Bless the Lord, oh my soul!" almost shouted Mrs. Simmons, in her ecstasy. "We mustn't worry them that's weak in the faith, but I shan't be satisfied till I hear him tell his experience. Oh, what a blessed thing to relate at prayer-meeting to-night!" There was indeed a rattling of dry bones at the prayer-meeting that night, for it was the first time in the history of the church that the conversion of a steamboat captain had been reported. On returning home from the meeting, additional proof awaited the happy old saint. The captain was in his room. In his room at 9 o'clock in the evening. She had known the captain for years, but he had never before got in so early. There could be no doubt about it, though. There he was, softly whistling. "I'd rather hear him whistling Wyndham or Boylston," thought Mrs. Simmons. "That tune don't fit any hymn, I know. Perhaps, though, they sing it in some of them churches up to Cincinnati," she charitably continued. "Cap'n," said she at breakfast next morning, when the other guests had departed, "is your mind at peace?" "Peace," echoed the captain, "peaceful as the Ohio at low water." The captain's simile was not so scriptural as the old lady could have desired, but she remembered that he was but a young convert, and that holy conversation was a matter of gradual attainment. So, simply and piously making the best of it, she fervently exclaimed, "That it may ever be thus is my earnest prayer, Cap'n." "Amen to that," said Captain Sam, very heartily, upsetting the chair in his haste to get out of the room. For several days Mrs. Simmons lived in a state of bliss unknown to boarding-house keepers, whose joys come only from a sense of provisions purchased cheaply and paying boarders secured. From the kitchen, the dining-room, or wherever she was, issued sounds of praise and devotion, in tone to some familiar church melody. Scrubbing the kitchen floor dampened not her ardor, and even the fateful washing day produced no visible effects on her spirits. From over the bread-pan she sent exultant strains to echo through the house, and her fist vigorously marked time in the yielding dough. From the third-story window, as she hung out the bed linen to air, her holy notes fell on the ears of passing teamsters, and caused them to cast wondering glances upwards. What was the heat of the kitchen stove to her, now that Captain Sam was insured against flames eternal? What now was even money, since Captain Sam had laid up his treasure above? And the captain's presence, which had always comforted her, was now a perpetual blessing. Always pleasant, kind, and courteous, as of old, but oh, so different. All the coal scuttles and water pails in the house might occupy the stairway at night, but the captain could safely thread his way among them. No longer did she hurry past his door, with her fingers ready, at the slightest alarm, to act as compressors to her ears. No, the captain's language, though not exactly religious, was eminently proper. He was at home so much evenings that his lamp consumed more oil in a week than it used to in months, but the old lady cheerfully refilled it, and complained not that the captain's goodness was costly. The captain brought home a book or two daily, and left them in his room, seeing which, his self-denying hostess carried up the 2 flights of stairs her own copies of Clark's Commentaries, the Saint's Best, Joy's Exercises, and Morning and Night Watches, and arranged them neatly on his table. Finally, after a few days, Captain Sam seemed to have something to say, something which his usual power of speech was scarcely equal to. Mrs. Simmons gave him every opportunity. At last, when he ejaculated "Mrs. Simmons," just as she was carrying her beloved glass preserve dish to its place in the parlor closet, she was so excited that she dropped the brittle treasure, and uttered not a moan over the fragments. "Mrs. Simmons, I've made up my mind to lead an entirely new life," said the captain, gravely. "It's what I've been hoping for years and years, Cap'n," responded the happy old lady. "Have you, though? God bless your motherly old soul," said the captain, warmly. "Well, I've turned over a new leaf, and it don't get turned back again." "That's right," said Mrs. Simmons, with a happy tear under each spectacle glass. "Fight the good fight, Cap'n." "Just my little game," continued the captain. "'Tain't every day that a man can find an angel willin' to look out for him, Mrs. Simmons." "An angel? Oh, Cap'n, how richly blessed you have been!" sobbed Mrs. Simmons. "Many's the one that has prayed all their lives long for the comin' of a good sperit to guide 'em." "Well, I've got one, sure, Pop," continued Captain Sam, "and happy ain't any kind of a name for what I be all the time now." "Bless you," said the good woman, wringing the captain's hand fervently. "But you'll have times of trouble and doubt off and on." "Is that so?" asked the captain, thoughtfully. "Yes," continued Mrs. Simmons, "but don't be afeard. Everything'll come right in the end. I know. I've been through it all." "That's so," said the captain. "You have that. Well, now, would you mind introducin' me to your minister?" "Mind?" said the good old lady. "I've been a-dyin' to do it ever since you come. I've told him about it, and he's as glad for you as I am." "Oh," said the captain, looking a little confused. "You suspected it, did you?" "From the very minute you first come," replied Mrs. Simmons. "I know the signs." "Well," said the captain, "might as well see him first as last, then, I reckon." "I'll get ready right away," said Mrs. Simmons, and away she hurried, leaving the captain greatly puzzled. The old lady put on her newest bombazine dress all this happened 10 years ago, ladies, and a hat to match. Never before had these articles of dress been seen by the irreligious light of a weekday. The day seemed fully as holy as an ordinary Sabbath. They attracted considerable attention in their good clothes and solemn faces, and finally, as they stood on the parson's doorstep, 2 of the captain's own deckhands saw him, and straightway drank themselves into a state of beastly intoxication in trying to decide what the captain could want of a preacher. The minister entered, cordially greeted Mrs. Simmons, and expressed his pleasure at forming the captain's acquaintance. "Parson," said the captain, in trembling accents, "don't go away, Mrs. Simmons. Parson, my good friend here tells me you know all about my case. Now the question is, how soon can you do the business?" The reverend gentleman shivered a little at hearing the word business applied to holy things, but replied in excellent temper, "The next opportunity will occur on the first Sabbath of the coming month, and I shall be truly delighted to gather into our fold one whose many worthy qualities have been made known to us by our dearly beloved Sister Simmons. And let me further remind you that there is joy in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, and that therefore—" "Just so, parson," interrupted the captain, wincing a little, and looking exceedingly puzzled. "Just so, but ain't there no day but Sunday for a man to be married?" "Married!" ejaculated the minister, looking inquiringly at Mrs. Simmons. "Married!" screamed the old lady, staring wildly at the captain. "Married! Oh, what shall I do? I thought you'd experienced a change, and I've told everybody about it." The captain burst into a laugh, which made the minister's chandeliers rattle, and the holy man himself, seeing through the mistake, heartily joined the captain. But poor Mrs. Simmons burst into an agony of tears. "My dear, good old friend," said the captain, tenderly putting his arm about her, "I'm very sorry you have been disappointed, but one thing at a time, you know. When you see my angel, you'll think I'm in a fair way to be an angel myself some day, I guess. Annie's her name, Annie May, and I've named the boat after her. Don't take on so, and I'll show you the old boat, new painted, and the name Annie May stuck on wherever there's a chance." But the good old woman only wrung her hands and exclaimed, "Thar's a lovely experience completely spiled, completely spiled." At length she was quieted and escorted home, and a few days afterward appeared in smiles and the new bombazine at the captain's wedding. The bride, a motherless girl, speedily adopted Mrs. Simmons as mother, and made many happy hours for the old lady. But that venerable and pious person is frequently heard to say to herself, in periods of thoughtfulness, "A lovely experience, completely spiled." End of Story 12. Story 13 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 13, Miss Fewne's Last Conquest. How many conquests Mabel Fewne had made since she had entered society, no one was able to tell. Perhaps the conqueror herself kept some record of the havoc she had worked, but if she did, no one but herself ever saw it. Even such of her rivals as were envious admitted that Miss Fewne's victims could be counted by dozens, while the men who came under the influence of that charming young lady were wont to compute their fellow sufferers by the hundred. It mattered not where Miss Fewne spent her time, whether she enjoyed the season in New York or Washington, Baltimore or Boston, she found that climatic surroundings did not in the least change the conduct of men toward her. In what her attractions especially consisted, her critics and admirers were not all agreed. Matalette, the artist who was among her earliest conquests, said she was the embodiment of all ideal harmonies, while old Coupon, who at 60 offered her himself and his property, declared in confidence to another unfortunate that what took him was her solid sense. At least one young man, who thought himself a poet, fell in love with her for what he called the golden foam of her hair. A theological student went into pious ecstasy, and subsequent dejection, over the spiritual light of her eyes. The habitual pose of her pretty fingers accounted for the awkward attentions of at least a score of young men, and the piquancy of her manner attracted, to their certain detriment, all the professional beaux who met her. And yet a clear-headed literary Bostonian declared that she was better read than some of his distinguished confrères, while a member of Congress excused himself for monopolizing her for an entire half-hour at an evening party, by saying that Miss Fewne talked politics so sensibly that for the first time in his life he had learned how much he himself knew. As for the ladies, some said anyone could get as much admiration as Mabel Fewne if they could dress as expensively. Others said she was so skillful a flirt that no man could see through her wily ways. 2 or 3 inclined to the theory of personal magnetism, while a few brave women said that Mabel was so pretty and tasteful, and modest and sensible and sweet, that men would be idiots if they didn't fall in love with her at sight. But one season came in which those who envied and feared Mabel were left in peace, for that young lady determined to spend the winter with her sister, who was the wife of a military officer stationed at Smithton in the far west. Smithton was a small town, but a pleasant one. It had a railroad and mines, a government land office was established there, as was the state government also. Trading was incessant, money was plenty, so men of wit and culture came there to pay their respects to the almighty dollar, and as there were nearly 20 of refined ladies in the town, society was delightful to the fullest extent of its existence. And Mabel Fewne enjoyed it intensely. The change of air and of scene gave stimulus to her spirits and new grace to her form and features, so that she soon had at her feet all the unmarried men in Smithton, while many sober Benedicts admired as much as they could safely do without transferring their allegiance. Smithton was not inhabited exclusively by people of energy and culture. New settlements, like all other things new, powerfully attract incapables, and Smithton was no excuse to the rule. In one portion of it, yclept the End, were gathered many characters more odd than interesting. Their local habitation seemed to be the liquor shops, which fairly filled that portion of the town. About the doors of these shops the Enders were most frequently seen. If one of them chanced to stray into the business street of the town, he seemed as greatly confused and troubled as a lost boy. In his own quarter, however, and among his own kind, the Ender displayed a composure which was simply superb. No one could pass through the End by daylight without seeing many of the inhabitants thereof leaning against fences, trees, buildings, and such other objects as could sustain without assistance the weight of the human frame. From these points of support the Enders would contemplate whatever was transpiring about them, with that immobility of countenance which characterizes the finished tourist and the North American Indian. There were occasions when these self-possessed beings assumed erect positions and manifested ordinary human interest. One of these was the breaking out of a fight between either men or animals, another was the passing of a lady of either handsome face or showy dress. So it happened that when pretty, well-dressed Mabel Fewne was enjoying a drive with one of her admirers, there was quite a stir among such Enders as chanced to see her. The vendors of the beverages for which the Enders spent most of their money noticed that upon that particular afternoon an unusual proportion of their customers stood at the bar with no assistance from the bar itself, that some spirit was manifest in their walk and conversation, and yet they were less than usual inclined to be quarrelsome. So great was the excitement caused by Miss Fewne's appearance that one Ender was heard to ask another who she was, an exhibition of curiosity very unusual in that part of the town. Even more, one member of that apparently hopeless gang was known to wash his face and hands, purchase a suit of cheap, but new and clean, clothing, and take an eastern-bound train, presumably to appear among respectable people he had known during some earlier period of his existence. On the evening of the next day a delightful little party was enjoyed by the well-to-do inhabitants of Smithton. New as was the town, the parlors of Mrs. General Wader, her husband was something for the railway company, were handsomely furnished, the ladies were elaborately dressed, the gentlemen lacked not one of the funereal garments which men elsewhere wear to evening parties, and stupid people were noticeably rarer than in similar social gatherings in older communities. Mabel Fewne was there, and as human nature is the same at Smithton as in the East, she was the belle of the evening. She entered the room on the arm of her brother-in-law, and that warrior's height, breadth, bronzed countenance, and severe uniform made all the more striking the figure which, clad apparently in a pale blue cloud, edged with silver and crowned with gold, floated beside him. Men crowded about her at once, and the other ladies present had almost undisturbed opportunity in which to converse with each other. At the end there was likewise a social gathering. The place was Drake's saloon, and the guests were self-invited. Their toilettes, though unusual, scarcely required description, and a list of their diversions would not interest people of taste. Refreshments were as plentiful as at Mrs. Wader's, and, after the manner of refreshments everywhere, they caused a general unbending of spirits. Not all the effects were pleasing to contemplate. One of them was a pistol shot, which, missing the man for whom it was intended, struck a person called Baggs, and remarkable only for general worthlessness. Baggs had a physical system of the conventional type, however, and the bullet caused some disarrangement so radical in its nature that Baggs was soon stretched upon the floor of the saloon with a face much whiter than he usually wore. The barkeeper poured out a glass of brandy and passed it over the bar, but the wounded man declined it. He also rejected a box of pills which was proffered. An ender, who claimed to have been a physician, stooped over the victim, felt its pulse, and remarked, "Baggs, you're a goner." "I know it," said Baggs, "and I want to be prayed for." The barkeeper looked puzzled. He was a public-spirited man, whose heart and pocket were open to people in real trouble, but for prayers he had never been asked before, and was entirely destitute of them. He felt relieved when one of his customers, a leaden-visaged man, with bulbous nose and a bad temper, advanced toward the wounded man, raised one hand, threw his head back a trifle, and exclaimed, "Once in grace, always in grace. I've been there, I know. Let us pray." The victim waved his hand impatiently and faintly exclaimed, "You won't do. Somebody that's better acquainted with God than you are must do it." "But, Baggs," reasoned the barkeeper, "perhaps he's been a preacher. You'd better not throw away a chance." "Don't care if he has," whispered Baggs. "He don't look like any of the praying people mother used to know." The would-be petitioner took his rebuff considerably to heart, and began, in a low and rapid voice, an argument with himself upon the duration of the state of grace. The Enders listened but indifferently, however. The dying man was more interesting to them than living questions, for he had no capacity for annoyance. The barkeeper scratched his head and pinched his brow, but, gaining no idea thereby, he asked, "Do you know the right man, Baggs?" "Not here, I don't," gasped the sufferer. "Not the right man." The emphasis on the last word was not unheeded by the bystanders. They looked at each other with as much astonishment as Enders were capable of displaying, and thrust their hands deep into the pockets of their pantaloons in token of their inability to handle the case. Baggs spoke again. "I wish mother was here," he said. "She'd know just to say and how to say it." "She's too far away. Leastways, I suppose she is," said the barkeeper. "I know it," whispered the wounded man, "and yet a woman—" Baggs looked inquiringly, appealingly about him, but seemed unable to finish his sentence. His glance finally rested upon Brownie, a man as characteristic as himself, but at times displaying rather more heart than was common among Enders. Brownie obeyed the summons and stooped beside Baggs. The bystanders noticed that there followed some whispering, at times shamefaced, and then in the agony of earnestness on the part of Baggs, and replied to by Brownie with averted face and eyes gazing into nowhere. Finally, Brownie arose with an un-Ender-like decision, and left the saloon. No one else said much, but there seemed to circulate an impression that Baggs was consuming more time than was customary at the end. Very different was the scene in Mrs. Wader's parlor. Instead of a dying man surrounded by uncouth beings, there stood a beautiful woman, radiant with health and animation, while about her stood a throng of well-dressed gentlemen, some of them handsome, all of them smart, and each one craving a smile, a word, or a look. Suddenly the pompous voice of General Waiter arose. "Most astonishing thing I ever heard of," said he. "An Ender has the impudence to ask to see Miss Fewne." "An Ender?" exclaimed the lady, her pretty lips parting with surprise. "Yes, and he declares you could not have the heart to say no if you knew his story." "Is it possible, Miss Fewne," asked one admirer, "that your cruelty can have driven any one to have become an Ender?" Mabel's eyes seemed to glance inward, and she made no reply. She honestly believed she had never knowingly encouraged a man to become her victim, yet she had heard of men doing very silly things when they thought themselves disappointed in love. She cast a look of timid inquiry at her host. "Oh, perfectly safe, if you like," said the General. "The fellow is at the door, and several of our guests are in the hall." Miss Fewne looked serious, and hurried to the door. She saw a man in shabby clothing, and with unkempt beard and hair, yet with a not unpleasing expression. "Madam," said he, "I'm a loafer, and I've been a gentleman, and I know better than to intrude without a good cause. The cause is a dying man. He's as rough and worthless as I am, but all the roughness has gone out of him just now, and he's thinking about his mother and a sweetheart he used to have. He wants someone to pray for him, someone as unlike himself and his associates as possible. He cried for his mother, then he whispered to me that he had seen, here in Smithton, a lady that looked like an angel, seen her driving only today. He meant you. He isn't pretty, but when a dying man says a lady is an angel, he means what he says." 2 or 3 moments later, Miss Fewne, with a very pale face, and with her brother-in-law as escort, was following Brownie. The door of the saloon was thrown open, and when the Enders saw who was following Brownie, they cowered and fell back as if a sheriff with his posse had appeared. The lady looked quickly about her until her eye rested upon the figure of the wounded man. Him she approached, and as she looked down, her lip began to tremble. "I didn't mean it," whispered Baggs, self-depreciation and pain striving for the possession of his face. "If I hadn't been a-goin' I shouldn't have thought of such a thing, but dyin' takes away one's regular senses. It's not my fault, ma'am, but when I thought about what mother used to say about heaven, you came into my mind. I felt as if I was insultin' you just by thinkin' about you. A feller such as me to be thinkin' about such a lady. I tried to see mother and Liz, my sweetheart that was, just as I seen 'em when my eyes was shut, but I couldn't see nothin' but you, the way you looked goin' along that road and makin' the inn look bright. I'd shoot myself for the impertinence of the thing if I was goin' to get well again, but I ain't. There needs to be a word said for me by somebody that don't chaw, nor drink, nor swear, somebody that'll catch God's eye if he happens to be lookin' down, and I never saw that kind of a person in Smithton till to-day." Mabel stood speechless, with a tear in each eye. "Don't, if you don't think best," continued Baggs. "I'd rather go to t'other place than bother a lady. Don't speak a word if you don't want to, but maybe you'll think the least thing. God can't refuse you, but if you think t'other place is best for me, all right." The fright, the sense of strangeness, were slowly departing from Mabel, and as she recovered herself, her heart seemed to come into her face and eyes. "Everybody about here is rough or dirty or mean or rich or proud or something," continued the dying man in a thin yet earnest voice. "It's all as good as I deserve, but my heart's ached sometimes to look at somebody that would keep me from believing that everything was black and awful, and I seen her. Can I just touch my finger to your dress? I've heard mother read how that somebody in the old country was once made all right by just touching the clothes Christ had on." In his earnestness, the wretched man had raised himself upon one elbow, and out of his face had departed every expression but one of pitiful pleading. Still Mabel could not speak, but bending slightly forward, she extended one of her slender, dainty hands toward the one which Baggs had raised in his appeal. "White, shining, good, all right," he murmured. Then all of Baggs, which fell back upon the floor, was clay. With the prudence of a conqueror who knows when the full extent of his powers has been reached, Mabel Fewne married within 6 months. The happy man was not a new conquest, but an old victim, who was willfully pardoned with such skill that he never doubted that his acceptance to favor was the result of the renewal of his homage. End of Story 13. Story 14 of A Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 14, Markson's House. Raines is my name, Joseph Raines. I am a house builder by profession, and as I do not often see my writings in print, except as prepaid advertisements, I consider this a good opportunity to say to the public in general that I can build as good a house for a given sum of money as any other builder, and that I am a square man to deal with. I am aware of the fact that both of these assertions have been made by many other persons about themselves, but to prove their trustworthiness when uttered by me, the public needs only to give me a trial. In justice to other builders, I must admit they can use even this last statement of mine with perfect safety for the present, and with prospective profit if they get a contract to build a house. I suppose it will be considered very presumptuous in me to attempt to write a story, for while some professions seem relatives of literature, I freely admit that there is no carpenter's tool which prepares one to handle a pen. To be sure, I have read some stories which, it seemed to me, could have been improved by the judicious use of a handsaw, had that extremely radical tool been able to work aesthetically as it does practically. And while I have read certain other stories and essays and poems, I have been tormented by an intense desire to apply to them a smoothing plane, a pair of compasses, or a square, or even to so far interfere with their arrangement as to cut a window-hole or two and an occasional ventilator. Still, admitting that the carpenter should stick to his bench, or to his office or carriage if he is a master builder, as I am, I must yet insist that there are occasions when a man is absolutely compelled to handle tools to which he is not accustomed. Dr. Buzzell, my own revered pastor, established this principle firmly in my mind one day by means of a mild rebuke administered on the occasion of my volunteering to repair some old chairs which had come down to him through several generations. The doctor was at work upon them himself, and although he seemed to regard the very chips and sawdust, even such as found a way into his eyes, with reverent affection, he was certainly ruining good material in a shocking manner. But when I proffered my assistance, he replied, "Thank you, Joseph, but they wouldn't be the same chairs if anyone else touched them." I feel similarly about the matter of my story. Perhaps you will understand why as you read it. When I had finished my apprenticeship, people seemed to like me, and some of our principal men advised me to stay at Bartley, my native village. It was so near the city, they said, and would soon fill up with city people, who would want villas and cottages built. So I stayed, and between small jobs of repairing and contracts to build fences, stables, and carriage houses, I managed to keep myself busy, and to save a little money after I had paid my bills. One day it was understood that a gentleman from the city had bought a villa site overlooking the town, and intended to build very soon. I immediately wrote him a note, saying I would be glad to see his plans and make an estimate, and in the course of time the plans were sent me, and I am happy to say that I underestimated every one, even my own old employer. Then the gentleman, Markson his name was, drove out to see me, and he put me through a severe course of questions until I wondered if he was not some distinguished architect. But he wasn't. He was a shipping merchant. It's certainly astonishing how smart some of those city fellows are about everything. The upshot was he gave me the contract, and a very pretty one it was, $10,340. To be sure, he made me alter the specifications so that the sills should be of stuff 10 inches square, instead of the thin stuff we usually use for the sills of balloon frame houses, such as his was to be. And though the alteration would add quite a few dollars to the cost of materials, I did not dare to add a cent to my estimate, for fear of losing the contract. Besides, though of course I did not intend to do so dishonorable a thing, I knew that I could easily make up the difference by using cheap paint instead of good English lead for priming, or in either one of a dozen other ways. Builders have such tricks, just as ministers and manufacturers and railroad men do. I felt considerably stuck up at getting Markson's house to build, and my friend said I had a perfect right to feel so, for no house so costly had been built at Bartley for several years. So anxious were my friends that I should make a first-class job of it, that they all dropped in to discuss the plan with me, and to give me some advice, until, thanks to their thoughtful kindness, my head would have been in a muddle had the contemplated structure been a cheap barn instead of a costly villa. But by a careful review of the original plan every night after my friends departed, and a thoughtful study of it each morning before going to work, I succeeded in completing it according to the ideas of the only two persons really concerned. I refer to Mr. Markson and myself. Admitting in advance that there is in the house-building business very little that teaches a man to be a literary critic, I must nevertheless say that many poets of ancient and modern times might have found the building of a house a far more inspiring theme than some upon which they have written, and even a more respectable one than certain others which some distinguished rhymers have unfortunately selected. I have always wondered why, after Mr. Longfellow wrote The Building of a Ship, someone did not exercise his muse upon a house. I never attempted poetry myself, except upon my first baby, and even those verses I transcribed with my left hand, so they might not betray me to the editor of the Bartley Conservator, to whom I sent them, and by whom they were published. I say I never attempted poetry writing save once, but sometimes when I am working on a house, and think of all that must transpire within it, of the precious ones who will escape, no matter how strongly I build the walls, of the destroyer who will get in spite of the improved locks I put on all my houses, of the darkness which cannot at times be dispelled, no matter how large the windows, nor how perfect the glass may be. I am very particular about the glass I put in. Of the occasional joys which seem meet for heavenly mansions not built by contract, of the unseen heroisms greater than any that men have ever cheered, and the conquests in comparison with which the achievements of mighty kings are only as splintery hemlock to Georgia pine. When I think of all this, I am so lifted above all that is prosaic and matter-of-fact, that I am likely even to forget that I am working by contract instead of by the day. Besides, Markson's house was my first job on a residence, and it was a large one, and I was young and full of what I fancied were original ideas of taste and effect, and as I was unmarried and without any special lady friend, I was completely absorbed in Markson's house. How it would look when it was finished, what views it would command, whether its architectural style was not rather subdued, considering the picturesque old hemlocks which stood near by, what particular shade of color would be effective alike to the distant observer and to those who stood close by when the light reached it only through the green of the hemlock, just what color and blending of slate to select, so the steep-pitched roof should not impart a somber effect to the whole house, how much money I would make on it, for this is a matter of utter uncertainty until your work is done and you know what you've paid out and what you get. Whether Markson could influence his friends in my favor, what sort of a family he had, and whether they were worthy of the extra pains I was taking on their house, these and 1,000 other wonderings and reveries kept possession of my mind, while the natural pride and hope and confidence of a young man turned to sweet music the sound of saw and hammer and trowel, and even translated the rustling of pine shavings with hopeful whispers. The foundations had been laid and the sills placed in position, and I was expecting to go on with the work as soon as Markson himself had inspected the sills. This he said he wished to do before anything further was done. And so that he might not have any fault to find with them, I had them sawn to order, and made half an inch larger each way, so they couldn't possibly shrink before he could measure them. The night before he was to come up and examine them, I was struck at the supper table by the idea that perhaps from one of the western chamber windows there might be seen the river which lay between the hills a couple of miles beyond. As the moon was up and full, I could not rest until I had ascertained whether I was right or wrong. So I put a 20-foot tape line in my pocket and hurried off to the hill where the house was to stand. Foundation 3 feet, height of parlor ceilings 12 feet, allow for floors 2 feet more, made the chamber floor 17 feet above the level of the ground. Climbing one of the hemlocks, which I thought must be in line with the river and the window, I dropped my line until I had unrolled 17 feet, and then ascended until the end of the line just touched the ground. I found I was right in my supposition, and in the clear mellow light of the moon, the river, the hills and valleys, woods, fields, orchards, houses, and rocks, the latter ugly enough by daylight, and utterly useless for building purposes, made a picture which set me thinking of a great many exquisite things entirely out of the house-building line. I might have stared till the moon went down, for when I've nothing else to do, I dearly enjoy dreaming with my eyes open. But I heard a rustling in the leaves a little way off, and then I heard footsteps, and then, looking downward, I saw a man coming up the path, and stop under the tree in which I was. Of course I wondered what he wanted. I should have done so, even if I had no business there myself, but under the circumstances I became very much excited. Who could it be? Perhaps some rival builder, come to take revenge by setting my lumber afire? I would go down and reason with him. But wait a moment. If he has come for that purpose, he may make things uncomfortable for me before I reach the ground. And if he sets the lumber afire, and it catches the tree I am in, as it certainly will do, I will be... There is no knowing what sort of a quandary I might not have got into if the man had not stepped out into the moonlight and up on the sills and shown himself to be Mr. Markson. Well, I thought, you are the most particular man I ever knew, and the most anxious. I don't know, though. It's natural enough. If I can't keep away from this house, it's not strange that he should want to see all of it he can. It's natural enough, and it does him credit. But Mr. Markson's next action was neither natural nor to his credit. He took off his traveling shawl, and disclosed a carpenter's brace. This and the shawl he laid on the ground, and then he examined the sills at the corners where they were joined. They were only half joined, as we say in the trade. That is, the ends of each piece of timber were sawn half through, and the partially detached portions cut out, so that the ends lapped over each other. Well, Mr. Markson hastily stacked up bricks and boards to the height of the foundation, and then made a similar stack at the other end of the foundation wall, and then he rolled one of the sills over on these two supports so it was bottom side up. Then he fitted a bit, a good wide one, 1 1/4 inch at least, I should say, to the brace, and then commenced boring a hole in the sill. I was astonished, but not too much so to be angry. That piece of timber was mine. Mr. Markson had not paid me a cent yet, and was not to do so until the next morning, after examining the foundations and sills. I had heard of such tricks before. My old employer had had men secretly injure a building so as to claim it was not built according to contract when the money came due, but none of them did it so early in the course of the business. Within a few seconds my opinion of Mr. Markson's smartness altered greatly, and so did my opinion of human nature in general. I would have sadly, but promptly, sold out my contract with Mr. Markson for the price of a ticket for the West, and I should have taken the first train. As he bored that hole, I could see just how all the other builders in town would look when I had to take the law on Markson, and how all my friends would come and tell me I ought to have insisted on a payment in advance. But after several sorrowful moments had elapsed, I commenced to think, and I soon made up my mind what I would do. I would not descend from the tree while he was there. I have too much respect for my person to put it at the mercy of an ill-disposed individual. But as soon as he left the place, I would hasten to the ground and follow him and demand an explanation. He might be armed, but I was too. There were hard characters at Bartley, and they knew my pocketbook was sometimes full. Hole after hole that man bored. He made one join another until he had a string of them 10 inches long, or thereabouts. Then he began another string, right beside the first, and then another. I saw that his bit went but 6 or 7 inches deep, so that it did not pierce the sill, and I could almost believe him in league with some rival builder to ruin my reputation by turning over, next morning, a log apparently sound, and showing it to be full of holes. I didn't feel any better natured, either, when I noticed that he had carefully put a newspaper under where he was boring to catch all the chips, and destroy any idea of the mischief having been done wilfully and on the spot. But I determined I would follow him and secure that paper of chips as evidence. Suddenly he stopped boring and took a chisel from somewhere about his clothes, and he soon chiseled that honeycombed spot into a single hole, about 5 inches by 10, and 6 or 7 inches deep. It slowly dawned over me that perhaps his purpose wasn't malicious after all, and by the time I had reasoned the matter, he helped me to a conclusion by taking from his pocket a little flat package, which he put into the hole. It looked as if it might be papers, or something the size of folded papers, but it was wrapped in something yellow and shiny, oilskin probably, to keep it from the damp. Then he drove a few little nails inside the holes to keep the package from falling out when the sill was turned over, and then he did something which I never saw mixed with carpentry work in my life. He stooped and kissed the package as it lay in the hole, and then he knelt on the ground beside the sill, and I could see by his face upturned in the moonlight, showing his closed eyes and moving lips, that he was praying. Up to that moment I had been curious to know what was in that package, but after what I saw then, I never thought of it without wanting to utter a small prayer myself, though I never could decide what would be the appropriate thing to say, seeing I knew none of the circumstances. I am very particular not to give recommendations, except where I am very sure the person I recommend is all right. Well, Markson disappeared a moment or two after, first carefully replacing the sill and carrying away the chips, and I got out of my tree, forgetting all about the view I had discovered, and the unexpected scene I had looked at ran in my mind so constantly that during the night I dreamed that Markson stood in the hemlock tree with a gigantic brace and bit, and bored holes in the hills beside the river, while I kneeled in a second-story window frame and kissed my contract with Markson, and prayed that I might make $100,000 out of it. It is perfectly astonishing what things a sensible man will sometimes dream. Next morning I arrived at the building a few minutes before 7, and found Markson there before me. He expressed himself satisfied with everything, and paid me then and there $1,000, which was due on acceptance of the work as far as then completed. He hung around all day while we put up the post and studding, probably to see that the sill was not turned over and his secret disclosed, and it was with this idea that I set the studding first on his particular sill. By night we had the frame so near up that there was no possibility of the sill being moved, and then Markson went away. He came up often after that to see how his house was getting along. Each time he came he would saunter around to that particular sill, and when I noticed that he did this, I made some excuse to call the men away from that side of the house. Sometimes he brought his family with him, and I scarcely knew whether to be glad or sorry, for while his daughter, a handsome, strong, bright, honest, golden-haired girl of 15 or 16, always affected me as if she was a streak of sunshine, and made me hope I should some day have a daughter like her, his wife always affected me unpleasantly. I am not a good physiognomist, but I notice most people resemble animals of some sort, and when I decide on what animal it is, in any particular case, I judge the person accordingly. Now, Mrs. Markson, who was evidently her husband's second wife, for she was too young to be Helen's mother, was rather handsome and extremely elegant, but neither manners nor dress could hide a certain tigerish expression which was always in her face. It was generally inactive, but it was never absent, and the rapidity with which it awoke once or twice when she disapproved something which was done or said, made me understand why Mr. Markson, who always seemed pleasant and genial with anyone else, was quite silent and guarded when his wife was with him. Pretty soon the people of Bartley knew all about the Marksons. How people learn all about other people is more than I can explain. I never have a chance to know all about my neighbors, for I am kept busy in looking to myself. But if all the energy that is devoted to other people's business in Bartley were expended on house building, trade would soon be so dull that I should be longing for a mansion in the skies. Everybody in Bartley knew that Helen Markson's mother, who was very beautiful and lovable, had died years before, and that her stepmother had been Mrs. Markson only 2 or 3 years, that the second Mrs. Markson had married for money, and that her husband was afraid of her and would run away from her if it wasn't for Helen, that Mrs. Markson sometimes got angry, and then she raved like mad, and that it was wearing Mr. Markson's life away, for he was a tender-hearted man, in spite of his smartness. Some even declared that Markson had willed her all his property, and insured his life heavily for her besides, and that if he died before Helen was married, Helen would be a beggar. But none of these things had anything to do with my contract. I worked away and had good weather, so I lost no time, and at the end of 5 months I had finished the house, been paid for it, had paid my bills, and made a clear $2,000 on the job. I could have made 1,000 more without anyone being the wiser for it, but I don't build houses in that way. The public will greatly oblige me by cutting this out. This money gave me a handsome business start, and having had no serious losses nor any houses thrown back upon my hands, for I always make it a point to do a little better than I promise, so folks can't find fault, I am now quite well off, and building houses on my own account to sell, while some of my competitors, who started before I did, have been through bankruptcy, while some have been too poor to do even that. A few years after building Markson's house, I went with a Southern friend into a black walnut speculation. We bought land in the Southwest, cut the timber, got it to market, and made a handsome profit, I am glad to say. This business took me away from home, and kept me for months, but as I was still without family ties, I did not suffer much during my absence. Still, the old village seemed to take on a kind of motherly air as the stage, with me in it, rattled into town, and I was just dropping into a pleasant little reverie when a carriage, which I recognized as Markson's, dashed down the road, met us, and stopped, while the coachman shouted, "Raines's foreman says the old man's coming home today." He meant me. "Reckon his head was purty level," replied the stage driver, tossing his head backward toward me. "Mr. Raines," said the coachman, recognizing me, Mr. Markson is awful sick, like to die any minute, and he wants to see you right away, wishes you wouldn't wait for anything." What to make of it I didn't know, and said so, upon which the stage driver rather pettishly suggested that 'twouldn't take long to find out if I got behind Markson's team, and, as I agreed with him, I changed conveyances and was soon at Markson's house. Helen met me at the door, and led me immediately to Markson's chamber. The distance from the door of his room to the side of his bed couldn't have been more than 20 feet, yet in passing over it, it seemed to me that I imagined at least 50 reasons why the sick man had sent for me, but not one of the 50 was either sensible or satisfactory. I was even foolish enough to imagine Markson's conscience was troubled, and that he was going to pay me some money which he justly owed me, whereas he had paid me every cent according to contract. We reached his bedside before I had determined what it could be. Helen took his hand and said, "Father, here is Mr. Raines." Markson, who was lying motionless with his face to the wall, turned quickly over and grasped my hand and beckoned me closer. I put my head down, and he whispered, "I'm glad you come. I want to ask you a favor, a dying man's last request. You're an honest man. N.B. People intending to build will please take note of this. J.R. I am sure, and I want you to help me do justice. You have seen my wife. She can be a tiger when she wants to. She married me for money. She thinks the will I made some time ago, leaving everything to her, is my last, but it is not. I've deceived her for the sake of peace. I made one since, leaving the bulk of my property to Helen. It came to me through her dear mother. I know nobody to trust it with. Mrs. Markson can wrap almost anyone around her finger when she tries, and—" His breath began to fail, and the entrance of his wife did not seem to strengthen him any, but he finally regained it and continued, "She will try it with you, but you are cool as well as honest, I believe. I meant to tell Helen where the will was the day after I put it there, but she was so young, it seemed dreadful to let her know how cowardly her father was, how he feared her. Get a good lawyer. See, she has her rights. I put it, no one could suspect where, I put it in the—" His breath failed him entirely, and he fixed his eyes on mine with an agonized expression which makes me shiver whenever I think of it. Suddenly his strange operation with that sill, of which I had not thought for a long time, came into my mind, and I whispered quickly, "In the sill of the house." His expression instantly changed to a very happy one, and yet he looked wonder-struck, which was natural enough. "I saw you put it there," said I, "but," I continued, fearing the dying man might suspect me of spying, and so fear he had mistaken my character, "but I did not mean to. I was on the ground when you came there that evening, and when I saw what you were doing, I could not move for fear of disturbing you. I know where to find it, and I can swear you put it there." Markson closed his eyes and never opened them again, and his last act before going out of the world was to give my hand a squeeze, which under the circumstances I could not help believing was an honest one. As his hand relaxed, I felt that I had better give place to those who had a right to it, so I quietly retired. Helen fell on her knees by his bedside, but Mrs. Markson followed me out of the room. "Mr. Raines," said she, with a very pleasant smile for a woman widowed but a moment before, "what did my dear husband want?" Now, I am an honest man and a church member, and I was one then, and believed in truth and straightforwardness just as much as I do now. But somehow, when such a person speaks to me, I feel as if I were all of a sudden a velvet-pawed cat myself. So I answered with the straightest of faces, "Only to see to one of the sills of the house, ma'am, and he made me solemnly swear to do it right away. He was an extraordinary man, ma'am, to think of the good of his family up to the last moment." "Ah, yes, dear man," said she, with a sigh which her face plainly showed came from nowhere deeper than her lips. "I hope it won't take long, though," she continued, "for I can't endure noise in the house."
"Not more than an hour," I replied. "Oh, I'm so glad to hear it," said she. "Perhaps, then, you might do it while we were at the funeral, day after to-morrow. We will be gone at least 2 hours." "Easily, ma'am," said I, with my heart in my mouth at the idea of managing the matter so soon, and having the papers for Helen as soon as, in any sort of decency, Mrs. Markson would be likely to have the old will read. For the rest of the day I was so absent-minded to everything except this business of Markson's, that my acquaintances remarked that, considering how long I had been gone, I didn't seem very glad to see any one. Finally, I went to old Judge Wardelow, who was as true as steel, and told him the whole story, and he advised me to get the papers and give them to him to examine. So, on the day of the funeral, I entered the house with a mallet and a mortising chisel, and within 15 minutes I had in my pocket the package Markson had put in the sill years before, and was hurrying to the judge's office. He informed me that Mrs. Markson's lawyer, from the city, had called on him that very morning, and invited him to be present at the reading of the will in the afternoon, so he would be able to put things in proper shape at once. I was more nervous all that day than I ever was in waiting to hear from an estimate. It was none of my business, to be sure, but I longed to see Mrs. Markson punished for the mischief which I and every one else believed she had done her husband, and I longed to see Helen, whom every one liked, triumph over her stepmother, who, still young and gay, was awfully jealous of Helen's beauty and general attractiveness. Finally, the long day wore away, and an hour or two after the carriages returned from the funeral, the city lawyer called the judge, and at the judge's suggestion they both called for me. We found Mrs. Markson and Helen, with some of Mrs. Markson's relatives (Helen had not one in the world), in the parlor, Mrs. Markson looking extremely pretty in her neat-fitting suit of black, and Helen looking extremely disconsolate. The judge, in a courtly, old-fashioned way, but with a good deal of heart for all that, expressed his sympathy for Helen, and I tried to say a kind word to her myself. To be sure, it was all praise of her father, whom I really respected very highly, aside from my having had my first contract from him, but she was large-hearted enough to like it all the better for that. I was still speaking to her when Mrs. Markson's lawyer announced that he would read the last will and testament of the deceased, so when he sat down on a sofa I took a seat beside her. The document was very brief. He left Helen the interest of $20,000 a year, the same to cease if she married. All the rest of the property he left to his wife. As the lawyer concluded, Helen's face put on an expression of wonder and grief, succeeded by one of utter loneliness, while from Mrs. Markson's eyes there flashed an exultant look that had so much of malignity in it that it made me understand the nature of Satan a great deal more clearly than any sermon ever made me do. Poor Helen tried to meet it with fearlessness and dignity, but she seemed to feel as if even her father had abandoned her, and she dropped her head and burst into tears. I know it wasn't the thing to do before company, but I took her hand and called her a poor girl, and begged her to keep a good heart, and trust that her father loved her truly, and that her wrongs would be righted at the proper time. Being kind to my fellow creatures is the biggest part of my religion, for it's the part of religion I understand best. But even if I had been a heathen, I couldn't have helped wishing well to a noble, handsome woman like Helen Markson. I tried to speak in a very low tone, but Mrs. Markson seemed to understand what I said, for she favored me with a look more malevolent than any I had ever received from my most impecunious debtor. The natural effect was to wake up all the old Adam there was in me, and to make me long for what was coming. "May I ask the date of that will?" asked Judge Wardelow. "Certainly, sir," replied Mrs. Markson's lawyer, handing the document to the judge. The judge looked at the date, handed the will back to the lawyer, and drew from his pocket an envelope. "Here is a will made by Mr. Markson," said the judge, "and dated 3 months later." Mrs. Markson started. Her eyes flashed with a sort of fire which I hope I may never see again, and she caught her lower lip up between her teeth. The judge read the document as calmly as if it had been a mere supervisor's notice, whereas it was different to the first will in every respect, for it gave to Helen all of his property, of every description, on condition that she paid to Mrs. Markson yearly the interest of $20,000 until death or marriage, this being the amount, as the will said, that she assured me would be amply sufficient for my daughter under like circumstances. As the judge ceased reading and folded the document, Mrs. Markson sprang at him as if she were a wild beast. "Give it to me!" she screamed, hissed rather. "'Tis a vile, hateful forgery." "Madam," said the judge, hastily putting the will in his pocket, and taking off his glasses, "that is a matter which the law wisely provides shall not be decided by interested parties. When I present it for probate—" "I'll break it," interrupted Mrs. Markson, glaring as my family cat does when a mouse is too quick for her. Mrs. Markson's lawyer asked permission to look at the newer will, which the judge granted. He looked carefully at the signature of Markson and the witnesses, and returned the document with a sigh. "Don't attempt it, madam. No use," said he. "I know all the signatures, seen them 100 times. I'm sorry, very. Affects my pocket some, for it cuts some of my prospective fees, but that will can't be broken." Mrs. Markson turned, looked at Helen a second, and then dashed at her, as if to scatter, tear, and slay, as the old funeral hymn says. Helen stumbled and cowered a little toward me, seeing which how on earth I came to do it I don't know, put my arm around her, and looked indignantly at Mrs. Markson. "You treacherous hussy," said Mrs. Markson, stamping her foot. "You scheming little minx. I could kill you. I could tear you to pieces. I could drink your very heart's blood. I could—" What else she could do she was prevented from telling, for she fell into a fit, and was carried out, rigid and foaming at the mouth. I am generally sorry to see even wicked people suffer, but I wasn't a bit sorry to see Mrs. Markson, for while she was talking, poor Helen trembled so violently that it seemed to me she would be scared to death if her cruel stepmother talked much longer. 2 hours later, Mrs. Markson, with all her relatives and personal effects, left the house, and 6 months afterward Mrs. Markson entrapped some other rich man into marrying her. She never tried to break Marston's will. As Helen was utterly ignorant of the existence of this new will until she heard it read, the judge explained to her where it came from, and as she was naturally anxious for all the particulars of its discovery, the judge sent me to her to tell her the whole story. So I dressed myself and drove down, for though still under 30, I was well off and drove my own span, and told her of my interview with her father on his deathbed, as well as of the scene on the night he hid the will. As I told her the latter part of the story, a reverent, loving, self-forgetful look came into her face, and made her seem to me like an angel. As for myself, the recalling of the incident, now that I knew its sequel, prevented my keeping my eyes dry. I felt a little ashamed of myself and hurried away, but her look while I spoke of her father, and her trembling form in my arms while Mrs. Markson raved at her, were constantly in my mind, and muddled a great many important estimates. They finally troubled me so that I drove down again, and had a long and serious talk with Helen. What we said, though perfectly proper and sensible, might not be interesting in print, so I omit it. I will say, however, that my longing, when I first saw Helen as a little girl, for a daughter just like her, has been fulfilled so exactly that I have named her Helen Markson Raines, after her mother. And if she is not as much comfort to me as I suppose she would be, it is no fault of hers, but rather because the love of her mother makes me, 20 years after the incidents of this story occurred, so constantly happy that I need the affection of no one else. End of Story 14.
Story 15 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 15, Grump's Pet. On a certain day in November 1850, there meandered into the new mining camp of Painter Bar, State of California, an individual who was instantly pronounced, all voices concurring, the ugliest man in the camp. The adjective ugly was applied to the man's physiognomy alone, but time soon gave the word, as applied to him, a far wider significance. In fact, the word was not at all equal to the requirements made of it, and this was probably what influenced the prefixing of numerous adjectives, sacred and profane, to this little word of 4 letters. The individual in question stated that he came from nowhere in particular, and the savage, furtive glance that shot from his hyena-like eyes seemed to plainly indicate why the land of his origin was so indefinitely located. A badly broken nose failed to soften the expression of his eyes, a long, prominent, dull red scar divided one of his cheeks, his mustache was not heavy enough to hide a hideous hare-lip, while a ragged beard and a head of stiff, bristly red hair formed a setting which intensified rather than embellished the peculiarities we have noted. The first settlers, who seemed quite venerable and dignified now that the camp was nearly a fortnight old, were in the habit of extending hospitality to all newcomers until these latter could build huts for themselves. But no one hastened to invite this beauty to partake of cracker, pork, and lodging-place, and he finally betook himself to the southerly side of a large rock, against which he placed a few boughs to break the wind. The morning after his arrival, certain men missed provisions, and the ugly man was suspected, but so depressing, as one miner mildly put it, was his aspect, when even looked at inquiringly, that the bravest of the boys found excuse for not asking questions of the suspected man. "Ain't got no chum," suggested Bosun, an ex-sailor, one day, after the crowd had done considerable staring at this unpleasant object. "Ain't got no chum, and's lonesome, needs a cheerin' up." So Bosun philanthropically staked a new claim near the stranger, apart from the main party. The next morning found him back on his old claim, and volunteering to every one the information that "stranger's a Grump, a regular Grump." From that time forth, Grump was the only name by which the man was known. Time rolled on, and in the course of a month Painter Bar was mentioned as an old camp. It had its mining rules, its saloon, blacksmith shop, and faro bank, like the proudest camp on the run, and one could find there colonels, judges, doctors, and squires by the dozen, besides one deacon and a dominie or two. Still, the old inhabitants kept an open eye for newcomers, and displayed an open-hearted friendliness from whose example certain eastern cities might profit. But on one particular afternoon the estimable reception committee were put to their wits' end. They were enjoying their otium cum dignitale on a rude bench in front of the saloon, when some one called attention to an unfamiliar form which leaned against a stunted tree a few rods off. It was of a short, loose-jointed young man, who seemed so thin and lean that Black Tom ventured the opinion that there feller had better hold tight to the ground ter keep from fallin' up'ards. His eyes were colorless, his nose was enormous, his mouth hung wide open, and then shut with a twitch, as if its owner were eating flies, his chin seemed to have been entirely forgotten, and his thin hair was in color somewhere between sand and mud. As he leaned against the tree, he afforded a fine opportunity for the study of acute and obtuse angles. His neck, shoulders, elbows, wrists, back, knees, and feet all described angles, and even the toes of his shocking boots deflected from the horizontal in a most decided manner. "Somebody ort to go say somethin' to him," said the colonel, who was recognized as leader by the miners. "Fact, colonel," replied one of the men, "but what's a feller to say to sich a meanderin' boneyard as that? Might ask him for politeness sake to take a first pick of lots in a new buryin' ground, but him Perkins died last week, you know." "Say something, somebody," commanded the colonel, and as he spoke his eyes alighted on Slim Sam, who obediently stepped out to greet the newcomer. "Mister," said Sam, producing a plug of tobacco, "have a chaw?" "I don't use tobacco," languidly replied the man, and his answer was so unexpected that Sam precipitately retired. Then Black Tom advanced and pleasantly asked, "What's your favorite game, stranger?" "Blind man's buff," replied the stranger. "What's that?" inquired Tom, blushing with shame at being compelled to display ignorance about games. "Anything like going up blind at poker?" "Poker? I don't know what that is," replied the youth. "He's from the country," said the colonel, compassionately, "and hasn't had the right schooling. Perhaps," continued the colonel, "he'd enjoyed a cock-fight at the saloon to night. These country boys are pretty well up on roosters. Ask him, Tom." Tom put the question, and the party, in deep disgust, heard the man reply, "No, thank you. I think it's cruel to make the poor birds hurt each other." "Look here," said the good-natured bo'sun, "the poor lubber's all gone in amidships. See how flat his bread-basket is. I say, messmate," continued Bo'sun, with a roar and a jerk of his thumb over his shoulder, "come and splice the main brace." "No, thank you," answered the unreasonable stranger, "I don't drink." The boys looked incredulously at each other, while the colonel arose and paced the front of the saloon 2 or 3 times, looking greatly puzzled. He finally stopped and said, "The miserable rat isn't fit to be out of doors, and needs takin' keer of. Come here, feller," called the colonel. "Be kinder sociable. Don't stand there a-gawpin' at us as if we was a menagerie." The youth approached slowly, stared through the crowd, and finally asked, "Is there any one here from Pawkin Centre?" No one responded. "Some men went out to Californy from Pawkin Centre, and I didn't know but some of 'em was here. I come from there myself. My name's Mix," the youth continued. "Meanin' no disrespect to your dad," said the colonel, "Mr. Mix, Senior, oughtn't to have let you come out here. You ain't strong enough. You'll get fever and ager before you wash dirt half a day." "I ain't got no dad," replied the stranger. "Leastways, he ran away 10 years ago, and mother had a powerful hard time since, a bringin' up the young uns, and we thought I might help along a big sight if I was out here." The colonel was not what in the States would be called a prayer-meeting man, but he looked steadily at the young man, and inwardly breathed a very earnest, "God have mercy on you all." Then he came back to the more immediate present, and, looking about, asked, "Who's got sleeping room for this young man?" "I have," quickly answered Grump, who had approached, unnoticed, while the newcomer was being interviewed. Everyone started, and Grump's countenance did not gather amiability as he sneakingly noticed the general distrust. "You needn't glare like that," said he, savagely. "I said it, and I mean it. Come along, youngster. It's about the time I generally fry my pork." And the 2 beauties walked away together, while the crowd stared in speechless astonishment. "He won't make much out of that boy, that's one comfort," said Black Tom, who had partially recovered from his wonder. "You can bet your eye teeth that his pockets won't pan out $5. "Then what does he want of him?" queried Slim Sam. "Something mean and underhand, for certain," said the colonel, "and the boy must be protected. And I hereby appoint this whole crowd to keep an eye on Grump, and see he don't make a slave of the boy, and don't rob him of dust. And I reckon I'll take one of yer with me, and keep watch of the old rascal to night. I don't trust him wuth a dern." That night the boys at the saloon wrinkled their brows like unto an impecunious committee of ways and means, as they vainly endeavored to surmise why Grump would want that young man as a lodger. Men who pursued whittling as an aid to reason made pecks of chips and shavings, and were no nearer a solution than when they began. There were a number of games played, but so great was the absent-mindedness of the players that several hardened scamps indulged in some most unscrupulous stocking of the cards without detection. But even one of these, after having dealt himself both Bowers and the king, besides 2 aces, suddenly imagined he had discovered Grump's motive, and so earnest was he in exposing that nefarious wretch that one of his opponents changed hands with him.
Even the barkeeper mixed the bottles badly, and on one occasion, just as the boys were raising their glasses, he metaphorically dashed the cup from their lips by a violent, "I tell you what," and an unsatisfactory theory. Finally, the colonel arose. "Boys," said he, in the tone of a man whose mind is settled, "'tain't 'cause the youngster looked like lively company, for he didn't. 'Tain't 'cause Grump wanted to do him a good turn, for 'tain't his style. Consequently, thar's somethin' wrong. Tom, I reckon I take you along." And Tom and the colonel departed. During the month which had elapsed since his advent, Grump had managed to build him a hut of the usual mining pattern, and the colonel and Tom stealthily examined its walls, front and rear, until they found crevices which would admit the muzzle of a revolver should it be necessary. Then they applied their eyes to the same cracks, and saw the youth asleep on a pile of dead grass, with Grump's knapsack for a pillow, and one of Grump's blankets over him. Grump himself was sitting on a fragment of stone, staring into the fire, with his face in his hands. He sat so long that the worthy colonel began to feel indignant. To sit in a cramped position on the outside of a house for the sake of abused human nature was an action more praiseworthy than comfortable, and the colonel began to feel personally aggrieved at Grump's delay. Besides, the colonel was growing thirsty. Suddenly Grump arose, looked down at the sleeping youth, and then knelt beside him. The colonel briskly brought his pistol to bear on him, and with great satisfaction noted that Tom's muzzle occupied a crack in the front walls, and that he himself was out of range. A slight tremor seemed to run through the sleeper, and no wonder, said the colonel, when he recounted the adventure to the boys. Anybody'd shiver to have that kind of mount glaring at him. Grump arose and softly went to a corner which was hidden by the chimney. "Gone for his knife, I'll bet," whispered the colonel to himself. "I hope Tom don't spile my mad by firing fust." Grump returned to view, but instead of a knife, he bore another blanket, which he gently spread over his sleeping guest. Then he lay down beside Mix, with a log of wood for a pillow. The colonel withdrew his pistol, and softly muttered to himself a dozen or two enormous oaths. Then he arose, straightened out his cramped legs, and started to find Tom. That worthy had started on a similar errand, and on meeting, the two stared at each other in the moonlight as blankly as a couple of well-preserved mummies. "S'pose the boys will believe us?" whispered the colonel. "We can bring 'em down to see the show themselves if they don't," replied Tom. The colonel's report was productive of the choicest assortment of ejaculations that had been heard in camp since Natchez, the leader of the Vinegar Gulch boys, joined the church and commenced preaching. The good-natured bo'sun was for drinking Grump's health at once, but the colonel demurred. So did Slim Sam. "He's a-goin' to make him work on shears in some hocus-pocus arrangement, and he can't afford to have him get sick. That's what his kindness amounts to," said Sam. "Or go for his gratitude and dust when he gets any," suggested another, and no one repelled the insinuation. It was evident, however, that there was but little chance of either inquest or funeral from Grump's, and the crowd finally dispersed with a confirmed assurance that there would be one steady cause of excitement for some time to come. Next morning young Mix staked a claim adjoining Grump. The colonel led him aside, bound him to secrecy, and told him that there was a far richer dirt further down the stream. The young man pointed toward the hut, and replied, "He said 'twas payin' dirt, and I ort to take his advice, seeing he give me a pick and shovel and pan. Said he'd hev to get new ones anyhow." "Thunder!" ejaculated the colonel, more puzzled than ever, knowing well how a miner will cling as long as possible to tools with which he is acquainted. "Just wait till that boy gets a bag of dust," said a miner, when the colonel had narrated the second wonder. "The express agent'll be here next week to get what fellers wants to send to their folks. The boy'll want to send some to his'n. His bag'll be missin' about then. Just wait, and if my words don't come true, call me a greaser." The colonel pondered over the prophecy, and finally determined on another vigil outside Grump's hut.
Meanwhile, Grump's pet, as Mix had been nicknamed, afforded the camp a great deal of amusement. He was not at all reserved, and was easily drawn out on the subject of his protector, of whom he spoke in terms of unmeasured praise. "By the piper that played before Moses," said one of the boys one day, "if half that boy says is true, some day Grump'll have wings sprout through his shirt, and be sittin' on the sharp edges of a cloud, and playin' unto a harp, just like the other angels." As for Grump himself, he improved so much that suspicion was half disarmed when one looked at him. Nevertheless, the colonel deemed it prudent to watch the pet's landlord on the night preceding the express day. The colonel timed himself by counting the games of old sledge that were played. At the end of the 6th game, after dark, he made his way to Grump's hut, and quietly located himself at the same crack as before. The pet and his friend were both lying down, but by the light of the fire the colonel could see the eyes of the former were closed, while those of the latter were wide open. The moments flew by, and still the two men remained in the same positions, the pet apparently fast asleep, and Grump wide awake. The interior of a miner's hut, though displaying great originality of design and ingenious artistic effects, becomes after a time rather a tiresome object of contemplation. The colonel found it so, and he relieved his strained eyes by an occasional amateur astronomical observation. On turning his head with a yawn from one of these, he saw inside the hut a state of affairs which caused him to feel hurriedly for his pistol. Grump had risen upon one elbow, and was stealthily feeling with his other hand under the pet's head. "Ah," thought the colonel, "right at last." Slowly Grump's hand emerged from beneath the pet's head, and with it came a leather bag containing gold dust. The colonel drew a perfect bead on Grump's temple. "I'll just wait till you're stowing that away, my golden-haired beauty," said the colonel within himself, "and then we'll see what cold lead's got to say about it." Grump untied the bag, set it upon his own pillow, drew forth his own pouch, and untied it. The colonel's aim remained true to its unconscious mark. "If that's the game," continued the colonel to himself, "I reckon the proper time to play my trump is just when you're a-pouring from his bag into yourn. It'll be as good a theater to bring the boys up to see how 'twas done. Lord, I wish he'd hurry up." Grump placed a hand upon each bag, and the colonel felt for his trigger. Grump's left hand opened wide the mouth of Pet's bag, and his right hand raised his own. In a moment he had poured out all his own gold into Pet's bag, tied it, and replaced it under Pet's head. The colonel retired quietly for 100 yards or more. Then he started for the saloon like a man inspired by a 3 days' thirst. As he entered the saloon, the crowd arose. "Any feller can say I lie," meekly spoke the colonel, "and I won't shoot. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Grump's poured all his gold into the pet's pouch." The whole party, in chorus, condemned their optical organs to supernatural warmth. Some, more energetic than the rest, signified that the operation should extend to their lungs and lives, but the doubter of the party again spoke. "Mind yer," said he, "tomorrow he'll be complaining that the pet stole it, and then he'll claim all in the pet's pouch." The colonel looked doubtful. Several voices expressed dissent. Bosun, reviving his proposition to drink to Grump, found opinion about equally balanced, but conservative. It was agreed, however, that all the boys should hang around the express agent next day, and should, if Grump made the pet any trouble, dispose of him promptly, and give the pet a clear title to all of Grump's rights and properties. The agent came, and one by one the boys deposited their dust, saw it weighed, and took their receipts. Presently there was a stir near the door, and Grump and Pet entered. Pet's gold was weighed, his mother's name given, and a receipt tendered. "Thinks he's going to have conviction in writing," whispered the doubter to the colonel. But the agent finished his business, took the stage, and departed. Grump started to the door to see the last of it. The doubter was there before him,
and saw a big tear in the corner of each of Grump's eyes. A few days after, Grump went to Placerville for a new pick for the pet. The old one was too heavy for a light man, Grump said. Pet himself felt rather lonesome working on his neighbor's claim, so he sauntered down the creek and got a kind word from almost every man. His ridiculous anatomy had escaped the grave so long, he was so industrious and so inoffensive, that the boys began to have a sort of affection for the boy who had come so far to help the folks. Finally, some weak miner, unable to hold the open secret any longer, told the pet about Grump's operation in dust. Great was the astonishment of the young man, and puzzling miners gained sympathy from the weak eyes and open mouth of the pet as he meandered homeward, evidently as much as a loss as themselves. Unlucky was the spirit which prompted Grump in the selection of his claim. It was just beyond a small bend which the run made, and was therefore out of sight of the claims of the other men belonging to the camp. And it came to pass that while Pet was standing on his own claim, leaning on his spade, and puzzling his feeble brain, there came down the run the great Brodie, chief of the Jolly Grasshoppers, who were working several miles above. Mr. Brodie had found a nugget a few days before, and in his exultation had ceased work and become a regular member of the bar. A week's industrious drinking developed in him that peculiar amiability and humanity which is characteristic of cheap whiskey, and as Pet was small, ugly, and alone, Brodie commenced working off on him his own superfluous energy. Poor Pet's resistance only increased the fury of Brodie, and the family at Pawkin Centre seemed in imminent danger of being supported by the town, when suddenly a pair of enormous stubby hands seized Brodie by the throat, and a harsh voice, which Pet joyfully recognized as Grump's, exclaimed, "Let him go, or I'll tear you into mincemeat, curse you!" The chief of the Jolly Grasshoppers was not in the habit of obeying orders, but Grump's hands imparted to his command considerable moral force. No sooner, however, had Brodie extricated himself from Grump's grasp than he drew his revolver and fired. Grump fell, and the chief of the Jolly Grasshoppers, his injured dignity made whole, walked peacefully away. The sound of the shot brought up all the boys from below. "They fit," gasped the doubter, catching his breath as he ran, "and the boys had to lay him out." It seemed as if the doubter might be right, for the boys found Grump lying on the ground, bleeding badly, and the Pet on his hands and knees. "How'd it come about?" asked the colonel of Pet. "Brodie done it," replied Grump in a hoarse whisper. "He pounded the boy, and I tackled him, and then he fired." The doubter went around and raised the dying man's head. Pet seemed collecting all his energies for some great effort, and finally he asked, "What made yer pour your dust into my pouch?" "'Cause," whispered the dying man, putting one arm round Pet's neck and drawing him closer, "'cause I'm your dad. Give this to your mar," and on Pet's homely face the ugliest man at Painter Bar put the first token of human affection ever displayed in that neighborhood. The arm relaxed its grasp and fell loosely, and the red eyes closed. The experienced colonel gazed into the upturned face and gently said, "Pet, you're an orphan." Reverently the boys carried the dead man into his own hut. Several men dug a grave beside that of Perkins, while the colonel and doubter acted as undertakers, the latter donating his only white shirt for a shroud. This duty done, they went to the saloon, and the doubter called up the crowd. The glasses filled, the doubter raised his own and exclaimed, "Boys, here's Corpse. Corpse is the best-looking man in camp." And so he was. For the first time in his wretched life, his soul had reached his face, and the judge mercifully took him while he was yet in his own image. The body was placed in a rude coffin, and borne to the grave on a litter of spades, followed by every man in camp, the colonel supporting the only family mourner. Each man threw a shovelful of dirt upon the coffin before the filling began. As the last of the surface of the coffin disappeared from view, Pet raised a loud cry and wept bitterly, at which operation he was joined by the whole party. End of story 15.
Story 16 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 16, Wardelow's Boy. New Boston has once been the most promising of the growing cities of the West. According to some New York gentlemen who constituted a land improvement company, distributed handsome maps gratis, and courted susceptible Eastern editors. Its water power was unrivaled, ground for all desirable public buildings, and for a handsome park with ready-grown trees and a natural lake, had been securely provided for by the terms of the company's charter. Building material abounded, the water was good, the soil of unequaled fertility, while the company, with admirable forethought, had a well-stocked store on the ground, and had made arrangements to send to the town a skillful physician and a popular preacher. A reasonable number of colonists found their way to the ground in the pleasant springtime, and, in spite of sundry local peculiarities not mentioned in the company's circular, they might have remained, had not a mighty freshet in June driven them away, and even saved some of them the trouble of moving their houses. When, however, most of the residences floated down the river, some of them bearing their owners on their roofs, such of the inhabitants as had money left the promised land forever, while the others made themselves such homes as they could in the nearest settlements which were above water, and fraternized with the natives through the medium of that common bond of sympathy in the western lowlands, the ague. Only a single one of the original inhabitants remained, and he, although he might have chosen the best of the abandoned houses for his residence, or even the elegant but deserted company store, continued to inhabit the cabin he had built upon his arrival. The solid business men of the neighboring town of Mount Pisgah, situated upon a bluff, voted him a fool whenever his name was mentioned, but the wives of these same men, when they chanced to see old Wardelow passing by, with the wistful face he always wore, looked after him tenderly, and never lost an opportunity to speak to him kindly. When they met at tea-parties, or quilting bees, or sewing societies, or in other gatherings exclusively feminine, there were not a few of them who had the courage to say that the world would be better if more men were like old Wardelow. For love seemed the sole motive of old Wardelow's life. The cemetery which the thoughtful projectors of New Boston had presented to the inhabitants had for its only occupant the wife of old Wardelow, and she had been conveyed thereto by a husband who was both young and handsome. The freshet which had, soon afterward, swept the town, had carried with it Wardelow's only child, a boy of 7 years, who had been playing in a boat, which he in some way unloosed. From that day the father had found no trace of his child, yet he never ceased hoping for his return. Every steamboat captain on the river knew the old man, and the roughest of them had cheerfully replied in the affirmative when asked if they wouldn't bring up a small boy who might some day come on board, report himself as Stevie Wardelow, and ask to be taken to New Boston. Almost every steamboat man, from captain and pilot down to fireman and roustabout, carried and posted Wardelow's circulars wherever they went, up Red River, the Yazoo, the White, the Arkansas, the Missouri, and all the smaller tributaries of the Mississippi. New Boston had long been dropped from the list of post towns, but every crossroad for miles around had a fingerboard showing the direction and telling the distance to New Boston. Upon a tall cottonwood tree on the river bank, and nearly in front of Wardelow's residence, was an immense signboard bearing the name of New Boston Landing, and on the other side of the river, at a ferry staging belonging to a crossing whose other terminus was a mile further down the river, was a sign which informed travelers that persons wishing to go to New Boston would find a skiff marked Wardelow tied near the staging. The old man never went to Mount Pisgah for stores, or up the river to fish, or even into his own cornfield and garden, without affixing to his door a placard telling where he had gone and when he would return. When he went to the cemetery, which he frequently did, a statement to that effect, and a plan showing the route to and through the cemetery, was always appended to his door, and as he could never clearly imagine his boy as having passed the childhood in which he had last seen him, all the signboards, placards, and circulars were in large capital letters. Even when the river overflowed its banks, which it did nearly every spring, the old man did not leave his house. He would not have another story built upon it, as he was advised to do, lest Stevie might fail to recognize it on his return. But after careful study, he had the house raised until the foundation was above high water mark, and then had the ground made higher, but sloped so gradually that the boy could not notice the change. When one after another of the city's plots, upon which deserted houses stood, were sold for default in payment of taxes, old Wardelow bought them himself. They always went for a song, and the old man preferred to own them, lest someone else might destroy the ruins, and thus make the place unfamiliar to the returning wanderer. Of friends he had almost none. Although he was intelligent, industrious, ingenious, and owned a library which passed for quite a large one in those days and in the New West, he cared to talk on only one subject, and as that was of no particular interest to other people, and became, in the course of time, extremely stale to those who did not like it, the people of Mount Pisgah and the adjoining country did not spend more time upon old Wardelow than was required by the necessities of business. There were a few exceptions to this rule. Old Mrs. Perry, who passed for a saint, and whose life did not belie her reputation, used to drive her old pony up to New Boston about once a month, carrying some home-made delicacy with her, and chatting sympathetically for an hour or two. Among the Mount Pisgah merchants there was one, who had never had a child of his own, who always pressed the old man's hand warmly, and admitted the possibility of whatever new hope Wardelow might express. The pastors of the several churches at Mount Pisgah, however much they disagreed on doctrinal points, were in perfect accord as to the beauty of a character which was so completely under the control of a noble principle that had no promise of money in it. Most of them, therefore, paid the old man professional visits, from which they generally returned with more benefit than they had conferred. Time had rolled on as usual, in spite of Wardelow's great sorrow. The Mexican War was just breaking out when New Boston was settled, and Wardelow's hair was black, and Mount Pisgah was a little cluster of log huts. But when Lincoln was elected, Wardelow had been gray and called old for nearly 10 years, and Mount Pisgah had quite a number of two-story residences and brick stores, and was a county town with courthouse and jail all complete. None of the railway lines projected toward and through Mount Pisgah had been completed, however, nor had the town telegraphic communication with anywhere. So, compared with localities enjoying the higher benefits of civilization, Mount Pisgah and its surroundings constituted quite a paradise for horse thieves. There were still sparsely settled places, too, which needed the ministrations of the Methodist circuit rider. The young man who had been sent by the Southern Illinois Conference to preach the word on the Mount Pisgah circuit was great-hearted and impetuous, and tremendously in earnest in all that he did or said. But, like all such men, he paid the penalty of being in advance of his day and generation by suffering some terrible fits of depression over the small results of his labor. And so, following the example of most of his predecessors on the Mount Pisgah circuit, he paid many a visit to old Wardelow to learn strength from this perfect example of patient faith. As the circuit rider left the old man one evening and sought his faithful horse in the deserted barn in which he had tied him, he was somewhat astonished to find the horse unloosed and another man quietly leading him away. courage and decision being among the qualities which are natural to the successful circuit rider, he sprang at the thief and knocked him down. The operator in horseflesh speedily regained his feet, however, and as he closed with the preacher, the latter saw, under the starlight, the gleam of a knife. Commending himself to the Lord, he made such vigorous efforts for the safety of his body that within 2 or 3 moments he had the thief face downward on the ground, his own knee on the thief's back, one hand upon the thief's neck, and in his other hand the thief's knife. Then the circuit rider delivered a short address. "My sinful friend," said he, "when 2 men get into such a scrape as this, and one of them is in your line of business, one or the other will have to die, and I don't propose to be the one. I haven't finished the work which the Master has given me to do. If you've any dying messages to send to anybody, I give you my word as a preacher that they shall be delivered, but you must speak quick. What's your name?" "I'll give you $500 to let me off. You may holler for help and tie my hand and—" "No use. Speak quick," hissed the preacher. "What's your name?" "Stephen Wardelow," gasped the thief. "What?" roared the preacher, loosening his grasp, but instantly tightening it again. "Stephen Wardelow," replied the thief, "but I haven't got any message to send to anybody. I haven't a relative in the world, and nobody would care if I was dead. Might as well go now as any time. It's square when you do let me have it, that's all." "Where's your parents?" asked the preacher. "Dead, I reckon," the thief answered. "Leastways, I know mother is, and dad lived in a fever and agueish place, and I s'pose he's gone, too, before this." "Where did he live?" "I don't know. Some new settlement somewheres in Illinois. I got lost in the river when I was a little boy, and was picked up by a trading boat and sold for a nearly white nigger. I s'pose I was pretty dark." There was a silence. The captive lay perfectly quiet, as if expecting the fatal blow. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Not wishin' to interfere in a fair fight, it's me, Parson, Sheriff Peters. Not wishin' to interfere in a fair fight, I've been a-lookin' on here, where I'd tracked the thief myself, and would have grabbed him if you hadn't been about half a minute ahead of me. And if you want to know my honest opinion, my professional opinion, it's just this: there was stuff for a splendid sheriff spiled when you went a-preachin'. How you'd get along when it come to collectin' taxes, I don't know, never having been at any meetin' where you took up a collection, but when it come to an arrest, you'd be just chain-lightnin' ground down to a pat. The prisoner's yours, and so's all the rewards that's offered for 'em, though they're not offered for a man of the name he gives. But honest now, don't you think there's a chance of mitigatin' circumstances in his case? Let's talk it over. I'll help you tie him so he can't slip you." The sheriff lighted a pocket lantern and placed it in a window frame behind him. Then he tied the prisoner's feet and legs in several places, tied his hands behind his back, sat him upon the ground with his face toward the door, cocked a pistol, and then beckoned the preacher toward a corner. The sheriff opened his pocketbook and took out a paper, whispering as he did so, "I've carried this as a sort of curiosity, but it may come in handy now. Let's see, confound it, the poor old fellow is describing the child just as it was 15 years ago. Oh, here's a point or two. Brown eyes, black hair. Oh, bully, here's the best thing yet. First joint of the left forefinger gone." The sheriff snatched the light, and both men hastened to examine the prisoner's hand. After a single glance, their eyes met, and each set of optics inquired of the other. At length the sheriff remarked, "He's your prisoner." The circuit rider flushed and then turned pale. He took the lantern from the sheriff, turned the light full on the prisoner's face, and said, "Prisoner, suppose you were to find that your father was alive?" The horse thief replied with a piercing glance, which was full of wonder, but said not a word. A moment or two passed, and the preacher said, "Suppose you were to find that your father was alive, and had searched everywhere for you, and that he thought of nothing but you, and was all the time hoping for your return, that he had grown old before his time, all because of his longing and sorrow for you." The thief dropped his eyes, then his face twitched. At last he burst out crying.
Your father is alive. He isn't far from this cabin. He's very sick. I've just left him. Nothing but the sight of you will do him any good. But I think so much of him that I'd rather kill you this instant than let him know what business you've been in." "Them's my sentiments, too," remarked the sheriff. "Let me see him!" exclaimed the prisoner, clasping and raising his manacled hands, while his face filled with an earnestness which was literally terrible. "Let me see him, if it's only for a few minutes. You needn't be afraid that I'll tell him what I am, and you won't be mean enough to do it if I don't try to run away. Have mercy on me. You don't know what it is to never have had anybody to love you, and then suddenly to find that there is someone that wants you." The preacher turned to the officer and said, "I'm a law-abiding citizen, Sheriff." And the sheriff replied, "He's your prisoner." "Then suppose I let him go on his promise to stick to his father for the rest of his life." "He's your prisoner," repeated the sheriff. "Suppose, then, I were to insist upon your taking him into custody." "Why, then," said the sheriff, speaking like a man in the depths of meditation, "I would let him go myself, and I'd have to shoot you to save my reputation as a faithful officer." The preacher made a peculiar face. The prisoner exclaimed, "Hurry, you brutes!" The preacher said at last, "Let him loose." The sheriff removed the handcuffs, dived into his own pocket, brought out a pocket comb and glass, and handed them to the thief. Then he placed the lantern in front of him, and said, "Fix yourself up a little. Your hat's a miserable one. I'll swap with you. You've got to make up some cock and bull story now, for the old man'll want to know everything. You might say you've been a sheriff down south somewhere since you got away from the feller that owned you." The preacher paused over a knot in one of the cords on the prisoner's legs, and said, "Say you were a circuit rider. That's more near the literal truth." The sheriff seemed to demur somewhat, and he said at length, "Without meaning any disrespect, parson, don't you think 'twould tickle the old man and the citizens more to think he'd been a sheriff? They wouldn't dare to ask him so many questions then, either. And it might be handy for him if he was asked to preach, while a smart horse thief has naturally got some of the pints of a real sheriff about him." "You insist upon it that he's my prisoner," said the preacher, tugging away at his knot, "and I insist upon the circuit rider story. And," continued the young man, with one mighty pull at the knot, "he's got to be a circuit rider, and I'm going to make one of him. Do you hear that, young man? I'm the man that's setting you free and giving you to your father." "You can make anything you please out of me," said the prisoner, "only hurry." "As you say, parson," remarked the sheriff, with admirable meekness, "he's your prisoner, but I could make a splendid deputy out of him if you'd let him take my advice, and I'd agree to work for his nomination for my place when my term runs out. Think of what he might get to be. There has sheriffs gone to the legislature, and I've heard of one that went to Congress." "Circuit riders get higher than that sometimes," said the preacher, leading his prisoner toward old Wardelow's cabin. "They get as high as heaven." "Oh," remarked the sheriff, and gave up the contest. Both men accompanied the prisoner toward his father's house. The preacher began to deliver some cautionary remarks, but the young man burst from him, threw open the door, and shouted, "Father!" The old man started from his bed, shaded his eyes, and exclaimed, "Stevie!" The father and son embraced, seeing which the sheriff proved that even sheriffs are human, by snatching the circuit rider in his arms and giving him a mighty hug. The father recovered and lived happily. The son and the preacher fulfilled their respective promises, and the sheriff, always on meeting either of them, so abounded in genial winks and effusive handshakings that he nearly lost his next election by being suspected of having become religious himself. End of story 16.
Story 17 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 17, Tom Chafflin's Luck. Luck? Why, I never seed anything like it. You might give him the sweepin's of a saloon to watch, and he'd pan out a nugget every time. Do it as sure as shootin'. This rather emphatic speech proceeded one day from the lips of Cairo Jake, an industrious washer of the golden sands of California. But it was evident to all intelligent observers that even language so strong as to seem almost figurative did not fully express Cairo Jack's conviction, for he shook his head so positively that his hat fell off into the stream, which found a level only an inch or two below Jacob's boot tops, and he stamped his right foot so vigorously as to endanger his equilibrium. "Well," sighed a discontented miner from New Jersey, "Providence knows his own business best, I s'pose. But I could have found him a feller that could have made a darn sight better use of his good luck, if he'd had any, than Tom Chafflin. He don't know nothing about the worth of money. Never seed him drunk in my life, and he don't seem to get no fun out of kyards." "Providence hev a season's job of satisfyin' you, old Redbank," replied Cairo Jack, "but it's all fired queer for all that. If a feller could only learn how he done it, 'twouldn't seem so funny. But he don't seem to have no way in particular about him that a feller can find out." "Fact," said Redbank, with a solemn groan. "I've studied his face. Why, if I'd studied half as hard at school, I'd be a president or a missionary or somethin' now. But I don't make it out. Once I 'lowed 'twas 'cause he don't keer, and was kind of reckless, sort of went it blind. So I tried it on a playin' Monty." "Well, how did it work?" asked the gentleman from Cairo. "Work?" echoed the Jerseyman, with the air of an unsuccessful candidate musing over the saddest words of thought or pen. "I started with 13 ounces, and in 20 minutes I was borrowing the price of a drink from the dealer. That's how it worked." Certain other miners looked sorrowful. It was evident that they, too, had been reckless and had trusted to luck, and that in a place where gold-digging and gambling were the only two means of proving the correctness of their theory, it was not difficult to imagine by which one they were disappointed. "Long and short of it's just this," resumed Cairo Jack, straightening himself for a moment, and picking some coarse gravel from his pan. "Tom Chafflin's always in luck. His claim pays better'n anybody else's. He always gets the lucky number in a raffle. His shovel don't never break, and his chimbley ain't always a-catchin' afire. He's gone down to 'Frisco now, and I'll bet a dozen ounces that just 'cause he's aboard, the old boat'll go down and back without running aground a solitary dern time." No one took up Cairo Jack's bet, so that it was evident he uttered the general sentiment of the mining camp of Quicksilver Bar. Every man, in the temporary silence which followed Jake's summary, again bent industriously over his pan, until the scene suggested an amateur water-cure establishment returning thanks for basins of gruel, when suddenly the whole line was startled into suspension of labor by the appearance of London George, who was waving his hat with one hand and a red silk handkerchief with the other, while with his left foot he was performing certain pas not necessary to successful pedestrianism. "Quicksilver Bar ain't up to snuff. Oh, no, ain't a-catchin' up with 'Frisco, not at all. Little Chestnut don't know how to run a saloon and make others' shops sweet. Not in the least, not at all, oh, no." "Huh?" inquired half a dozen. "Don't believe me if you don't want to, but just bet against it 'fore you go to see, that's all," continued London George, fanning himself with his hat. "George," said Judge Baggs, with considerable asperity, "if you are an Englishman, try to speak your native tongue, and explain what you mean by actin' as if yous just broke out of a lunatic asylum. Speak quick, or I'll fine you drinks for the crowd." "Just as lieve you would," remarked the unabashed Briton. Seeing, Chestnut's got a female, a woman, a lady cashier, there. Guess them San Francisco saloons ain't the only ones that knows what's what, not any." "I don't believe a word of it," said the judge, washing his hands rather hastily, "but I'll just see for myself." Cairo Jack looked thoughtfully on the retreating form of the judge, and remarked, "He'll feel ashamed of hisself when he gets there and finds he'll have to drink alone. Reckon I'll go up just to keep him from feeling bad." Several others seemed impressed by the same idea, and moved quite briskly in the direction of Chestnut's saloon. The judge, protected by his age and a pair of green spectacles, boldly entered, while his followers dispersed themselves sheepishly just outside the open door, past which they marched and remarched as industriously as a lot of special sentries. There was no doubt about it. Chestnut had installed a lady at the end of the bar, and as between breakfast and dinner there was but little business done at the saloon, the lady was amusing herself by weighing corks and pebbles in the tiny scales which were to weigh the metallic equivalent for refreshments. The judge contemplated the arrangements with considerable satisfaction, and immediately called up all thirsty souls present. Those outside the door entered with the caution of veterans in an enemy's country, and with a bashfulness that was painful to contemplate. They stood before the bar, they glanced cautiously to the right and gently inclined their heads backward until only a line of eyes and noses were visible from the cashier's desk. Then the judge raised his green glasses a moment and smiled benignantly on the new cashier as he raised his liquor aloft. Then he turned to his party, and they drank the toast as solemnly as if they were the soldiers of Miles Standish, fortifying the inner man against fear of the Pequods. Then they separated into small groups, and conversed gravely on subjects in which they had not the slightest interest, while each one pretended not to look toward the cashier, and each one saw what the others were earnestly striving to do. But when the judge settled the score and chatted for several minutes with the receiver of treasure, and the lady, young and rather pretty, and quite pleasant and modest and businesslike, laughed merrily at something the judge said, an idea gradually dawned upon the bystanders, and within a few moments the boys feverishly awaited their chances to treat the crowd, for the sole purpose of having an excuse to speak to the new cashier, and to stand within 3 feet of her for about the space of a minute. Great was the excitement on the creek when the party returned, and testified to the entire accuracy of London George's report. Everyone went to the saloon that night. There had been some games arranged to take place at certain huts, but they were postponed by mutual consent. Even the dominie, an ex-preacher who had never yet set foot upon the profane floor of the saloon, appeared there that evening in search of someone so exceeding hard to find that the dominie was compelled to make several tours of all the tables and benches in the room. Chestnut himself, when questioned, said she had come by the way of the Isthmus with her father and mother, who had both died of the Chagres fever before reaching San Francisco, that some friends of her family and his had been trying to get her something to do in Frisco, and that he had engaged her at an ounce a day, and furthermore that he would be greatly obliged if the boys at Quicksilver wouldn't marry her before she had worked out her passage money from Frisco, which he had advanced. But the boys at Quicksilver were not so thoughtful of Chestnut's interests as they might have been. They began to buy blacking and neckties and white shirts, and to patronize the barber. No one had any opportunity for love-making, for the ladies' working hours were all spent in public, and in a business which caused frequent interruptions of even the most agreeable conversation. It soon became understood that certain men had proposed and been declined, and betting on who would finally capture the lady was the most popular excitement in camp. Cool-headed betting men watched closely the countenance of Sunrise, as some effusive miner had named the new cashier, as each man approached to pay in his coin or dust, and though they were intensely disgusted by its revelations, they unhesitatingly offered 2 to 1 that Dominie would be the fortunate man. To be sure, she saw less of the dominie than of any one else, for, though he did not drink or pay for the liquor consumed by any one else, he occasionally came in to get a large coin changed, and then it was noticed that Sunrise regarded him with a sort of earnestness which she never exhibited toward any one else. "Too bad," sighed Cairo Jack. "Somebody ort to tell her that he's only a preacher, and she'll only throw herself away if she takes him. If any stranger was to insult her, Dominie wouldn't be man enough to draw on him." "Beats thunder, though," sighed Red Bank, "how them preachers can take folks in.
Thar's Chestnut himself, he's took with Dominie. 'Stead of ordered him out, he talks with him and her just as if he'd as lieve get rid of her as not." "Boat's a-comin'," shouted Cairo Jack, looking toward the place, half a mile below, where the creek emptied into the river. "See her smoke? Like 'nuff Tom Chafflin on board. He was a-goin' to try to come back by the first boat, and of course he's done it. Jest his luck. If he'd only come sooner, somebody besides the preacher would have got her. You can just bet your bottom ounce on it. Let's go down and see if he's got any news." Several miners dropped tools and pans, and followed Jake to the landing, and gave a hearty welcome to Tom Chafflin. He certainly looked like anything but a lucky man. He was good-looking and seemed smart, but his face wore a dismal expression, which seemed decidedly out of place on the countenance of a habitually lucky man. "Things ain't gone right, Tom?" asked Cairo Jack. "Never went worse," declared Tom gloomily. "Guess I'll sell out, and try my luck somewheres else." "Ef you'd only come a little sooner," sighed Jake, "you'd have had a chance that would have made everything seem to go right till Judgment Day. I'll show you." Jake opened the saloon door, and there sat Sunrise, as bright, modest, and pleasant-looking as ever. With the air of a man who has conferred a great benefit, and is calmly awaiting his rightful reward, Jake turned to Tom. But his expression speedily changed to one of hopeless wonder, and then to one of delight, as Tom Chafflin walked rapidly up to the cashier's desk, pushed the Dominie one side, and the little Scales the other, and gave Sunrise several very hearty kisses, to which the lady didn't make the slightest objection. In fact, she blushed deeply, and seemed very happy. "That's what I went to 'Frisco to look for," explained Tom to the staring bystander, "but I couldn't find out a word about her." "Don't wonder yer looked glum, then," said Cairo Jack, "but it's jest your luck." "Dominie here was going down to hurry you back," said Sunrise, "but we'll give him a different job now, my dear," said Tom, completing the sentence. And they did. End of story 17. Story 18 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 18, Old Twitchett's Treasure. Old Twitchett was in a very bad way. He must have been in a bad way, for Crocky, the extremely mean storekeeper at Bender, had given up his own bed to Twitchett, and when Crocky was moved with sympathy for anyone, it was a sure sign that the object of his commiseration was going to soon stake a perpetual claim in a distant land, whose very streets, we are told, are of precious metal, and whose walls and gates are of rare and beautiful stones. It was Twitchett's own fault, the boys said, with much sorrowful profanity. When they abandoned Black Peter Gulch to the Chinese, and located at Bender, Twitchett should have come along with the crowd, instead of staying there by himself in such an unsociable way. Perhaps he preferred the society of rattlesnakes and horny toads to that of high-toned civilized beings. There was no accounting for taste, but then he should have remembered that all the rattlesnakes in the valley couldn't have raised a single dose of quinine between them, and that the most sociable hornet toad in the world, and the most obliging one, couldn't fry a sick man's pork or make his coffee. But then Twitchett was queer, they agreed. He always was queer. He kept himself so much apart from the crowd that until tonight, when the boys were excited about him, few had ever noticed that he was a white-haired, delicate young man, instead of a decrepit old one, and that the twitching of his lips was rather touching than comical. At any rate, it was good for Twitchett that two old residents of Black Peter Gulch had, ignorant of the abandonment of the camp, revisited it, and accidentally found him insensible, yet alive, on the floor of his hut. They had taken turns in carrying him, for he was wasted and light, until they reached Crocky's store,
and when they laid him down, while they should drink, the proprietor of the establishment, so said a pessimist in the camp, seeing that his presence, while he lived and until he was buried, would attract trade and increase the demand for drinks, insisted on putting Twitchett between the proprietary blankets. Twitchett had rallied a little, thanks to some of Crocky's best brandy, but it was evident to those who saw him that when he left Crocky's he would be entirely unconscious of the fact. Suddenly Twitchett seemed to realize as much himself, and to imagine that his exit might be made very soon, for he asked for the men who brought him in, and motioned to them to kneel beside him. "I'm very grateful, boys, for your kindness. I wish I could reward you, but haven't got anything. I've got nothing at all. The only treasure I had I buried it in the hut when I thought I was going to die alone. I didn't want those heathens to touch it. I put it in a can. I wish you'd get it, and it's a dying man's last request. Take it and—" If Twitchett finished his remark, it was heard only by auditors in some locality yet unvisited by Sam Baker and Boylston Smith, who still knelt beside the dead man's face, and with averted eyes listened for the remainder of Twitchett's last sentence. Slowly they comprehended that Twitchett was in a condition which, according to a faithful proverb, effectually precluded the telling of tales. Then they gazed solemnly into each other's faces, and each man placed his dexter forefinger upon his lips. Then Boylston Smith whispered, "Virtue is its own reward, eh, Sam?" "You bet," whispered Mr. Baker in reply. "It's on the square now, between us?" "Square as a die," whispered Boylston. "When'll we go for it?" asked Sam Baker. "Can't go till after the funeral," virtuously whispered Boylston. "'Twould be mighty ungrateful to go back on the corpse that's made our fortunes." "Fact," remarked Mr. Baker, holding near the nostrils of old Twitchett a pocket mirror he had been polishing on his sleeve. After a few seconds he examined the mirror and whispered, "Nary a sign. Might as well tell the boys." The announcement of Twitchett's death was the signal for an animated discussion and considerable betting. How much dust he had washed, and what he had done with it, seeing that he neither drank nor gambled, was the sole theme of discussion. There was no debate on the deceased religious evidences, no distribution of black crape, no tearful beating down of the undertaker. These accessories of a civilized deathbed were all scornfully disregarded by the bearded men who had feelingly drank to Twitchett's good luck in whatever world he had gone to. But when it came to deceased gold, his money, the bystanders exhibited an interest which was one of those touches of nature which certifies the universal kinship. Each man knew all about Twitchett's money, though no two agreed. He had hid it, he had been unlucky and had not found much. He had slyly sent it home, he had wasted it by sending it East for lottery tickets which always drew blanks. He had been supporting a benevolent institution. Old Deacon Baggs mildly suggested that perhaps he only washed out such gold as he actually needed to purchase eatables with, but the boys smiled derisively. They didn't like to laugh at the deacon's gray hairs, but he was queer. Old Twitchett was buried, and Sam Baker and Boylston Smith reverently uncovered with the rest of the boys, while Deacon Baggs made an extempore prayer. But for the remainder of the day old Twitchett's administrators foamed restlessly about, and watched each other narrowly, and listened to the conversation of every group of men who seemed to be talking with any spirit. They kept a sharp eye on the trail to Black Peter Gulch, lest some unscrupulous miner should suspect the truth and constitute himself sole legatee. But when the shades of evening had gathered, and a few round drinks had stimulated the citizens to more spirited discussion, Sam and Boylston strode rapidly out on the Black Peter Gulch trail to obtain the reward of virtue. "He didn't say what kind of a can it was," remarked Mr. Baker, after the outskirts of Bender had been left behind. "Just what I thought," replied Boylston. "Pity we couldn't have lasted long enough for us to have asked him. But I've been a-working some sums about different kinds of cans. I learned how from Phipps this afternoon.
He's been to college, and his head's crammed full of such puzzlin' things. It took multiplyin' with 4 figures to get the answer, but I couldn't take a peaceful drink till I knowed somethin' about how the find would pan out." "Well?" inquired Mr. Baker, anathematizing a stone over which he had just stumbled. "Well," replied Boylston, stopping in an exasperating manner to light his pipe, "the smallest can a goin' is a half-pound powder can, and that'll hold over $2,000 worth, and even that wouldn't be bad for a single night's work, eh?" "Just so," responded Mr. Baker. "Then there's oyster cans and meat cans." "Yes," said Boylston, "and the smallest of 'em's good for 10,000 if it's full, and when you come to 5-pound powders, why, one of 'em would make 2 fellers rich." They passed quickly and quietly through Greenhorn's bar. The diggings at the bar were very rich, and experienced poker players, such as were Twitchett's executors, had made snug little sums in a single night out of the innocent countrymen who had located at the bar. But what were the chances of the most brilliant game to the splendid certainty which lay before them? They reached Black Peter Gulch, and found Twitchett's hut still unoccupied, save by a solitary rattlesnake, whose warning scared them not. Mr. Baker carefully covered the single window with his coat, and then Boylston lit a candle and examined the clay floor. There were several little depressions in its surface, and in each of these Boylston vigorously drove his pick, while Mr. Baker stood outside, alternately looking out for would-be disturbers, and looking in through a crack in the door to see that his partner should not, in case he found the can, absent-mindedly spill some of the contents into his own pocket before he made a formal division. Boylston stopped a moment for breath, leaned on his pick, stroked his yellow beard thoughtfully, and offered to bet that it would be an oyster can. Mr. Baker whispered through the crack that he would take that bet, and made it an ounce. Boylston again bent to the labor, which, while it wearied his body, seemed to excite his imagination, for he paused long enough to bet that it would be a 5-pound powder can, and Mr. Baker, again willing to fortify himself against possible loss, accepted the bet in ounces. Suddenly Boylston's pick brought to light something yellow and round, something the size of an oyster can, and wrapped in a piece of oilskin. "You've won one bet," whispered Mr. Baker, who was inside before the yellow package had ceased rolling across the floor. "Not if this is it," growled Boylston. "It don't weigh more'n an ounce can, wrapper and all. Might's well see what 'tis, though." The two men approached the candle, hastily tore off the oilskin, and carefully shook the contents from the can. The contents proved to be a small package, labeled "My Only Treasures." Boylston mentioned the name of the arch-adversary of souls, while Mr. Baker, with a well-directed blow of his heel, reduced the can from a cylindrical form to one not easily described by any geometric term. Unwrapping the package, Mr. Baker discovered a picture case, which, when opened, disclosed the features of a handsome young lady, while from the wrappings fell a small envelope which seemed distended in the middle. "Gold in that, maybe," suggested Boylston, picking it up and opening it. It was gold, fine, yellow, and brilliant, but not the sort of gold the dead man's friends were seeking, for it was a ringlet of hair. Sadly, Mr. Baker put on his coat, careless of the light which streamed through the window. Slowly and sorely they wended their way homeward. Wrathfully they bemoaned their wasted time as they passed by the auriferous slumberers of Greenhorn's bar. Depressing was the general nature of their conversation, yet they were human in spite of their disappointment, for as old Deacon Baggs, who was an early riser, strolled out in the gray dawn for a quiet season of meditation, he saw Boylston Smith filling up a little hole he had made on top of old Twitchett's grave, and putting the dirt down very tenderly with his hands. End of story 18.
Story 19 of Romance of California Life by John Habberton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 19, Blizzer's Wife. The mining camp of Tough Case, though small, had its excitements, as well as did many camps of half a dozen saloon power, and on the first day of November, 1850, it was convulsed by the crisis of by far the greatest excitement it had ever enjoyed. It was not a lucky find, for some of the largest nuggets in the state had been taken out at Tough Case. It was not a grand spree, for all sprees at Tough Case were grand, and they took place every Sunday. It was not a fight, for when the average of fully developed fights fell below one a fortnight, some patriotic citizen would improvise one, that the honor of his village should not suffer. No, all these promoters of delicious and refreshing tumult were as nothing to the agitation which, commencing 3 months before, had increased and taken firmer hold of all hearts at Tough Case, until today it had reached its culmination. Blizzer's wife had come out, and was to reach camp by that day's boat. Since Blizzer had first announced his expectation, every man in camp had been secretly preparing for the event, but today all secrecy was at an end, and white shirts, standing collars, new pants, black hats, polished boots, combs, brushes and razors, and even hair oil and white handkerchiefs so transformed the tremulous miners that a smart detective would have been puzzled in looking for any particular citizen of Tough Case. Even old Hatchet Jaw, whose nickname correctly indicated the moral import of his countenance, sheepishly gave Moussu, the old Frenchman, an ounce of gold dust for an hour's labor bestowed on Hatch Jaw's self-asserting red hair. Bets as to what she looked like were numerous, and as no one had the slightest knowledge on the subject, experienced bettists made handsome fortunes in betting against every description which was backed by money, for each man had so long pondered over the subject that his ideal portrait seemed to him absolutely correct, and an amateur phrenologist who had carefully studied Blizzer's cranium and the usually accepted laws of affinity consistently bet his last ounce, his pistol, hut, frying-pan, blankets, and even a pack of cards in a tolerable state of preservation. Sailors, college men, pikes, farmers, clerks, loafers, and sentimentalists stood in front of Sim Ripson's store and stared their eyes into watery redness in vain attempts to hurry the boat. A bet of drinks for the crowd, lost by the non-arrival of the boat on time, was just being paid, when Sim Ripson, whose bar window commanded the river, exclaimed, "She's comin'!" Many were the heel taps left in glasses as the crowd hurried to the door. Numerous were the stealthy glances bestowed on shirt cuffs and fingernails and bootlegs. Crosstree, a dandyish young sailor, hung back to regard himself in a small fragment of looking-glass he carried in his pocket, but was rebuked for his vanity by stumbling over the door-sill, an operation which finally resulted in his nose being laid up in ordinary. The little steamer neared the landing, whistled shrilly, snorted defiantly, buried her nose in the muddy bank in front of the store, and shoved out a plank. Several red-shirted strangers got off, but no one noticed them. At any other time, so large an addition to the population of Tough Case would have justified an extra spree. Sundry barrels were rolled out, but not even old Guzzle inspected the brand. Barrels and bags of onions and potatoes were stacked on the bank, but though the camp was sadly in need of vegetables, no one expressed becoming exultation. All eyes were fixed on the steamer end of the gangplank, and every heart beat wildly as Blizzer appeared, leading a figure displaying only the top of a big bonnet and a blanket shawl hanging on one arm. They stepped on the gangplank, they reached the shore, and then the figure raised its head and dropped the shawl. "Thunder!" ejaculated 14th Street, and immediately retired and drank himself into a deplorable condition. The remaining observers dispersed respectfully, but the reckless manner in which they wandered through mud puddles and climbed over barrels and potato sacks indicated plainly that their disappointment had been severe. After another liquid bet had been paid, and while sleeves but lately tenderly protected were carelessly drying damp mustaches, an old miner remarked, "Reckon that's why he left the States," and the emphatic "You bet," which followed his words, showed that the tough Caseites were unanimous in the subject of Mrs. Blizzer. For she was short and fat, and had a pug nose and a cast in one eye. Her forehead was low and square, her hair was of a color which seemed fugitive, as the paper-makers say, her hands were large and pudgy, her feet afforded broad foundations for the structure above them, and her gait was not suggestive of any popular style. Besides, she seemed 10 years older than her husband, who was not yet 30. For several days boots were allowed to grow rusty and chins unshaven, as the boys gradually drank and worked themselves into a dumb forgetfulness of their lately cherished ideals. But one evening, during a temporary lull in the conversation at Sim Ripson's, old Uncle Ben, an ex-deacon of a New Hampshire church, lifted up his voice and remarked, "'Pears to me Blizzer's beginning to look scrumptious. He used to be the shabbiest man in camp." Through the open door the boys saw Blizzer carrying a pail of water, and though water-carrying in the American manner is not an especially graceful performance, Blizzer certainly looked unusually neat. Pallet, who had spoiled many canvases and paint-brushes in the East, attentively studied Blizzer in detail, and found his hair was combed, his shirt buttoned at the collar, and his trousers lacking the California soil which always adorns the seat and knees of orthodox mining pantaloons. "It's her as did it," said Pat Fadden, "and 'tain't all she's done. Fat d'ye think she did this mornin'? I was a-fixin' me pork, just as every other b'y in camp allers does, and just then who should come along but herself. I took off me pork and commenced me breakfast, when says she to me, says she, 'You don't ate it without gravy, do you?' 'Gravy, is it?' says I. 'Nobody ever heard of gravy here,' says I. 'Then it's toime,' says she, and she poured off the fat, and scrumbled a bit of cracker in the pan, and put in some water, and when I thought the old thing would blow up for the steam it made, she poured the gravy on me plate. Yes, she did." There were but a few men at Tough Case who were not willing to have their daily fare improved, and, as Mrs. Blizzer did not make a tour of instruction, the boys made it convenient to stand near Mrs. Blizzard's own fire, and see the mysteries of cooking. As a natural consequence, Sam Ripson began to have inquiries for articles he had never heard of, much less sold, and he found a hurried trip to Frisco was an actual business necessity. As several miners took their departure after one of these culinary lessons, Arkansas Bill, with a mysterious air, took 14th Street aside. "Forty," said he, in a most appealing tone, "ken you see what 'twas about? She kept a-lookin' at my left hand all the time, as if she thort there was somethin' the matter with it. Maybe she thort I was tuckin' biscuits up my sleeves, like keards in a live game. Ken you see anythin' the matter with that paw?" The aristocratic young reprobate gave the hand a critical glance, and replied, "Perhaps she thought you didn't know what buttons and buttonholes were made for." "Thunder!" exclaimed the miner, with an expression of countenance which Archimedes might have worn when he made his famous discovery. From that day forward, the gentleman from Arkansas instituted a rigid buttonhole inspection before venturing from his hut, besides purchasing a share in a new clothes-broom. "'Pears to me I don't see Blizzard playin' keards with you fellers as much as it was," remarked Uncle Ben one evening at the store. "No," said Flip, the champion euchre player, with a sad face and strong oath. "He used to lose his ounces like a man. But t'other night I knocked at his door and asked him to come down and have a hand. He didn't say nothin', but she up and said he'd stopped playin'. I really took it to be my duty to argy with her and show her how tough it was to cut off a feller's enjoyment, but she said 'twas too high priced for the fun it fetched." "That ain't the worst, nuther," said Topjack Flip's usual partner. "There was Arkansas Bill and Jerry Miller that used to be as fond of their little game as anybody. Now, every night they go up thar to Blizzer's and just do nothing but sit around and talk. It's enough to make a marble statue cuss to see good men spiled that way." "Somethin' 'stonishin' about what comes of it, though," resumed the deacon. "'Twas only yesterday that Bill was carryin' a bucket of dirt to the crick, and just as he got there his foot slipped, and he went kerplosh. Knowing Bill's language on such occasions ain't what a church member ort to hear, I was making it convenient to leave, when along come her, and he choked off as sudden as a feller on the gallers." Day by day the boys dug dirt and carried it to the creek and washed out the precious gold. Day by day the denizens of Tough Case worked as many hours and as industriously as men anywhere, but no Tough Caseite was so wicked as to work on Sunday. Sunday at Tough Case commenced at sunset on Saturday, after the good old Puritan fashion, and lasted through until working time on Monday morning. But beyond this matter of time, the Puritan parallel could not be pursued, for on Sunday was transacted all the irregular business of the week. On Sunday was done all the hard drinking and heavy gambling, and on Sunday were settled such personal difficulties as were superior to the limited time and low liquor pressure of the week. The evening sun of the first Saturday of Mrs. Blizzer's residence at Tough Case considered his day's work done, and retired under the snowy coverlets the Sierras lent him. The tired miners gladly dropped pick, shovel, and pan, but bed-clothing was an article which at that moment they scorned to consider. There was important business and entertainment which would postpone sleep for many hours. The express would be along in the morning, and no prudent man could sleep peaceably until he had deposited his gold dust in the company's strong box. Then there were 2 or 3 old feuds which might come to a head. They always did on Sunday. And above all, Red Wing, a man with enormous red whiskers, had been threatening all week to have back the money Flip had won from him on the preceding Sunday, and Red Wing had been very lucky in his claim all week, and the 2 men were very nearly matched, and were magnificent players, so the game promised to last many hours, and afford handsome opportunities for outside betting. Sim Ripson understood his business. By sunset he had all his bottles freshly filled, and all his empty boxes distributed about the room for seats, and twice as many candles lighted as usual, and the card tables reinforced by some upturned barrels. He also had a neat little wood pile under the bar to serve as a barricade against stray shots. The boys dropped in pleasantly 2 or 3 at a time, and drank merrily with each other, and the 2 or 3 who were not drinking men sauntered in to compare notes with the others. There were no aristocrats or paupers at Tough Case, nor any cliques. Whatever the men were at home, here they were equal, and Sim Ripson's was the general gathering place for everybody. But in the course of 2 or 3 hours there was a perceptible change of the general tone at Sim Ripson's. It was so every Saturday night or Sunday morning. Old Hatchetjaw said it was because Sim Ripson's liquor wasn't good. Moosoo, the Frenchman, maintained it was due to the absence of chivalrous spirit. Crosstree, the sailor, said it was always so with landsmen. 14th Street privately confided to several that 'twas because there was no good blood in camp. The amateur phrenologist ascribed it to an undue cerebral circulation, and Uncle Ben, the deacon, insisted upon it that the fiend personally was the disturbing element. Probably all of them were right, for it seemed impossible that the Sunday excitements at Sim Ripson's could proceed from any single cause. Their proportions were too magnificent. Drinking, singing, swearing, gambling, and fighting, the Tough Caseites made night so hideous that Uncle Ben spent half the night in earnest prayer for these misguided men, and the remainder of it in trying to make up his mind to start for home. But by far the greater number of the boys on that particular night surrounded the table at which sat Red Wing and Flip. Both were playing their best, and as honestly as each was compelled to do by his adversary's watchfulness. Each had several times accused the other of cheating. Each had his revolver at his right hand, and the crowd about them had the double pleasure of betting on the game and on which would shoot first. Suddenly Red Wing arose, as Flip played an ace on his adversary's last card, and raked the dust toward himself. "You took that ace out of your sleeve. I seed yer do it. Give me back my ounces," said Red Wing. "It's a lie!" roared the great Flip, springing to his feet and seizing Red Wing's pistol arm. The weapon fell, and both men clutched like tigers. Sim Ripson leaped over the bar and separated them. "No rasslin' here," said he. "When gentleman gets two men to hold in, and shoots at sight, I have to stand it, but rasslin's vulgar. You'll have to go out of doors to do it." "I'll have it out with him with pistols, then," cried Red Wing, picking up his weapon. "Greed!" roared Flip, whose pistol lay on the table. "We'll do it across the crick at daylight." "It's daylight now," said Sim Ripson hurriedly, after looking out of his window at the end of the bar. He was a good storekeeper, was Sim Ripson, and he knew how to mix drinks, but he had an unconquerable aversion to washing blood stains out of the floor. The two gamblers rushed out of the door, pistols in hand, and the crowd followed, each man talking at the top of his voice, and betting on the chances of the combatants. Suddenly, above all the noise, they heard a cracked soprano voice singing with some unauthorized flatting and sharping, "Another 6 days' work is done, another Sabbath is begun. Return, my soul, enjoy thy rest, improve the day that God hath blessed." Red Wing stopped and dropped his head to one side, as if expecting more. Flip stopped. Everybody did. Arkansas Bill, whose good habits had been laid aside late Saturday afternoon, exclaimed, "Well, I'll be blowed." Bill didn't mean anything of the sort, but the tone in which he said it expressed precisely the feeling of the crowd. The voice was again heard, "Oh, that our thoughts and thanks may rise as grateful incense to the skies, and draw from heaven that sweet repose, which none but he that feels it knows." Red Wing turned abruptly on his heel. "Keep the ounces," said he. "There's an old woman to hum that thinks a sight of me. I reckon myself I'm good for somethin' besides fillin' a hole in the ground." That night Sim Ripson complained that it had been the poorest Sunday he had ever had at Tough Case. The boys drank, but it was a sort of nerveless, unbusinesslike way that Sim Ripson greatly regretted, and very few bets were settled in Sim Ripson's principal stock in trade. When Sim finally learned the cause of his trouble, he promptly announced his intention of converting Mrs. Blizzer to common sense, and as he had argued Uncle Ben first into a perfect frenzy and then into silence, the crowd considered Mrs. Blizzer's faith doomed. Monday morning, bright and early, as men with aching heads were taking their morning bitters, Mrs. Blizzer appeared at Sim Ripson's store and purchased a bar of soap. "Boys heard you singin' yesterday," said Sim. "Yes?" inquired Mrs. Blizzer. "Yes, all of 'em delighted," said Sim gallantly. "But you don't believe in no sich stuff, I s'pose, do you?" "What stuff?" asked Mrs. Blizzer. "Why, about heaven and hell, and the Bible, and all them things. Do you know what the Greek for hell meant? And do you know the Bible's all the time contradictin' itself? I can show you." "I tell you what I do know, Mr. Ripson," said the woman. "I know some things in my heart that no mortal bein' never told me, and they couldn't be skeered out by all the dictionaries and commentators a-goin'. That's what I know." And Mrs. Blizzer departed, while the astonished theologian sheepishly admitted that he owed drinks to the crowd. While the ex-deacon, Uncle Ben, was trying to determine to go home, he found quite a pretty nugget that settled his mind, and he announced that same night at the store that all his mining property was for sale, as he was going back east. "I'll go with you, Uncle Ben," said 14th Street. The crowd was astounded. Men of 14th Street's caliber seldom had pluck enough to go to the mines, and their getting away, or their doing anything that required manliness, was of still more unfrequent occurrence. "I know it," said the young man, translating the glances which met his eye. "You fellows think I don't amount to much, anyway. Perhaps I don't. I came out here because I fell out with a girl I thought I loved. She acted like a fool, and I made up my mind all women were fools. But that wife of Blizzer's has shown me more about true womanliness than all the girls I ever knew, and I'm going back to try it over again." One morning a small crowd of early drinkers at Sim Ripson's dropped their glasses, yet did not go briskly out to work as usual. In fact, they even hung aloof, in a most ungentlemanly manner, from Jerry Miller, who had just stood treat, and both these departures from the usual custom indicated that something unusual was the matter. Finally, Top Jack remarked, "He's a stranger, and typhus is a bad thing to have around, but somethin' ought to be done for him. 'Tain't the thing to ax for volunteer, for it's danger without no chance of pleasin' excitement. We might throw kids around, one to each feller in the camp, and him as gets ace of spades is to tend to the poor cuss." "I think Jerry ought to go himself," argued Flip. "He's been exposed already by lookin' into the feller's shanty, and probably hurt as best as he's goin' to be." "I might go," said Sim Ripson, who in his character of barkeeper had to sustain a reputation for bravery and public spirit, "but 'twouldn't do to shut up the store, you know, and especially the bar. Nobody'd stand it." "Needn't trouble yourselves," said Arkansas Bill, who had entered during the conversation. "She's thar." "Thunder!" exclaimed Top Jack, frowning, and then looking sheepish. "Yes," continued Bill, "she stopped me as I was comin' along, and said she'd just heerd of it, and was a-goin'. I told her there was men enough in camp to look out for him, but she said she reckoned she could do it best. Wants some things from 'Frisco, though, and I'm a-goin' for 'em." And Arkansas Bill departed, while the men at Sim Ripson's sneaked guiltily down to the creek. For many days the boys hung about the camp's single street every morning, unwilling to go to work until they had seen Mrs. Blizzer appear in front of the sick man's hut. The boys took turns at carrying water, making fires, and serving Mrs. Blizzer generally, and even paid handsomely for the chance. One morning Mrs. Blizzer failed to appear at the usual hour. The boys walked about nervously, they smoked many pipes, and took hurried drinks, and yet she did not appear. The boys looked suggestingly at her husband, and he himself appeared to be anxious, but being one of the shiftless kind, he found anxiety far easier than action. Suddenly Arkansas Bill remarked, "I can't stand it any longer," and walked rapidly toward the sick man's hut, and knocked lightly on the door, and looked in. There lay the sick man, his eyes partly open, and on the ground, apparently asleep, and with a very purple face, lay Mrs. Blizzer. "Do something for her," gasped the sick man. "Give her a chance, for God's sake. I don't know how long I've been here, but I kind of woke up last night as if I'd been asleep. She was a-standing looking in my eyes, and had a hand on my cheek. 'I believe it's turned,' says she, still a-looking. After a bit she says, 'It's turned, sure,' and all of a sudden she tumbled. I couldn't holler. I wish to God I could." Arkansas Bill opened the door and called Blizzer, and the crowd followed Blizzer, though at a respectful distance. In a moment Blizzer reappeared with his wife, no longer fat, in his arms, and Arkansas Bill hurried on to open Blizzer's door. The crowd halted and didn't know what to do, until Moosoo, the little Frenchman, lifted his hat, upon which every man promptly uncovered his head. A moment later Arkansas Bill was on Sim Ripson's horse, and galloping off for a doctor, and Sim Ripson, who had always threatened sudden death to anyone touching his beloved animal, saw him and refrained even from profanity. The doctor came, and the boys crowded the door to hear what he had to say. Said the doctor, a rough miner himself. "New arrival, been fat, worn out, rainy season just coming on, not much chance, no business to come to California, ought to have had sense enough to stay home." "Look a-here, doctor," said Arkansas Bill indignantly, "she's got this way a nussin' a fella, stranger too, that every man in camp was afeard to go nigh." "Is that so?" asked the doctor, in a tone considerably softened. "Then she shall get well, if my whole time and attention can bring it about." The sick woman lay in a burning fever for days, and the boys industriously drank her health, and bet heavy odds on her recovery. No singing was allowed anywhere in camp, and when an old feud broke out afresh between two miners, and they drew their pistols, a committee was appointed to conduct them at least 2 miles from camp before allowing them to shoot. The Sundays were allowed to pass in the commonplace quietness peculiar to the rest of the week, and men who were unable to forego their regular weekly spree were compelled to emigrate. Sim Ripson, though admitting that the change was decidedly injurious to his business, declared that he would cheerfully be ruined in business rather than have that woman disturbed. He was even heard to say that, though of course there was no such place as heaven, there ought to be for such woman. One evening, as the crowd were quietly drinking and betting, Arkansas Bill suddenly opened the door of the store and cried, "She's mendin'! The fever's broke! Shh!" "My treat, boys," said Sim Ripson, hurrying glasses and favorite bottles on the bar. The boys were just clinking glasses with Blizzer himself, who during his wife's absence and illness had drifted back to the store, when Arkansas Bill again opened the door. "She's a sinkin' all of a sudden," he gasped. "Blizzer, you're wanted." The two men hurried away, and the crowd poured out of the store. By the light of a fire in front of the hut in which the sick woman lay, they saw Blizzer enter, and Arkansas Bill remain outside the hut near the door. The boys stood on one foot, put their hands into their pockets and took them out again, snapped their fingers, looked at each other as if they wanted to talk about something that they couldn't. Suddenly the doctor emerged from the hut,